A caravan and several figures cautiously traverse a barren path flanked by trees and mountains. A frenzied swarm of goblins rushes ahead, launching wildly aggressive attacks. A group of armed fighters steadies themselves, weapons raised and tension mounting before battle. An explosive impact violently shakes the ground, sending debris flying in every direction. 3 warriors surge forward, engaging a swarm of attacking goblins in fierce combat. A frustrated man voices his complaint about the unending assaults. A towering figure blocks the way as soldiers ready themselves for confrontation. 3 goblin-like creatures charge ahead, initiating a ferocious attack. A bearded man quickly pivots in alarm as a piercing scream rings out nearby. Someone dashes forward with urgent speed. A man is hurled headfirst toward a stunned opponent, and an oncoming goblin wielding a weapon. A goblin charges, wildly swinging its sword in a downward attack. The warrior swings his glowing sword with overpowering force against his foe. A character swiftly intercepts a powerful blow with a wooden shield. The fighter slams his shield into the enemy, pushing them backwards. Dallin uses his shield to block simultaneous attacks from 2 goblin-like foes. A monstrous creature leaps forward, launching a sudden assault. A figure with glowing eyes lunges ahead, slashing aggressively with clawed fingers. A gloved hand seizes an opponent's face, pinning them firmly with overwhelming force. A warrior brutally slams a goblin's head as blood spurts from its chest. A monstrous figure is struck with immense force, sending blood spraying through the air. A man freezes in shock as blood splatters violently before him. A cloaked man stands over a bloodied goblin corpse, having slain it barehanded. A battered figure is confronted and pressed to reveal their identity. A young man sits alone at his computer, reflecting on a lifelong passion for games and questioning if it was ever truly a problem. A wealthy figure asserts dominance by sitting atop a crouching person amid piles of gold. Suddenly, a man is stabbed in the back, blood spurting as betrayal unfolds. A multi-headed dragon emerges from the mist, revealing the final threat. A massive swarm of monsters advances threateningly from the darkness. A bloodied warrior stands firm and declares his identity after surviving the battle. A forceful refusal breaks the mounting tension. The figure prepares to reveal his true identity. A character hurriedly scribbles important notes in a worn notebook. Dallin sits alone on the floor, quietly writing in his journal. An armored man announces it is time to change shifts. A character senses the temperature dropping while clutching a wrapped book, ready to respond. A man reports the night was quiet, with no goblins appearing. The protagonist tightens his glove, questioning whether new patrol duties inside the labyrinth city explain recent changes. A young man pulls his cloak tighter, noting the weather grows colder as winter approaches and struggling to adjust from his southern countryside origins. The wagon wheel approaches a large rock on the dirt path, risking a sudden jolt. A cloaked young man startles a bald figure into spitting out his drink. A young man points out Pal Xion in the distance and informs someone where to find towels. A bandaged man coughs nervously, acknowledging the shadowed figure. A cloaked figure energetically leaps over the wagon, making a dynamic entrance. After 2 years, the caravan finally arrives at the Grand Castle. The fortified labyrinth city Pal Xion stands as humanity's stronghold at the game's starting point. He stands in the street, realizing the scale before him far exceeds his expectations. A lone adventurer arrives at the massive city gate, the only safe entrance to the underground labyrinth. A massive red pillar crashes through the labyrinth, clearing a path to the treasures below and forcing a confrontation with monsters. A radiant gemstone called the Wish Stone is revealed at the bottom of the labyrinth, promising to grant a single wish. A character reveals that returning to Earth likely depends on this single method. The character prepares to enter the labyrinth, seeking confirmation of what he desires. A cloaked young man with shield and sword turns as someone calls out to him in the stone corridor. A cheerful shop owner warmly responds to a greeting outside his store. One man encourages a casual relationship after surviving danger together, prompting laughter in the forest. One man bursts out laughing, mocking northerners for being too stiff. 2 men stand under an arched gate as one initiates a private conversation and the other encourages him to speak with a compliment. A bearded man invites someone to become a mercenary for his emporium. He is shocked to encounter a new game event he's never seen before. Strong intuition prompts decisive action. A hooded figure lifts a glowing staff as 4 armed warriors gather, ready for battle in the labyrinth city. A serious man points forward and confidently assures someone they will soon join the elite. 2 men negotiate a potential job on a cobblestone street, weighing benefits for both sides. The cloaked man demands an answer, intensifying the negotiation. The bearded man confidently rejects the offer. A person hands over a pouch of money as Dallin receives his commission fee. A bearded man questions the payment terms while handing over a bag of money. A man with a sword on his back declares his intent to strengthen ties with a potential warrior. The bearded man hands over a small bag, asking not to be ignored in the future, and the cloaked figure agrees. A man extends his hand and says goodbye before leaving. A confident young man stands with a sword on his back, announcing himself as a northern soldier. 2 characters seal their agreement with a firm handshake. People enter the town gate as the sun sets. The cloaked figure strides purposefully through the medieval street toward the fortified building at sunset. A bearded man offers a mercenary position at his emporium with an extended hand. He realizes his actions can alter the course of the game's events. A determined warrior enters the city at dusk, silently watched by a bald man. A lone traveler enters the tense town as suspicious residents observe from a distance. The protagonist advances cautiously down an alley, facing 2 shadowy figures watching from the darkness. A lone figure strides purposefully through the devastated street. A cloaked figure slips down the stairs and quietly leaves the inn at dusk. He arrives at his destination, ready for what awaits inside. A large wooden door swings open at sunset, revealing the arrival of someone outside. A lone figure steps into the crowded tavern, scanning the room amid muffled chatter. One man boasts loudly about tying someone to a stake while another listens amused in the tavern. A furious man slams his mug on the table, cursing the world in anger. A young man collapses onto the table, overcome by exhaustion. Dallin confirms he has found the right location. The protagonist enters the wooden building, gripping shield and sword as the game begins. He quickly scans the area, sensing nearby potential danger. Dallin abruptly turns in the tavern, startled by an unexpected disturbance. A character smirks, exposing sharp fangs and predatory confidence. A weary figure collapses after finally finding what they sought. A fallen soldier's corpse is discovered on the wooden floor. A system message reveals that collecting the corpse grants inheritance of its abilities, skills, and items. A cloaked character receives a crucial game notification asking whether to collect the corpse to overcome a challenging game. A character channels swirling green energy and unleashes a powerful spell. A male character fiercely summons glowing energy while activating his corpse collection ability. The protagonist vows to see the game through to the end, unwavering in determination. A character reflects on enjoying challenging games while sitting before a glowing computer monitor. A character notes losing interest quickly in easy games due to a preference for control. An armored figure collapses in defeat, bleeding as a monstrous creature stands over him with a club. A computer screen flashes, game over, as the main character fails against powerful monsters. The protagonist reflects on the collapsing game world where allies betray or abandon him. After dying countless times, a steady determination takes hold. Driven by the urge to finish the game, the protagonist spends countless nights awake. The protagonist reflects on dying hundreds of times. A purchase notification prompts the user to confirm their selection. Frustrated by the game's demands, the young man angrily agrees to spend money to continue. Despite lost time and regret, the speaker resists quitting the game. A notification appears, prompting a decision to purchase selected items. A hand slams a mug onto the table, sending liquid splashing. Dallin sits alone in the tavern, regretting not deleting the game when he had the chance. An armed figure at the bar warily observes as two others leave strange glowing clothes behind. The young man scans his surroundings, checking if anyone else is nearby. A fallen armored figure lies motionless, radiating a faint glow as shadowy onlookers approach. A hooded figure steps out from a glowing vortex, prepared to inherit a fallen hero's powers. A determined figure strides toward a glowing threshold while others cower behind, hinting at limitless advancement for the persistent. Sitting at the bar, the main character silently drops coins onto the counter while reflecting on a personal flaw. A character discovers the corpse of a pathetic soldier and receives a notification. A tense figure learns the only way forward is to retrieve their own corpse from where they died. Dallin activates the corpse collection ability, unleashing a surge of blue energy around him. A male character unleashes glowing blue energy from his arm. A figure is empowered as their strength and proficiency increase. Dallin quickly turns, startled by an unexpected light. A new armored combat skill is discovered, promising enhanced fighting ability. A character activates a new armored combat technique, using armor as both shield and weapon. A figure releases a crackling sphere of energy from their hand, flooding the area with intense light. The young man studies the glowing status screen, shocked to discover an unexpected skill. A sinister figure smirks confidently, baring sharp teeth in satisfaction. The man stands from the table and announces it's time to leave. A character with a sword calls out to someone at the door. A drunken man confronts the newcomer, questioning his presence in the inn. A smug man challenges the cloaked newcomer's knowledge of local business ethics in the crowded tavern. The crowd reacts as a sudden transfer tax is introduced. The inn manager demands payment, while an imposing companion stands behind him silently. He calmly argues payment is justified because his protection ensures others can safely eat and drink. A character demands payment, while revealing a shining dagger at their waist. He instantly recognizes the armored figure as the one responsible for his previous death. A frustrated young man refuses to hand over any money. He gives a short, confident confirmation. Two men confront each other in a tense standoff under ominous red light. The two men leave together, realizing they accused someone unfairly. One confirms payment for the alcohol while another inquires and a third prepares to leave. The man smugly allows the other person to leave as an exception. Dallin turns away from the door and prepares to leave. A man glares maliciously, clearly plotting something sinister. A hand grips a sword's hilt and begins drawing the blade from its sheath. A masked figure with glowing red eyes leaps forward, gripping a sheathed sword and charging aggressively. The character braces and prepares to enter the room. A character lunges forward, unleashing a decisive attack surrounded by intense red energy. Two men quietly survey outside as one examines a paper. A figure bursts into the room, sending another flying across with force. A male character is violently slammed to the ground amid erupted chaos. One stands over a kneeling opponent struggling to rise amid smoke and debris. The young man refuses deception, standing ready with sword in hand. A furious, injured man staggers from the smoke, cursing after survival. A sword-wielding figure demands everyone inside the building come out. Two frightened men grip weapons, reacting with alarm to a towering mysterious figure. Dallin pauses to assess the situation as several figures wait behind him. A character confidently announces acquiring a new skill at a critical moment. A sword slams into a wooden shield with powerful impact. A powerful hand seizes an arm, releasing white energy at contact. A defiant man grins and dares his opponent to attack. A devastating surge of energy crashes into the ground, shaking the battlefield. Attackers charge at Dallin from all directions while he stands calm and unmoved. A furious man lunges forward with sword, aiming for the calm figure. A figure shrouded in purple energy activates a powerful armored combat skill. A surge of dark energy erupts from the character's hand as his eye glows with power. A figure channels crackling purple energy into his clenched fist, preparing to unleash power. A massive orb of dark energy erupts as a male character unleashes a devastating attack. A character unleashes glowing purple energy at a leaping shadowy opponent as others brace. Dallin prepares to strike as two attackers charge toward him. Dallin strikes with a surge of energy, sending enemies flying backward. A fierce battle breaks out as one fighter blocks a devastating purple energy slash. A shadowy figure stands with back turned, preparing to confront an unseen threat amid swirling dark energy. A man attacks with all strength but recoils as his opponent's body proves unnaturally tough. A man channels intense purple energy into his fist, preparing a powerful attack. The hooded figure unleashes a glowing attack that strikes down several opponents at once. A purple-haired young man charges forward with determination. A furious man orders subordinates to attack. A furious man charges forward, gripping a knife tightly. A character slams their foot hard against the ground. A purple-haired character launches a fierce attack, forcing the other to recoil in shock. A hooded figure dodges a sudden ambush from two attackers. Dallin unleashes a powerful sword strike at his opponent. A high-speed attack slices forcefully across the scene. One combatant drives a knife into his opponent as his fist radiates purple energy. A stunned man reacts as someone catches a dagger with bare hand. A male character is knocked backward by a powerful kick to the stomach. Dallin clenches his teeth in frustration after a setback. Amid battle's aftermath, the protagonist reflects on his failed control due to low skill proficiency. A blue stat screen reveals the character's current stats and skill levels. Frustrated by slow progress, the protagonist glares at the blue stat screen showing 1% completion. A bald man demands an explanation as the other turns back with a cold expression. An angry man confronts the assailant publicly, demanding accountability for daylight assault. Unfazed by threat, the man glares coldly from shadows and mocks his opponent. A hand grips a sword tightly, signaling readiness for action. An enraged man warns of consequences if guards discover the situation. A massive spinning disc hurtles swiftly through the air. A terrified man recoils as an axe hurtles toward his head. A cloaked figure feigns apology after making a suspicious move. An axe halts mid-swing just above a terrified man's head, stopping the execution. A hostile man menaces his opponent with a weapon, demanding explanation. A peaceful night settles over a warmly lit medieval building beneath starry sky. Coins drop into an open palm, signaling a transaction. A young man smirks, boasting about earnings from the owner while showing a coin pouch. A cloaked figure walks alone down a dim street, considering spending money to stay at a nice inn. At night, the group arrives at a warmly lit inn welcoming them inside. A traveler arrives at the Sword and Shield Inn and approaches the reception desk. A cloaked traveler discusses lodging options and possible discounts with the innkeeper. He holds up his silver plate, announcing he is a mercenary for 1 week. A desk attendant outlines the meal policy and states the total cost. He hesitates, holding out money while complaining about the high price. A hand urgently scatters coins across the surface. The door labeled 412 is shown in the hallway. Armor, shield, and sword lie on the table as someone nervously exhales off-panel, preparing for battle. A lone figure prepares for the real challenge, knowing survival is the top priority. Dallin resolves to gain strength and resources to prevent the world's destruction. He assesses his limitations, realizing current abilities and equipment are insufficient. Driven by the need for better gear and new abilities, he reaches for glowing energy as coins float. A map reveals numerous locations where the character has died across the continent. With determination, the character resolves to collect all needed to become stronger. Two dragons burst from a glowing portal amid urgent tension. A horde of demonic monsters advances through darkness, signaling imminent threat. He accepts a lucrative commission offering both money and the chance to collect corpses. He decides to visit the owner of the nest the next day. Someone examines a table cluttered with old books, bottle, and goblet, pausing in thought. A woman calls out to someone, capturing their attention. A woman reads a document and realizes it concerns a northern soldier. A peaceful rooftop bathed in sunlight opens the scene. A group gathers at the entrance as someone departs for a journey. He stands outside, ready to depart. A lone figure walks down a deserted alley, sword and shield in hand. Someone steps onto a wooden floor, heightening tension. Dallin arrives and surveys the area as a large dark bird flies overhead. A cautious figure inspects a rundown building in the back alley. Dallin steps into a dark doorway and calls out, searching for life. A cautious figure surveys a dimly lit tavern from above, alert to movement below. A cloaked figure cautiously enters the empty tavern and notices the open door, realizing the owner's absence. Startled, he suddenly turns toward an unexpected threat. A tense figure hesitates before a glowing door, questioning if unwelcome. A shadowy figure waits by the door with a crossbow, ready to ambush. Determined to clear confusion, the young man chooses to address the misunderstanding. A clenched fist taps a remembered rhythm on wooden surface. A woman waits silently by the shadowed wooden door, She exhales sharply, bracing for what comes next. A frustrated voice shouts from behind the unlocking door. Sienna confronts the interruption firmly, stating only urgent matters are addressed outside business hours. A woman meets a cloaked stranger with suspicion in front of a wooden door. A young man confidently explains that increasing customers is essential for business success. A female character gasps in shock, wide-eyed and anxious at an unexpected revelation. A confident woman claims capability while commenting on her guest's eloquence. One clarifies an earlier insult while the other acknowledges understanding calmly. A tense exchange unfolds as misunderstanding leaves one confused in a dim hallway. The young man mocks his opponent's lack of foreign language skills, acting smug. A character mocks their opponent's failure with a smug smirk. A confident woman with long dark hair laughs mockingly. A woman in the doorway smiles, admitting her mistake and offering sincere apology. She eagerly invites him inside, preparing to serve tea. In a dim hallway, a long-haired figure grips a large crossbow behind their back, planning an ambush. He struggles to maintain composure as tension mounts. A character narrowly avoids a fatal blow to the chest. Sienna smirks confidently, intent on her next move. A powerful purple crystal radiates energy within a metallic ring. One suggests exchanging introductions while seated across each other at the table. She introduces herself as Crow's Nest owner and top informant in the Bronze territory. Dallin steps forward, announcing acceptance of various commissions. One cautiously asks who introduced the other to this place at the table. A mysterious word echoes through the empty air. He warns that alcohol is safe to drink but tea should be avoided if offered. A young woman questions another's connection to a strangely acting person. One questions the other's trustworthiness after realizing use of a friend-only secret code at a library table. The risks of informing are revealed as the job's gravity is emphasized. Dallin confirms that the other is requesting a commission. A dark-haired woman states she does not know the other, and this is their first meeting. One cautiously offers minor commissions that won't affect business if failed. The young man smirks, downplaying their first meeting's significance. A long-haired woman smirks and silently plots her next move. A confident woman leans forward and playfully challenges the warrior to prove his strength. A deserted, fog-shrouded street creates an ominous atmosphere in the medieval town. A frustrated figure tears a document after a setback. Dallin scrutinizes the document, growing suspicious of the other's intentions. One realizes the other identified them upon arrival at Pal Xion. Someone steps into shallow water, causing a splash. He narrows his eyes and grips his weapon, preparing for confrontation. A lone figure arrives at a barred gate on the Bronze territory's outskirts. Dallin receives a commission to investigate a disappearance on Low Street. A series of disappearances has plagued Low Street's entrance for a month. A lone investigator surveys the abandoned area, piecing together the disappearance pattern. A recent disappearance signals increased audacity of offenses. A cautious figure moves through a dim corridor seeking the described location. Dallin reacts sharply upon noticing something unexpected in the dim light. A terrified figure clutches their stomach in pain as a monstrous beast shadow appears in a ruined hall. Two brace themselves on wet ground, struggling to stay upright. Dallin readies sword and shield, preparing for the impending attack. Dallin freezes in shock as he realizes something unexpected. Burning with resentment, he singles out the enemy who consumed him. Transformed by hunger, a monstrous figure crouches over water, eyes glowing ferally. A monstrous creature appears as a devoured hunter's corpse is discovered. A system message reveals that defeating a target allows inheriting corpses they consumed or absorbed. A monstrous figure crouches in shadows, veins bulging as a terrifying transformation unfolds. A dark-haired young man spots his target, gripping his sword with a predatory smirk. A monstrous creature eyes a hunter's corpse, preparing to attack for hunger and power gain. Holding his shield, the main character evaluates the monster type with caution. A towering monstrous creature demonstrates terrifying strength amidst ruins. The creature devours its meal with growing dissatisfaction, craving larger prey. A cautious armored young man studies his incomplete opponent, while readying sword and shield in a dim corridor. The monstrous creature taunts its sword-wielding opponent, eager for battle. A smirking character threatens their opponent, while drawing a sword in dim light. A massive explosion detonates, unleashing a devastating attack in darkness. A furious monstrous figure charges forward, eyes glowing red. The creature charges at a sword-wielding foe, who braces with shield for impact. Dallin swiftly dodges a vicious strike from the attacker. A figure charges, splashing water as their boot lands heavily in a puddle. The young man launches a swift, powerful attack. A human delivers a powerful kick to a monstrous figure's chest. A cloaked swordsman launches a fierce aerial attack against the monstrous enemy. A battered man struggles to push himself up in the dark ruined chamber. A monstrous figure recoils, clutching a bleeding wound in agony. A grotesque growth erupts and mutates rapidly from the character's neck. Dallin glares at the regenerating enemy, frustration mounting over persistent threat. A monstrous creature snarls and prepares to attack in the dark chamber. The creature lunges from darkness, attacking a terrified figure amid pouring rain. A fierce warrior slashes the monstrous enemy, landing a decisive bloody blow. A monstrous purple creature screams furiously, baring fangs. A blood-spattered man realizes his attack failed to cause enough damage and grimaces. A wounded monster staggers and coughs as a cloaked figure stands over him. A determined fighter raises his sword to deliver a final blow. A monstrous figure desperately begs for mercy, insisting on his humanity. He looks up in shock, suddenly noticing something unexpected. A cloaked figure checks on a wounded creature kneeling in water, confirming recovery. A frightened figure pleads for mercy as a determined opponent wields a staff in a dim cavern. A panicked figure, overwhelmed by monstrous urges, reveals a beast was forced inside him. He tightens grip on his pole, reacting suspiciously to mention of those people. A frightened man urgently reveals attackers wore black robes and masks. An agitated man claims forced transformation by potions and spells, demanding a masked description. A man freezes in terror, sweat dripping and eyes wide in shock. A masked figure looms, brandishing a large syringe with a menacing grin. A mysterious voice introduces the golden mask. A tense armored figure wipes sweat, worried adversaries will soon become more troublesome. The monstrous figure recoils in horror over gruesome deeds as another silently observes. The monster breaks down in agony, clutching head with the tears sliding down. A transformed figure condemns those responsible for his state. Rage contorts his face as he vows to make everyone disappear. A cloaked figure watches as the monstrous being breaks down in tears. A gloved hand clutches a chest while someone nervously expresses gratitude. A lone armored man breaks down in tears, clutching sword and shield while expressing heartfelt thanks. A man overwhelmed by horror reveals he was forced to eat his daughter's flesh. A traumatized figure recalls forcibly fed flesh as another departs with sword and shield. A monstrous figure emerges from darkness, revealing sharp teeth. An ominous presence declares hunger, filling the scene with tension. A monstrous creature lunges at the lone character, forcing them to brace with shield. A frustrated man grits teeth, pushing forward. A hand darts forward in a swift grabbing motion. A shadowy figure beheads the monstrous creature, sending its head flying. Dallin strikes his enemy with a decisive blow, sending blood flying. A notification confirms the enemy's elimination as Dallin looks down with determination. A notification reveals the discovery of a hunter's corpse devoured by a test specimen. A lone figure hesitates over the monstrous corpse as a notification demands a decision. As the sun sets, the scene shifts to the ivy-covered exterior of a significant house. A character notices someone has not returned and questions their absence. A woman stands alert, clutching an envelope as she prepares to respond to a critical message. A cloaked figure questions someone's motive for approaching the door. A pouch is forcefully slammed onto the surface, capturing everyone's attention. A cloaked man presents a tied pouch, announcing he has captured the wanted target. The female character freezes anxiously, visibly tense and caught off guard. Two people discuss rumored truths while standing across a counter with a small pouch between them. A cloaked man accepts a pouch of shillings from a woman as payment for his work. Sienna firmly tells the worker finishing early won't earn extra payment. A hooded man agrees to the job's payment after considering the amount. Sienna crosses arms, questioning the appearance of a mysterious pendant. He reveals victims' belongings to the group. A woman clutches her wounded side, bracing as she reacts to a sudden threat. One hands over a pouch, instructing delivery to victims' families as payment. Sienna refuses payment, making clear she won't accept money for information. A male character smirks confidently, expressing gratitude. A cloaked man leaves the tavern as the bartender sternly reminds him to return during business hours. A confident man smirks, saying he'll consider the offer if given a drink instead of tea. Sienna stands calmly behind the counter, ready to interact. She silently wonders if his unexpected actions indicate he's hiding something. A woman studies the pouch on the table, doubting the man's motives. A woman smirks, taking interest in the mercenary. One expresses confidence in another's abilities and agrees to cooperate. Someone quietly writes in a journal with a feather quill. The figure records eliminating a dangerous demi-monster and retrieving its corpse. Dallin sits at the table, activating his stat window to assess abilities. The character reviews updated stats and notices a new skill unlocked. Dallin decides to recover as many corpses as possible. Two witches unleash powerful magic in a burning village to prevent doomsday. A hooded figure announces Witch's Town burning as followers listen silently. Supernatural threats emerge as cultists and vampire counts invade city and empire. A fearful figure confronts the overwhelming presence of the evil god. A menacing figure reveals a monstrous golden mask with exaggerated features. A hand slams on a sealed book beside a quill. He sits at a desk, steeling himself for the next step. A secret cult is introduced as a growing, unavoidable threat. The muscular man vows to violently destroy enemies preemptively. A rustic building marked by a crow's sign stands beneath a cloudy sky. A stern-looking man pauses drying a glass and glances back, sensing something. A cloaked figure orders a melon Highlander at the bar. A bearded man taps his finger on the table, breaking tension. A man drinks silently, lost in thought. A stern young man confronts a shadowy figure about ignoring instructions. A voice explains business is open as long as bartender and customer exist. Sienna irritably challenges someone's words. A hooded man asks about his target, but the woman says there's no job tonight. Sienna at the door tells someone to come in for an important discussion. Dallin eyes the shadowed figure across the table, preparing for confrontation. A woman announces a specific job has arrived as she enters. A woman with long black hair remarks pointedly, smirking confidently. Someone demands to know the meaning of Low Path Hunter. Amid research notes, a nickname is revealed as tea is poured on the table. One confronts the other about tracking wanted people in alleys and low path. One man forcefully pins a wounded opponent against the wall while another lies motionless nearby. A lone warrior stands his ground against attacking wolves, ready with shield and sword. Pushing past exhaustion, he charges perilous tasks others avoid. One character teases the other for being more noticeable among bounty hunters. A woman examines a job posting pinned among many documents on the wall. A woman hands over a bounty notice cheerfully. Dallin uncovers a document revealing a clue about the magic tower. A woman calmly informs someone that the Elgaya's magic tower located them in the fine silver zone. A message from an elder mage, marked by an ornate red wax seal, is delivered. Two discuss how one became known to the magic tower after only a week, suspecting a client's recommendation. A woman questions if an encounter with a high-ranking figure drew the magic tower's attention. A character suddenly raises a finger as realization strikes. Someone comes to mind. A young man in the library notes the high status of the Bronze Guard's silent company commander. A character considers allying with a powerful figure connected to the magic tower. A character holds a steaming cup, preparing to start a conversation. Dallin requests more information about the job. Dallin stands alone under the night sky, silently reflecting. A missing person case is announced. The elder mage's only disciple from Elgaya's magic tower vanished in the sewers. A cloaked figure negotiates payment for tracking and capturing a target while crossing a wooden bridge with companions at night. At night, a young man confidently plans to use his actions to gain favor with the magic tower. Outside a stone building at night, he reflects confidently on his efforts and their payoff. The protagonist waits expectantly, recalling the promise of a skilled guide. A startled character in a blue helmet recalls an alarm. A uniformed woman confronts a cloaked man at night, demanding if he is the low-path hunter. A character steps forward, offering to guide the group through sewers for the job. Penny introduces herself as the sewer cleaner. Dallin freezes in shock, sensing sudden danger. A child appears, drawing immediate attention. A cleaner explains the critical role of maintaining sewers while walking with a companion underground. One comments on the other's dedication, prompting a proud response. One explains facing dangers like devil worshippers or criminals is risky but worth the hard work. He quietly reacts to someone's unwavering optimism. Two walk through a dim stone corridor, discussing one's 3 years on the job. One acknowledges another's experience, noting most don't last a year. Two figures walk determinedly through shallow water. The character checks the map, confirming arrival at a marked location. Dallin searches the dim corridor for clues about the missing person. The figure raises a glowing object, confirming readiness in a shadowy chamber. It's revealed the missing person is from Elgaya's magic tower. He realizes Earth mages hold a significant advantage in underground sewers. Two cautiously investigate a dim stone hallway, discussing the surprising kidnapping of a skilled disciple. Dallin narrows his eyes, convinced he knows the enemy behind recent events. A powerful cultist is introduced, known for overwhelming force and future threat. He evaluates progress, recognizing a long way remains to his goal. Someone resolves to kill their target to protect the future. A character spots a mysterious shining object in the water. One explains the necklace holds a single-use defense spell given to magic tower students as they move cautiously. A character discovers the crystal's magic in the pendant has been completely drained. A tense pause signals an imminent revelation. The group arrives at a ruined, flooded structure marking the mage's last known location. Dallin scans the area, readying for possible threat. A tense voice challenges someone from the shadows, demanding to know their fighting skills as suspense mounts. A determined figure raises sword defensively while another watches nervously. A lone warrior braces for combat in the shadowy stone chamber, gripping sword and shield. A figure steps forward with flaming hand, ordering others to stand back as another watches shocked. Two cautiously advance through the ruined building, approaching a shadowy presence with torch raised. Several frog-like creatures emerge from darkness, moving menacingly forward. A monstrous frogman is revealed. He warns the lowest-grade monster is intelligent and difficult to handle. She wipes sweat from her brow, gripping sword as she catches breath. A confident man reassures companions there is nothing to fear. A powerful surge of energy blasts through the area, signaling an intense attack. Dallin stands ready as blue-skinned monsters surge toward him inside the chamber. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes lifts sword, preparing a powerful attack. A fierce warrior unleashes a devastating strike, sending blood spraying from a giant opponent. Dallin raises sword as two monstrous lizard creatures lunge at him. A young man lifts sword, preparing to strike. Dallin swiftly cuts down enemies with a brutal slash amid chaos and blood. A frightened woman urgently warns someone of danger behind. Bloodied but determined, Dallin crouches and glares forward, recovering from recent struggle. A massive creature opens its eye, signaling awakening. A figure raises a massive blade, preparing for confrontation by a water's edge. A group of humanoid frog monsters emerges from mist, leader brandishing a dagger advancing. A bloodied young man smirks confidently, mocking enemy numbers. The wounded character smirks defiantly, unfazed by the situation. Dallin launches a furious attack, determined to eliminate enemies. A lone figure steps into blood-stained water, entering the aftermath. Stunned, Penny clutches a bloodied knife in the dark room. She arrives at the canal and is horrified to find it filled with slain frog-like monsters. A bloodied warrior checks companion's safety, who reassures she is unharmed. A girl asserts confidence, ready to face two frogmen. The bloodied man blocks the young woman, warning her to stay back. A projectile hurtles through the air at high speed. A wounded young man blocks a powerful attack with his sword as sparks and blood fly. A wounded hand stretches desperately as the blood-stained sword slips away. A hand seizes a rectangular object decisively. A male character swiftly dodges a massive swirling energy attack amidst tension. A glowing projectile suddenly bursts in a dark hallway. A bloodied figure stands protectively before a startled ally as a hidden monster threat remains. A character activates night vision skill, causing his eye to glow green. One creature is defeated. Another escapes into glowing green surroundings. Someone anxiously asks what next for the group. The wounded man urges companion to pursue enemy, believing lair is close. A character expresses amazement at someone's stamina immediately after the fight. Bloodied warrior urgently commands shocked companion to move as they prepare escape. Two figures enter shadowy throne room, pausing as they spot a throne illuminated by light. Two spot their target sitting ahead, heightening tension as they approach. A mysterious mage exiled from the magic tower appears on a crystal throne gripping a glowing staff. A masked figure holding a glowing blue crystal confronts an intruder, demanding who tampered with an experimental specimen. A bloodied young man stands over a defeated enemy, taunting his right to kill monsters who challenge him. A hooded man seated on a crystal throne questions an intruder's presence in the sewers. A massive dark weapon crashes into the ground with tremendous force. The group fails to pursue escaping frogmen into their lair. Eyes wide with determination, the character surges rapidly through water. A blue cloak crashes forcefully onto ground, sending shockwaves through area. A startled girl freezes in place, reacting to an unexpected alleyway threat. A horde of humanoid monsters with glowing eyes assembles, awaiting command. She realizes releasing so many monsters into the city invites disaster. A uniformed girl flinches as someone touches her shoulder suddenly in the dark. Bloody but resolute, Dallin braces after violent struggle, facing a partially visible figure ahead. She believes he might be strong enough to defeat all frogmen, regardless of numbers. The sinister figure raises a glowing blue crystal and commands attack. A horde of blue reptilian monsters charges frenziedly forward. Robotic hounds charge as two figures prepare to defend with drawn swords. A protective figure warns someone to stay back as blood-stained sword hovers over stone floor. A relentless pursuer advances with bloody dagger as wounded opponent kneels, bracing final attack. The young man reveals defeating the caster will cause frogmen to vanish. He braces with sword and shield as monstrous creatures charge. A bloodied sword slices forcefully through air, signaling violent attack. A blue lizard creature is wounded and recoils in shock. The lone figure raises glowing sword, preparing a decisive swirling energy attack. A bloodied figure charges forward, determined to attack caster directly. A foot slams down forcefully, shaking ground. A relentless warrior cuts down several blue-skinned monsters in blood-soaked assault. A monstrous creature lunges forward, jaws gaping to attack. Bloodied but determined, Dallin unleashes a furious sword strike at opponent. Dallin delivers a powerful downward slash, striking enemy and sending blood flying. The bloodied young man clenches fist, preparing to counterattack. Dallin swiftly cuts down monstrous rat-like creatures with sword. Bloodied but resolute, the protagonist steels himself for the coming battle. Dallin charges forward, slashing enemies with swift, powerful sword strike. Surrounded by vicious frog-like monsters, the wounded warrior fights to hold them back. A relentless warrior cuts down multiple monstrous foes with a single bloody sword strike. A shield shatters violently under a powerful blow, sending blood splattering. Surrounded by a horde of monsters, Dallin stands wounded and unarmed as his sword lies on the ground. A bloodied warrior unleashes a powerful combat skill, charging to finish frog enemies. A character drives weapon into an opponent's chest, causing blood to spray. A wounded character struggles to contain bleeding as a surge of energy intensifies scene. A furious male fighter unleashes a bloodied, energy-charged punch. The dark-haired attacker drives a brutal strike into the opponent's chest, drawing a scream of pain. The masked, hooded character recoils in fear while gripping a glowing blue crystal staff. A masked man unleashes a savage attack, overwhelming all in a frenzy of violence. A powerful projectile hurtles forward, propelled by immense force. An armored figure covered in blood leaps down and swings an axe fiercely. A terrified character clutches head and shouts a warning in panic. A bloodied young man unleashes crackling purple energy in desperation. A dark-clad figure unleashes a massive electrified magical attack, triggering violent energy explosion. A masked figure is impaled through head clutching a glowing crystal, blood pouring. Bloodied and battered, Dallin steadies himself in alley after brutal fight. A character discovers mutilated mercenary corpse used in pagan experiment, triggering ominous notification. A robed figure raises arms as a suspended man screams amid swirling red energy. Someone reveals being used as tool to absorb a person with full dragon blood. Sinister energy erupts around unhinged man as he loses control in horrific scene. Blood erupts from mouth as he screams in pain, overwhelmed by brutal attack. A system notification prompts decision to collect the corpse. A character unleashes powerful blue energy downward, activating dark ability. The protagonist gains increases in sense, stamina, and mana as system notifications appear. A new ability called Dragon Blood Regeneration is discovered, granting humans rapid healing. A wounded man fights through agony as energy crackles around him. Electric energy crackles through glowing red coil, intensifying tension. Crackling electricity surges as character endures powerful electric attack. A figure unleashes power surge, surrounded by lightning and flames. A lone figure channels power surge, causing energy to radiate from glowing wall. Two massive reptilian monsters advance menacingly side by side. A young woman in uniform freezes in shock witnessing terrifying scene. A lone figure confronts towering dragon amid swirling fire and debris. He steadies breath and prepares for the next challenge. Dallin taunts his opponent with smug expression, signaling he is unfazed. A confident figure challenges surrounding enemies as they prepare to attack. A cluster of monstrous frog-like creatures gathers nervously in dark corridor, ready to confront. A cloaked figure unleashes powerful force from ritual platform, sending monstrous enemies flying and defeating many. He exhales deeply, regaining composure after struggle. Someone urgently calls out, causing Dallin to look up surprised. A wounded man sternly orders a worried woman to stay back as he checks her safety after fight. One anxiously questions another about a previously seen mysterious figure's humanity. A girl excitedly recounts a man's remarkable strength and rapid healing beneath night sky. Penny is suddenly questioned, reacting with shock and confusion. The young man demands answers, frustration rising as he challenges the person. Dark gloved hands form precise gesture, preparing for a ritual. A young woman confesses finding the other unlike anyone she's met. She offers encouragement, expressing confidence in the other's abilities. A character clenches fists in frustration, struggling to contain emotions. An upbeat girl reassures another about identity before turning to someone from cleaning crew. The man leans in to clarify intentions as the woman blushes embarrassed. A character is stunned when confronted about hostage's location. Frustrated, one demands explanation in tense empty corridor. Wind howls through vast empty cathedral, setting ominous tone. A cloaked figure urgently calls group together announcing critical meeting in shadowy hall. A masked figure reveals that Derek has died. Two masked figures suddenly react to something unexpected. Two masked figures are stunned learning of unexpected death. A hooded figure questions how formidable enemy and his frogman army were defeated. A helmeted man grimly reports half the group is dead. Four masked figures quietly discuss Derek's death aftermath and wonder if guards were involved. A masked figure denies Silent Company's involvement. A masked figure recoils in shock hearing a single mage may have acted alone. A hooded figure questions why Derek recklessly kidnapped Elder's direct apprentice while watching robed individuals. A hooded figure with wide sinister grin appears menacingly. Two masked figures bear fangs menacingly in shadowy hall. A hooded figure silently threatens with menacing grin and hushed gesture. A masked figure stands as group formally welcomes Grand Apostle. A hooded figure glares menacingly forward. Armored figure braces for imminent confrontation. A masked figure commands group not to fear a single mercenary. A character reels in disbelief learning a mercenary defeated entire monster army alone. A hooded figure recoils as commanding voice orders them to stop atop throne. A masked figure announces acceleration of grand plan despite setbacks. A hooded figure slyly hints secret plan is underway. A masked figure orders release of funds, purchase of secret drugs, and gathering of armed men. A character asserts that if negotiations fail, they'll use economic power to pressure. A ceremonial flame burns steadily as it's declared nothing has changed. A hooded figure declares imminent rise of evil order and collapse of 7 walls. Hooded figures gather in dim hall to recite prophecy about 7 walls fall. The scene shifts to imposing Elgaia's magic tower. The grandfather clock chimes, marking a pivotal moment. After 2 years away, the man relaxes in luxurious chair, satisfied to be returned. Sienna informs someone client wants to meet in person to offer reward, asking intentions. He confidently justifies accepting an extra reward. Sitting at his desk, he summons a glowing status window. Dallin examines status screen and discovers new skill gained. A new ability called Dragon Blood Regeneration is revealed as character studies intently. Regeneration, a dragon blood trait, has been transferred to humans. Exhausted from ability overuse, he realizes stamina drains quickly and suspects incomplete dragon blood. He realizes repeated combat use of ability isn't feasible. A man remembers keeping his guest waiting. An elder mage formally introduces himself as Elgaia's magic tower's elder mage. One offers to make tea and the other agrees and study. He steps into library and notices strange, unpleasant smell. A steaming cup of coffee is on the table. One comments on the other's unexpected tea taste in warmly lit room. Dallin offers to send bag of coffee beans to Crow's Nest as he sits calmly. A composed elder mage introduces himself and reveals prestigious titles. A serious man introduces himself as the rescued person's teacher, asking if injured mage is well while two look unconcerned. A man explains the rescued person is safe but on probation. Someone questions the reason for another sewer descent while reaching for teacup. One explains someone found first apprentice by chance and followed the trail. It becomes clear someone fell victim to Derek's secret scheme. A man expresses gratitude and astonishment at another's solo victory over frogman army despite low rank. A bearded man smiles, discussing how people can't be judged by ID plates alone. A pouch of coins is placed on the table as payment is delivered. A man in library hints at additional reward. A glowing satchel floats above outstretched hand, signaling pivotal moment. A man places satchel with regeneration potion on table, explaining usefulness to sword-wielding warrior. A character reveals someone possesses dragon blood, leaving listener stunned. A bearded man raises hands in richly decorated library, calmly offering to negotiate. Startled by disturbance, Dallin flinches back defensively in library. An older man readies to deliver an important message. A stern man offers a different reward to listener. A lone figure arrives at academy as sun sets over city. An older man assures younger man accepting this offer leads to better opportunity than potion. Dallin is shocked by opponent's ability to recognize dragon blood, struggling to control reaction. A character examines shattered, bloodied axe with resignation. A solemn figure inspects bloodied object while another looks unshocked. Two discuss cost and necessity of replacing lost iron item amid ruins. A young woman offers to introduce someone to Blacksmith uncle, promising special discount. Dallin contemplates taking discount before grand building at sunset. Scene shifts to Forge Street in Bronze territory, where Quiet Forge stands amid evening calm. A cloaked figure searches quiet streets for earlier mentioned location. A sudden scream from city causes protagonist to turn in alarm. A figure is slammed violently onto deserted street as another stands over them. Dallin charges forward in anger as Sienna, restrained, desperately calls out over injured figure on ground. A bearded man in red cap demands opponents release Penny, reaching forward desperately. Dallin is stunned witnessing something unexpected. As sun sets over medieval town square, one character watches from distance, another stands guard, third sits recovering from conflict. A tense young man insists on timely repayment as two uneasy figures follow him out of stone hallway. A man threatens to take a girl as payment for debt while she protests fearfully. A battered man glares from ground, angrily accusing opponent. Dallin waits nervously in deserted alley, preparing for secret meeting. A blacksmith forcefully hammers glowing metal, forging weapon amid flying sparks. Mithril armor, shield, and swords appear, surrounded by swirling magic. Legendary blacksmith forges essential weapons at Blazing Forge, crucial in game's second half. A young man menaces someone with knife, demanding payment or promised hand. One seizes another's wrist, stopping hidden weapon draw. A panicked attacker is restrained mid-stab, outburst filling air. A menacing figure grips someone's hand tightly, threatening about value of their hand. A fortress stands silhouetted against sunset amid tense echoed sounds. A mug slams on wooden table with a thud, breaking tension. A man thanks rescuer for saving him and niece, mentioning Penny's referral. A man confirms needing a new weapon while drinking from wooden mug. One explains inability to forge weapon due to shop debt. Dallin questions others' motive for making weapons by asking about their debt connection. A man in red bandana vents anger over tool confiscation. A blacksmith recounts shop offer to clear debt if he closes store and works for them 5 years. A distressed blacksmith laments that repaying debt leaves no choice but working for others, risking expulsion. A young man explains experienced newcomers face age limit, leading to threats after holding position. A man curses the Telia faction in frustration and anger. He grips mug tightly, reacting in shock to something noticed. One reveals this outcome was planned by enemies, another reacts distressed. Someone demands to know the price. A man reacts in shock, eyes wide and sweat running. Dallin promises to repay debt on someone else's behalf. As one leaves workshop, others question how massive debt will ever be repaid. A cloaked man raises hand, assuring a solution exists. A gloved figure reaches for a large axe, demanding weapon production in return for future favor. A mysterious figure declares ominous deposit, setting uncertain exchange. The young man glances back with confident smirk, gripping large axe. A hooded figure watches silently as another departs through doorway. A worried man questions uneasy woman about identity of a mysterious figure in weapon room. A woman nervously suggests they determine if someone is truly human. Someone expresses admiration for an extraordinary individual. A supply convoy arrives at fortified emporium during night. A bearded man confronts another, demanding clarification in tense standoff. The young man confidently asks for gold coins and a pouch. A cloaked figure steps forward, forcing wary man to raise weapon defensively in dim street. Clouds gather over silent rooftops, setting tense atmosphere. A hand forcefully presents ornate pouch, raising scene tension. He walks down dim street, clutching small pouch while contemplating next commission. A man reveals acquaintance with family burdened by gold coin debt. Dallin explains business debt grew to many times original amount. One man impatiently demands if the other will lend money. A man questions actual debt holder, suspecting not their emporium. A figure arrives at ominous Telia shop, bracing for what awaits. A stern man pauses silently, gripping wooden object as he contemplates next move. A cloaked young man offers a loan, noting suspicious connections. The bearded man, amused, asks what's expected of him for deal. The speaker reveals Telia shop's corrupt and suspicious background. The man arranges follow-up meeting to discuss confidential commission. A secretive group, Apostles of Retrograde, establish Telia shop as cult front. A mysterious hand unveils glowing cultist orb, wielding great power in Bronze territory. A determined figure advances through foggy street, ready to confront enemies. Weighing options, Dallin holds back from openly attacking Merchant Association, knowing careful preparation is needed. He focuses, determined to devise plan to rescue Tavern from captors. A powerful force strikes a building, causing chaos. People surge forward, fleeing through panic. A figure crouches in alley, monitoring suspicious movement near smithy. A caped figure sprints away as deadly spikes burst from ground in pursuit. Hostile figures surround two people, with one stepping forward defensively near a building. A young man angrily demands compliance, insisting actions have higher purpose than money. A bearded man brandishes hammer, refusing to leave, blocking worried woman. A nervous young man mocks threat as hammer wielder confronts group outside building. A confident young man confronts armed crowd, questioning sufficiency of their efforts. A burly man silently grips large hammer as mocking laughter rings out above. A furious young man commands group to attack and capture both targets. A massive bladed weapon spins violently through the air. A young man recoils as sword strikes his hand, blood splattering. A staff slams into a hand, drawing blood and pain scream as bystanders watch stunned. A shadowy figure ambushes guard from behind, cutting off warning to others. A man is struck violently in neck, left stunned and reeling. A determined figure declares decision as others watch in shock over fallen body. Dallin stands over defeated figure, mocking him with cruel offer for hands. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes hurtles forward, launching sudden attack. A surge of power erupts as combat skill activates. A bald man is struck hard in face by powerful punch. A man with top-knot charges forward with fierce determination. A male character is struck forcefully in face by weapon, sent reeling. A powerful figure unleashes energy surge, easily knocking away attackers. Two men rush forward to attack shadowy figure with glowing eyes. A masked figure swiftly cuts down several armed opponents in overwhelming assault. Two men rally group and charge at unarmed opponent. A determined young man lunges forward, launching decisive attack. A burly man freezes as he and young woman gaze upward in awe. Bodies lie motionless on blood-stained floor as wounded survivor groans after battle. A battered man cowers on ground, glaring up at menacing figure towering over him. A man is struck violently in head, sending blood splattering on wall. Dallin delivers powerful blow to opponent in heat of battle. Two startled figures confront mysterious cloaked individual near bloodied fallen person. Dallin hands over pouch of 26 gold coins in alley. A man, overwhelmed clutching chest, demands why someone sacrifices so much for him. Main character confidently asks Blacksmith to make weapons, emphasizing alliance benefits. A man collapses bleeding heavily while another recoils shocked. A furious attacker seizes opponent by collar, demanding explanation for feigning unconsciousness. A dark-haired man seizes injured opponent by collar, demanding true motives of superiors. A distressed young man resists interrogation, refusing to reveal information despite threats. One slaps another, leaving recipient wide-eyed and stunned. One delivers harsh ultimatum, demanding information about what was said in store. A tense young man demands to know who ordered everyone dragged away. A caped figure commands all craftsmen, tradespeople, and business people gathered or killed, terrifying crowd. With narrowed eyes, he demands to know who gave the order. One forcibly grabs another's arm, making him cry out in pain. A clawed hand seizes terrified shop owner by collar and lifts him aggressively. The figure reveals sharp, blood-stained fangs while smirking menacingly. The main character's eyes widen in shock, realizing something critical. Dallin slams weapon down with overwhelming force, striking enemy. A monstrous figure grins savagely, revealing blood-stained fangs as transformation reveals. A heavy axe swings down forcefully, signaling brutal attack. Dallin slams staff into opponent with violent, bloody impact. Bloodstained axe in hand, grim figure identifies demi-monster as another recoils shocked. One observes another collapsing with blood-spraying head, realizing demi-monsterification is now real. A man surveys fallen enemy, realizing opposition advances with alarming speed. A cloaked man urgently instructs someone to stay inside and walks away. A man reveals Telia's shop operates with suspicious illicit background. The protagonist suspects a group targets wealthy client at Galio's Emporium. He vows to return for armor and weapon after current task. Someone examines grand chandelier hanging from ceiling. A man in room ponders unusual coincidence of hearing about Telia's shop from someone else. A bearded man reveals suspicious behavior escalating to aggressive large goods purchases. A man anxiously warns of a larger scheme beyond business. One confidently eats apple, demanding to know what other wants, as anxious companion hesitates. A man in white coat prepares strategy for expected visitor. A man relaxes by window, savoring morning coffee. A figure crashes through window, startling man inside. Dallin bursts through window, seizing everyone's attention. A startled man ducks as a hand swipes rapidly toward him. One tackles another to ground amid shattering glass and chaos. A bearded man recoils in shock, sweat running down his face. He acknowledges arriving just in time prevented serious problem. One urgently tells another to hide under the bed as tension rises. A masked figure lunges forward, slamming into large shield with tremendous force. A lone figure braces on rooftop as a large object hurtles toward them from below. A character is struck brutally on forehead with sword, blood and energy bursting from wound. One warns another to stay hidden and exits through window. Dallin leans forward, preparing to hunt for experience points. A startled man on all fours looks up in confusion, reacting unexpectedly. A shadowy figure bursts through window, scattering glass across room. Dallin drives his foot down onto fallen opponent with overwhelming force. An axe lodges in forehead of masked figure lying lifeless on ground. He narrows eyes and focuses, preparing for crucial move. Several masked figures gather quietly on rooftop under the night sky. Two masked figures swiftly move in for ambush under cover of darkness. Enemies' elite troops, white and gold masks, begin advancing. Realizing danger, character watches rooftops for enemy signs. A gloved hand seizes blood-stained spear, ready for action. A masked figure crouches on rooftop with blood-stained axe, watching as time runs out before enemy plan unfolds. A projectile hurtles through air with forceful speed. The young man swings bloodied axe and powerful arc towards spinning shield. Powerful impact shakes scene as strike lands. A figure with glowing eyes leaps from rooftop, ambushing startled crowd below. Two hooded figures swiftly dodge incoming attack. A fierce warrior charges forward, raising sword for aggressive attack. A fierce young man unleashes powerful downward strike as energy bursts from weapon. Two cloaked figures launch fierce axe attack, drawing blood. A masked figure delivers brutal sword slash, striking down opponent as blood sprays. He mentally tallies third achievement as he moves swiftly through night. Two figures clash weapons with explosive force. A hooded man confronts protagonist, accusing him of killing Derek. A lone figure steps forward onto stone surface, breaking tense silence. Two cloaked figures race across rooftops, weaving through mist and glowing blue symbols. A masked figure threatens attack, revealing claw-like weapons with sinister intent. A masked figure with glowing red eyes menaces target, expressing hunger for warrior blood. Dalen tensely recognizes arrival of executive-level enemy wearing silver mask. A masked vampire assassin skilled in poison and stealth steps forward, ready to strike. A figure grips weapon tightly, preparing to strike with nearly impossible speed. A man smirks confidently, looking up at sky, anticipating what's next. A lone figure prepares to confront enemy head-on amid debris. Dark-haired figure leaps forward, swinging blood-stained axe at masked opponent to end fight instantly. Armored figure leans forward, menacing grin and glowing red eyes displayed. Male character reacts sharply, noticing something critical in shadows. Hooded figure launches sudden attack from above, forcing cloaked man with blood-stained axe to prepare. A figure leaps between buildings, swinging staff, unleashing energy burst at unseen target. Dalen rushes forward with bloodied axe, questioning impulsiveness. A cloaked figure reveals terrible event caused by corpse being consumed by someone else. Notification announces discovery of assassin's corpse. He realizes recent attack involved multiple enemies. Masked figures appear on rooftops surrounding their target below. A figure targets masked enemies, ready to strike first. A masked figure charges forward with lethal intent. Three hooded figures race swiftly across rooftops under fading light. Three masked figures launch ambush with crossbows. An armored figure advances, gripping blood-stained axe. A masked figure leaps down through rain, ambushing three enemies. A masked figure slams ground, sending powerful shockwave through area. A devastating blow crashes down, shaking scene with explosive force. Dark armored figure delivers vicious blow, causing blood spray from wounded opponent. Dalen spots three masked crossbow attackers positioned on rooftop. Determined figure tightens grip on wooden staff, preparing to strike. A masked figure leaps from above, landing powerful blow on surprised enemy. Determined figure charges energy, surrounded by vivid purple aura. Powerful armored combat skill activates, shifting battle. Masked fighter unleashes rapid flurry of brutal attacks, overwhelming opponents. A terrified figure recoils on rooftop as weapon-wielding opponent confronts. A weary fighter braces for last remaining enemy. A furious man threatens cowering victim with bloody axe as snow falls. A determined figure quickly raises weapon, preparing to strike. A fighter lunges forward, unleashing powerful glowing slash at opponent. A character recoils as sudden green explosion bursts ahead. Dalen recoils as poison bomb detonates, filling area with toxic gas. A character suddenly realizes imminent threat. Shadowy figure gloats over deadly poison release, certain no human survives. Masked figure reveals withholding ability as comrades except one are already dead. One recognizes wisdom in avoiding confrontation with one man defeating all. Masked figure stealthily prepares to eliminate target. Shadowed figure advances through corridor, unfazed by deadly poison. Masked, hooded figure corners shadowy intruder on mist-covered rooftop. A character realizes danger imminently, eyes wide in alarm. A hooded figure reveals golden mask, shocking onlooker. Shadowy figure with glowing eyes attacks hooded opponents swiftly and forcefully. Hooded figure with sharp fangs recoils in shock. Two fighters collide midair, exchanging fierce blows rapidly. Masked figure reacts in shock realizing human opponent is unharmed. Battered figure crouches in shadows, eyes glowing revealing inhuman nature. Massive armored figure towers over terrified opponent, gripping blood-stained weapon as fear fills air. Masked figure on foggy rooftop rubs eyes in discomfort. Haunted by smoky atmosphere, man bitterly recalls traumatic soldier training. Masked figure dodges projectiles and responds in confusion. Cloaked figure hurls opponent violently through air, demanding death. Energy surges violently around struggling man as he begins losing control. Man mocks opponent as dragon blood regeneration activates, surrounding him with aura. Figure forcefully stomps ground, causing it to shatter. Two combatants hurl through air as monstrous opponent recoils in shock. Bloodied warrior corners foe, demanding last words. Hooded figure recoils in disbelief as opponent withstands poison. Someone expresses disbelief any human could survive overwhelming force. Stern man silences target and receives kill confirmation notification. Dominant figure seizes chance to overpower weakened vampire before escape. Blood-drained assassin's corpse discovered after failed vampire killing attempt. Glowing notification prompts decision about corpse collection as character stares shocked. Dalen unleashes corpse collecting power, channeling energy in darkness. Hooded figure absorbs corpse, gaining strength and new leap ability. Arrows crash through shattered window, signaling sudden assassination attempt. Frightened man raises sword defensively during hallway assassination attempt. Wounded man leans through broken window, reassuring others he's unharmed. Confused character wonders if recent events were dream while gazing at castle morning light. Worried man with sword rushes across floor, deciding to call guards. Someone pounds urgently on door, hoping Dalen is alive. Shadowy figure suddenly attacks startled man from behind. Nervous man hesitates at door, beginning to ask question. Man kneels by door, jolted by unexpected disturbance. Male character stands amid shattered floor, frustrated by inability to control strength. Cloaked man approaches, interrupting startled shop owner over suspicious behavior. A man collapses unconscious, foaming at mouth, showing poisoning signs. Someone steps inside to investigate commotion. Woman stands indoors with arms crossed, realizing acquaintance involvement. A woman suddenly appears at doorway, surprising man inside room. Woman strides in, handing over rolled document containing requested information. 3 gather around coffee table, tension rising as one prepares important discussion. Bearded man suspiciously questions someone about Crow's Nest's informant. Sienna calmly introduces herself as Crow's Nest owner. One confronts the other about planting spy in Emporium, other admits necessary to learn Dallin's location. A woman assures armored man she brought requested information. Woman holds document revealing organization behind silver mask. Examining bloody broken mask, man realizes opponent's greater capability. Man questions woman in library demanding investigation details and subject identities. Apostles of retrograde cult gathers beneath giant ominous eye. A hand places thick book on table, signaling important revelation. 3 gather around table as one reveals Telia shop's ledger. Sienna reveals Telia shop owner secretly executive of Apostles of retrograde. Mysterious figure oversees medicine, weapons, and metal accumulation, suggesting secret plan. Hand points to storage facility on map, revealing collection location. Dallin recognizes storage facility, understanding enemies have been stationed there. Hooded figures guard prisoners tied together in dimly lit room. He deduces enemy plans to transform thugs into demi-monsters and exploit merchants for weapon production. Grim man warns a war is imminent. Hooded figure urgently questions absence of updates from bronze guards and silent company commander. She reports promised cooperation but uncertain outcome. She discusses difficulty attacking shop and storage without solid evidence, as area is outside usual patrol. Hooded figure confidently assures 2 seated individuals there is no problem. He suggests creating reason for guards' involvement. Moonlight casts quiet glow over deserted stone castle buildings. Cloaked figure shivers, enduring biting winter cold. 2 hooded figures express unease, questioning why they must carry out tasks instead of thugs. 2 hooded figures stand watch outside plain stone building at night, questioning assignment's significance. Hooded figure warns companion to stay quiet or face death if overheard by golden masked apostle. Masked closed figure hints at impending revolution. Masked figure spins in shock as someone collapses behind. Masked figure recoils as sword is drawn behind him. Hooded figure towers menacingly over anxious figure in shadowy blue light. Hooded figure spots dangerous white and gold masked adversaries. Hooded figure coldly admits killing everyone, shocking captive. Masked hooded man reacts in shock as unexpected event occurs. Hooded figure launches flying kick, striking armored opponent forcefully. Hooded young man pushes through snow, preparing for confrontation. He quickly counts total of 30 present. 2 enemies slam to ground beside building. Hooded figures are stationed throughout streets and rooftops at night. Masked figure attacks from castle rooftop now unobstructed. Young man launches downward through swirling snow surrounded by glowing magic sigils. Hooded figure lands forcefully on neon rain among ancient ruins. Back alleys deserted as beggars and addicts are turned into demi-monsters. Hooded man deduces enemies' bold plans are now fully underway, no longer hidden. Group secures bronze guards support through alliance arranged by Sienna. Narrator announces straightforward plan. Cloaked figure rushes past guards, enters storage, confronts enemies, and sets fire. Flames engulf building as cloaked figures advance and nearby guards prepare to intervene. Figure weighs risks of plan to uncover heretics' evidence. Dallin pauses under harsh light, troubled by lingering concern. Hooded figure surveys 5-story building, preparing to advance. Dallin approaches sealed door, searching for Telia shop owner. He questions if owner will remain inside if first floor is breached. Narrator foreshadows more serious battle after escape. Hooded figure smirks darkly, hiding true intentions. Figure grips weapon, stealing for battle ahead. Man stands above scene, smirking as he ruthlessly orders no mercy. Exhausted character struggles to catch breath in cold air. Determined to avoid losing shop owner, prepares drastic action from shadows. Dark figure crashes to ground forcefully, sending debris flying. Man is blasted backward by surge of blue energy. Shadowy figure drives foot into ground, unleashing powerful shockwave. Man activates leap skill, launching upward determinedly. Glowing figure blasts upward past building, breaking night stillness. Dark-haired man leaps from rooftop in swift determined leap. Shadowy figure lunges forward, unleashing powerful energy-charged punch. Male character charges forward with fierce speed, leaving blue energy trail. Dallin locks eyes with unseen figure, beginning tense confrontation. Menacing figure advances in dimly lit corridor as chilling screams echo. Savage monsters menace from behind the thick prison bars holding the demi-monster army. 2 monstrous figures howl and claw at the prison bars in a desperate frenzy. He confronts his enemy, memories of past traumas flooding back. Someone reflects on the disruption caused during the ceremony. Someone kneels in prayer before the shadowy statue, recalling their encounter with the divine. A cloaked figure moves cautiously through the dim hall, questioning if what he sees is real. A grim-faced man confronts someone, demanding to know if they wrote a spell while holding a suspicious piece of paper. A gloved figure seizes a large axe, bracing for action despite uncertainty about spells. A sharp-toothed man taunts the wealthy shop owner while threatening him with a large sword. Dallin and the masked opponent clash violently, their weapons colliding in the heat of battle. A masked attacker swings a sword at the armored character, forcing a defensive reaction. Dallin clashes swords with a hooded opponent as sparks fly from their violent exchange. A masked character observes with wary awe, realizing the overwhelming power that led to the defeat of the other apostles was no coincidence. One fighter brutally slams his opponent into the wall, shaking the entire scene with the force of the attack. The Grand Apostle's urgent push for the grand plan is revealed as a tense figure prepares for confrontation, gripping his sword with determination. A hooded figure tightens his grip on the sword, determined to eliminate the obstacle ahead. A figure channels a mysterious power as a glowing red aura intensifies around their shadowed eye. Dallin's eyes widen as he realizes the spell being cast is extremely dangerous. A surge of red energy bursts from the figure's sword as the demi-monster statues begin to stir. 3 monstrous demons with glowing eyes and a marked shoulder emerge menacingly. Undead creatures surge forward through the corridor as the spell prepares to activate. He steadies himself and prepares to hurl the massive bladed weapon before his opponents can react. A determined fighter launches a swift, energy-charged strike at the boss to weaken their stamina. A masked, hooded figure launches a surprise attack, swinging a blade downward with force. The masked figure drives the glowing weapon downward, unleashing a devastating blast upon impact. A gloved hand swiftly catches the falling warhammer. A masked attacker leaps down with a weapon, launching a surprise assault on the unsuspecting hooded figure below. A menacing figure slams their sword downward in a powerful, focused attack. A man recoils in shock, his eyes wide with fear as he confronts something unexpected. A masked figure stalks his target from the shadows, radiating menace. Dallin launches a swift, powerful attack while airborne, his focus unwavering. The masked man breaks into a cold sweat as he faces an unexpected threat. 2 combatants clash with swords, unleashing a surge of explosive energy. 2 men glare at each other in a charged, silent standoff. Dallin launches a swirling, powerful attack with unwavering confidence. A determined man unleashes a powerful sword strike. A furious man slams his fist into his opponent, sending him reeling in shock. 2 powerful energy blasts, one blue and one pink, collide violently in the pouring rain. 2 massive energy blasts collide in midair, creating a blinding explosion. 2 combatants collide in midair, exchanging powerful sword strikes as energy crackles around them. A figure clenches their gloved fist with determination as energy surges around them. Dallin unleashes a powerful attack that sends his opponent flying backward. A man clutches his face and screams in agony. A dark-haired man strikes down with a massive axe, sending a blinding energy pillar crashing forward. The battered figure struggles to catch his breath while slumped against the cracked wall, gripping his sword tightly. He realizes he could have succeeded if he had acted sooner. A powerful spell is cast, filling the darkness with energy. A wounded man endures before a large, glowing blue flame in the ominous chamber. A monstrous figure reveals its terrifying transformation, snarling with glowing eyes and sharp fangs. A horde of demonic monsters with glowing red eyes emerges menacingly from the darkness. A monstrous figure snarls fiercely, bearing sharp fangs and dripping with drool. Monstrous figures surge forward in a violent attack. Amid the chaos, a muscular figure stands unfazed, enduring the oncoming assault. A monstrous mage wielding a sword's corpse suddenly appears, escalating the danger. He smirks in the rain, reveling in the fact that corpses and experience points now come to him effortlessly. A swarm of monstrous figures rushes forward, overwhelming everything in their path. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes emerges, watching intently from the darkness. A massive energy blast violently strikes a figure, unleashing an explosive surge of force. He cuts down the attacking demi-monsters with relentless strength, showing no sign of fatigue. A shocked man discovers his armor has been destroyed by a powerful opponent's fists. Battered and sweating, he glares forward and braces himself to push through the pain. A battered man steadies himself and raises a glowing sword, resolved to strike down his formidable enemy. Someone prepares to ambush the enemy while he is distracted by the demi-monsters. He unleashes a powerful dual sword technique learned from the Knight Order. He braces himself, knowing he has only one chance left in his weakened state. A determined fighter slashes through a group of humanoid monsters with a glowing sword. Dallin leaps into the fray, sword in hand, charging directly at the enemies below. A bloodied warrior braces himself, ready to strike. Dallin charges forward and thrusts his dagger toward the monster's nape. A powerful sword strike lands successfully, turning the tide of the battle. A fierce sword strike crashes down onto a massive shield in the heat of battle. Startled, he flinches as glowing shards streak past him. A white-haired character recoils in shock and pain as a brutal, blood-spattered attack lands. A bloodied man staggers back in shock as a sudden lethal attack strikes without warning. A stoic figure stands over a defeated, bleeding opponent, signaling the end of a fierce confrontation. Dallin realizes his axe is broken and can no longer be used. A male character jolts in shock, realizing something crucial. Blood sprays across the ground as someone is suddenly injured. A system notification appears as a powerful regeneration skill is activated. A wounded young man summons his status window as golden energy swirls around him. A lone figure examines a glowing stat screen that reveals their current abilities and skills. He realizes his body is suffering from the unbalanced increase in strength and decides to proceed with caution. He stands over the bloodied bodies as a notification confirms the target has been killed. A notification appears, prompting the collection of a mage's corpse discovered on the floor. He examines his hand, realizing that combining sword and magic has completely failed. Blue energy surges as Dallin focuses, preparing to unleash his power. A system message confirms that the corpse has been collected, granting new abilities and increasing mana and stamina. A hooded figure acquires the flame arrow skill and prepares a blazing arrow. A surge of magical knowledge floods into Dallin as runes spiral around him. A character stares in amazement at his glowing, mana-filled hand as he experiences magical power for the first time. Astonished, Dallin unleashes a swirling sphere of fiery energy from his hand. A character reveals sharp fangs with a menacing grin, hinting at a dangerous intent. A young man smirks as he summons flames around his clenched fist, ready to attack. A group launches an all-out assault as a building burns fiercely in the background. A monstrous figure howls in agony as it is stabbed from behind during the fight. A masked attacker lands a powerful blow, catching the other character off guard. Amidst chaos, two figures fiercely attack the monstrous beast, driving it back. A masked attacker brutally stabs a muscular man through the torso, sending blood spraying. An enraged, masked figure charges forward to launch a wild attack. A masked figure is struck hard in the chest, reeling from the unexpected blow. A masked attacker looms over the armored figure, who realizes too late that he has been ambushed. A masked man panics as he realizes he's in serious danger. A gloved hand lunges toward the fallen staff, desperately trying to retrieve it. A gloved hand slams an opponent's head into the ground as the victim cries out in pain. A masked attacker swings a sword down as Dallin crouches in panic amid raging flames. Cornered and desperate, the character refuses to give in to death. A massive weapon, crackling with orange energy, crashes down and unleashes a devastating impact. A masked young man recoils in shock as chaos erupts around him, debris and flames filling the air. A shocked character stares at a burning building, spotting a mysterious figure standing amid the flames. A muscular man crouches amid blazing flames, bracing himself for an imminent confrontation. A hand seizes a wooden staff as flames swirl around. The young man charges forward through the fiery chaos. A red-haired man charges forward through flames and falling debris, gripping a trident. A masked figure bursts forward, launching a powerful attack as debris scatters around. He unleashes his fury, shouting with intense emotion as flames rage behind him. Amid a chaotic barrage of explosions, a character struggles to dodge the blasts. Spears plunge from above in a sudden, relentless attack. A devastating energy blast rips through the building, scattering debris and bodies in its wake. Two armored figures tense up and look upward as they react to an unseen threat. Two masked figures in red hoods grip their weapons tightly as they spot an imminent threat. Armored and hooded figures charge toward the enemy as flames engulf the building behind them. The man realizes their side has gained the upper hand and prepares to press their advantage. A figure grips an axe tightly, preparing for the fight ahead. A muscular man charges through the burning doorway, weapon in hand, ready to join the action. A male character activates a leap skill and lands forcefully, sending debris flying. A character with glowing eyes charges through a violent explosion, pushing forward despite the blast. A masked man clutches a mortally wounded soldier who screams in agony amid the chaos of a nighttime battlefield. Amidst the chaos, one person frantically calls for medical supplies as a wounded man lies on the ground and another stands by, watching. He locks his intense gaze on the potion, determined to decide his next move. He sits at the table, questioning whether he should have taken potions from the elder mage before. He admits that he lacked the ability to save anyone in the current situation. He reflects on how accepting the offer instead of the potions could help save even more people. A stern man approaches and addresses the guarded mercenary in the stone hallway, initiating a tense meeting. A stern man in armor steps forward and asserts his authority as the leader of the silent squadron of the Bronze Guards. A new squadron leader is introduced, standing with a resolute and focused gaze. One armored man bows and formally thanks the other for his crucial support in defeating their enemies. A hooded figure silently evaluates the squadron leader's abilities and decides to initiate a friendly relationship. Two men shake hands on a city street at night, confirming their connection regarding Elder Elgaias. A man acknowledges the impressive way the commissions were handled. A character surveys the aftermath of the destruction, reflecting on their abilities demonstrated during the recent events. Two characters seal a new agreement with a firm handshake as the sun sets behind them. Dallin stares downward, visibly shaken as he processes a disturbing realization. Exhausted and sweating, he realizes he needs to rest. Dallin turns and leaves while the other man silently watches him go. One character warns another to wear armor for safety, but the advice is dismissed. The character responds confidently, assuring the other that he planned to get armor soon. A cloaked traveler enters the bustling city through the main gate. He searches the empty street, trying to find the place the Emporium owner mentioned. He scans the area intently, preparing for what comes next. A figure with long dark hair arrives at the stone building and prepares to enter. A new smithy has been provided by the Galios Emporium to offer the blacksmith a fresh start. A confident man leans in the doorway and checks in on someone inside. A cheerful young woman greets someone entering the room with a warm smile. An excited announcement is made as Dallin enters the room, drawing immediate attention. A muscular, bearded man in a red bandana turns and urgently calls out as someone arrives. A cloaked young man hands over the requested item at the table. A cloaked figure receives a prepared box from two people in a blacksmith shop. A hand slowly lifts the lid of the glowing box, revealing a burst of bright light from within. He silently contemplates his next move, determination clear in his eyes. He admires his new gear, clearly pleased with the result. A bearded man laughs in relief and invites the young woman to choose weapons from the display stand. A young man gratefully accepts a new axe after his old one broke. A tense figure senses an intruder as a shadowy presence appears in the doorway. In the smithy, the blacksmith refuses payment and insists on helping out of gratitude as one man apologizes and prepares to leave. Dallin expresses gratitude for the impressive equipment and encourages continued effort. A muscular man with a red headscarf stands with his arms crossed, grinning smugly. A character urgently expresses trust and reliance on another. A man quickly assesses the gravity of the situation as someone arrives at the fortress. A hooded, armored figure interrupts the conversation with urgent news outside the stone fortress. A tense figure urgently asks for help in the crowded square. A stern man announces that the remaining heretics have gathered. Invaders seize control of the eastern region's 8th territory, leaving destruction in their wake. 2 armored riders charge ahead at full speed through a cloud of dust. The young man leans forward and demands an explanation for how the 8th territory was lost. A hooded investigator urgently reports that evidence from the Telia shop led them to the heretic stronghold. The group bursts into the throne room but finds it already deserted. Monstrous creatures ambush a group of armored figures in the eastern region's 8th territory. An unexpected ambush allowed them to seize control of most of the 8th territory. A hooded figure grimly reports that they barely managed to set up a line of defense on the territory's border. He realizes the enemy is regrouping in a way that disrupts his original plans. A building burns fiercely just 2 days after the store was attacked. A character interrupts with a sly, defiant grin, ready to challenge what was just said. He realizes that their actions are gradually steering them away from disaster. 2 riders charge down the forest path, determined not to let their target escape. Armored guards patrol the fortified encampment as the sun sets, maintaining a tense vigilance. A character slams their hand onto the table, intensifying the tension in the room. The chief guard slams his fist on the table and urgently warns that entering will lead to their destruction. A fierce argument breaks out as one side refuses to abandon the people in the 8th territory. A stern man commands everyone to hold the defensive line until reinforcements from the Silver territory arrive. A guard urgently challenges the decision, arguing that it would neglect the citizens of the 8th territory. A man reacts with visible frustration, clenching his jaw tightly. An armored man furiously blames his silent companion for failing to stop the recent incident. A man observes his plan unfolding successfully and feels satisfied. A commanding man outlines a strategy to blockade the enemy and cut off their supplies. A determined man firmly denies the possibility. A startled man quickly turns around in shock at an unexpected disturbance. Startled by an unexpected event, he whips his head around in alarm. Dallin warns the group that their enemies will only increase and strike back. A burly man whirls around in shock, visibly stunned by an unexpected revelation. A furious guard confronts the armored outsider, demanding to know why a mercenary has entered the chief guard's meeting. An authoritative figure issues a stern warning as he steps firmly onto the wooden floor. An armored man introduces a mercenary who was instrumental in apprehending the Telia shop. A man is stunned as he realizes a crucial truth about someone before him. 2 armored men sit together, shocked as they realize they are facing the person who defeated the Telia shop owner. A young man smirks confidently, realizing the rapid spread of rumors works to his advantage. A decisive figure raises a hand and declares that only one action is necessary. A commanding figure outlines a preemptive attack to a group of armored soldiers gathered around a strategy table. Wounded and on his knees, the protagonist faces a blood-spattered enemy with a drawn sword as fallen soldiers lie scattered across the battlefield. A battered young man glares ahead, silently enduring the weight of his harsh realization. The young man stands alone in the dim room, silently contemplating his next move. One young man firmly agrees with the other's statement. A hooded figure reveals that the demi-monsters used as weapons were once beggars and homeless people taken from the streets. A stern armored man questions whether the 8th territory's citizens might also be turned into demi-monsters. A figure with a sword enters the tense council meeting as the armored group waits in silence. A tense man clenches his fists in frustration, struggling to contain his anger. 2 figures step forward, firmly stating their intention to join and offer help. The group assesses their weakened position after barely managing to establish a defensive line. A man in armor voices concern about the lack of reinforcements despite their request to command. A confident young man announces that reinforcements from the Silver territory will arrive soon. A bearded man in a cloak jolts in shock as something unexpected happens in the hall. The group jolts to their feet as the room trembles, realizing they are under attack. A group strides forward with determination, kicking up dust as they advance. A group of armored, hooded figures nervously confront an unseen intruder as debris swirls around them. A woman in uniform and cloak leads her group in a sudden, fast-paced charge. A hooded man raises his hand to interrupt and clarify a misunderstanding about his group's identity. A male character smirks as he reveals the location of the Silver Tower's Elgaia's magic tower. 2 armed figures confront an elder at the gate as the sun sets. A bearded man in a hooded cloak laughs loudly, boasting about surviving long enough to be called an elder by a mercenary. One character gently confesses their affection, while holding another's face close. An elder mage steps forward and formally introduces himself to the other character. The bearded man leans forward and offers another reward to the person seated across from him. A bearded man pledges to provide help if the city faces danger and assistance is requested. A man embraces a woman for reassurance while shaking hands with another man as the sun sets, sealing their agreement. A stern, bearded man glares forward with unwavering determination. A confident young man thanks the magic tower for honoring their promise and offering support. 2 figures race forward side by side at breakneck speed. A cloaked figure rides urgently through the darkness on horseback. A hooded man anxiously decides he must deliver urgent news immediately. A gloved hand ignites a torch, casting light into the darkness. A group of cloaked figures advances carefully through the foggy, moonlit forest, lighting their way with lanterns and a torch. 3 figures move cautiously through the shadowy corridor, tense and alert for any danger ahead. At the head of the table, the leader calls for a vote on the proposed strategy. A stern figure warns the group that not everyone is in agreement. Dallin explains that he will form his strategy only with trustworthy allies, as attacking first is too risky. A commanding figure instructs the 8th Territory Chief Guard to oversee the site. Access to the mines is restricted to only the elites as the announcement is made in the meeting room. All preparations are finished as the armored character stands ready with a torch. A stern leader in armor leads a squad of masked bronze guards through the shadows. The elders and magicians of the Elgaya's magic tower appear before the group. Dallin announces they will attack the cult with their small group. A figure strides into the scene through swirling mist, signaling the start of their advance. A group cautiously enters the dark mine, led by someone holding a torch. A bearded man stands alert as he senses an ominous magical presence. A piercing shriek erupts from the tunnel, causing the group to tense and brace for an attack. 2 figures watch as a wounded person cries out in pain in the shadowy corridor. A man writhes in agony, clutching his melting face and desperately begging for help. A wary guard recognizes the newly arrived chief guard from the 7th Territory as a potential threat. A character recoils in terror upon realizing the silent squadron leader is present. A desperate man begs for help in front of 2 armored figures, his plea echoing in the tense darkness. Realizing the man was allied with the cultists, suspicion grows as betrayal is uncovered. He suddenly realizes something critical, his eyes wide with shock. A man delivers a brutal blow with a bloody blade to his wounded opponent, condemning him as a betrayer. A masked figure abruptly reacts to something unexpected beside the bloodied creature. A masked figure observes the newcomers, plotting to use them as sacrifices. Realizing the Grand Apostle's dangerous plan, the young man prepares to intervene. Dallin pauses in the dark forest, recalling the significance of the silver mask. An armored warrior vows to handle the enemy himself, deciding to leave the rest to the squadron leader. A masked, hooded figure confronts someone and demands to know their identity. A menacing figure suddenly recalls a crucial memory, his sharp-toothed grin widening. An armored figure slashes a shadowy opponent with a powerful sword strike, sending blood flying. A monstrous beast confronts a vulnerable figure, towering over them with a menacing presence. A hooded figure with blood-stained claws recalls the intense taste of a past violent act. A male character seethes with rage in the darkness, gritting his teeth. A bearded man places a calming hand on the armored leader's shoulder to de-escalate the tense situation as the leader grips his drawn sword. A stern man warns that there are more enemies ahead. A worried armored young man follows a bearded figure carrying a sword, seeking clarification about what was just said. A figure raises their hand and unleashes a glowing magical light into the night sky. A gigantic shadowy creature charges at a lone figure bracing for impact atop shattered stone steps. A young man summons a giant, glowing stone golem with a surge of magic. An armored figure recoils in shock, gripping his staff as he reacts to something unexpected. Masked cultists suddenly appear in the alleyway. Realizing the enemy's tactic, a character deduces they were using the fog for stealth. A massive force smashes through the tree trunk, sending splinters flying. The masked figure hurtles backward through the rain, struggling to regain control after being struck. A masked figure shouts a dramatic name through the pouring rain, radiating menace. A monstrous clawed hand crashes to the ground, smashing the earth with overwhelming force. Masked figures realize they've been discovered as the ground cracks violently beneath them in the pouring rain. A masked figure lurking in the shadows delivers a chilling threat in response. 2 armored figures tense up in the rain as one quickly raises his weapon in alarm. A white-haired armored man crouches in the rain, gripping his sword as he prepares to strike. Dallin stands firm beneath the night sky, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. A sudden, forceful attack sweeps through the group of hooded figures in the darkness. A monstrous creature unleashes a deafening roar in the darkness. The creature shrieks and advances, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. 2 armored figures freeze in terror as they spot a horrifying threat approaching. 4 hooded figures tense up as one of them reacts with alarm to something unexpected. A character smirks menacingly, baring sharp teeth in a display of mockery. A man smirks defiantly in the shadows, taunting his opponent for resorting to using monsters. A masked figure commands an ambush as shadowy attackers descend on their targets in the rain. Someone instructs the old man to handle the magicians. The leader assigns the lizard enemies to the squadron while preparing to confront the monsters alone. A monstrous figure swings a massive axe in a frenzied attack as the hooded opponent dodges swiftly. Armored and hooded figures engage in a fierce battle, exchanging sword strikes and unleashing spells. Dallin plunges downward with unwavering determination, ready to face the imminent danger. The sword-wielding character confronts the monstrous creature, preparing for a fierce battle. A massive energy blast crashes down as the character braces for impact amid flying debris. A shadowy figure drops down from above, startling the person below. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes steps forward, radiating menace as tension fills the air. A shadowy figure delivers a lethal blow with a glowing blue sword, blood spraying from the strike. A figure grins menacingly in the shadows, preparing to strike. Dallin charges at the monster with fierce determination, eager to see how much experience he can gain. A determined warrior brings his sword down hard on a cracked stone shield. A monster collapses in pain with an axe lodged in its head. A fierce blow crashes down on the armored enemy, sending a surge of energy through the battlefield. The character clutches his head in agony as a deafening noise threatens to burst his eardrums. Someone realizes in horror that the enemy is a monster created from hell's mana. A focused fighter attacks the monstrous enemy and spots a glowing mana core inside its body. A fighter delivers a lethal sword strike that splits his opponent's head, ending the battle instantly. A devastating blow slams into the monster's head, sending a burst of red energy from its eye. A menacing figure raises a blood-stained axe, preparing to strike. A man observes from the shadows, planning his next move as he prepares to confront fierce resistance. A determined fighter plummets through the rain, launching a fierce attack from above. A monstrous figure charges forward, unleashing a furious attack. A monstrous creature suddenly lunges at a startled character, catching them off guard. A foot slams down onto the ground with force, creating a heavy impact. A winged figure swoops down and strikes at the massive, shadowy creature below. A monstrous creature charges forward, ready to attack. A monstrous figure is smashed backward by a devastating blow, sending debris and blood flying. A cloaked figure swiftly evades a giant opponent's slow attack. One character quickly devises a plan to strike at his opponent's chest while the other remains slow to react. The male character suddenly realizes something critical, his face frozen in shock. A monstrous figure with multiple arms lunges down toward the stunned armored character. Dallin swings his sword in a desperate arc, cutting down multiple enemies in a frenzy of motion and blood. A sudden realization flashes across his wide, shocked eye as he notices something critical. He frantically blocks a relentless series of attacks. A monstrous figure pins a struggling man to the ground and taunts him during their intense confrontation. Someone grinds their teeth in frustration, barely containing their anger. A character clutches their arm and screams in agony as pain overwhelms them. With fierce determination, the character smashes down a devastating attack, radiating energy. A spiked, armored fist surges with energy as the armored combat skill activates. Dallin lashes out in anger, verbally attacking his opponent as he strikes. A furious figure slams down a devastating, energy-charged attack. A white-haired character unleashes a devastating punch, blasting blood from the massive opponent. A character channels energy into a clenched fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. A furious fighter unleashes a devastating, energy-charged punch that sends blood flying. A massive red orb surges with energy inside the monstrous structure. A male character reveals a smug smile as he confidently declares his success. A confident figure unleashes a swirling ball of fire magic as the flame arrow skill activates. A character channels intense energy into a flaming sword, preparing to unleash its power. A massive wave of fire erupts as the attack is unleashed, engulfing the area in explosive energy. A fierce warrior descends from above, unleashing a devastating fiery sword attack. A fiery energy beam crashes down, shattering its target and engulfing everything in flames. A female character is slammed to the ground, writhing in agony. A character suddenly cries out in shock. A character jolts in alarm as a piercing scream echoes through the darkness. Several figures plunge into a dark tunnel, racing toward an unknown danger. A horde of monstrous creatures charges forward, launching a ferocious attack. Dallin grips his bloodied axe and braces himself as monstrous enemies close in. He rushes forward with his weapon drawn, urgently searching for the Grand Apostle. A masked figure urgently commands the others to support the mercenary as the situation escalates. Dallin quickly turns his head, tightening his hold as he senses sudden danger. A group of armored figures surges forward with swords raised, rallying to eliminate the monsters. A hooded figure channels intense energy into a glowing sword, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. A hooded figure slashes forward with a glowing sword, unleashing a powerful energy attack that crashes through the area. The character is blasted backward by the force of the glowing attack. Hooded figures launch a coordinated attack on the monstrous creature as energy erupts around them. A warrior charges into battle, quickly assessing the combined threat of the squadron leader and the Elder's forces. The main character swiftly leaps over a startled armored guard under the night sky. A determined figure forcefully grabs a shield from a startled, seated opponent. A hooded armored figure recoils in shock as a devastating energy slash beheads the monstrous enemy. A powerful warrior crashes down with a glowing sword, releasing a surge of energy against the monstrous foes below. A masked figure fixates on the armed protagonist, recognizing him as a threat. A tense voice demands immediate attention by asking if someone is looking away. The masked figure suddenly lunges forward with a menacing grin. The white-haired warrior slams his sword down on the masked opponent, unleashing a fierce shockwave. A white-haired man lunges forward with fierce determination, charging into action. A hooded figure lunges forward, while someone observes in shock at how much the former beggar's son has changed. A monstrous figure threatens to reveal how it devoured someone's mother. The armored figure lifts both battle axes, preparing to attack. A mask shatters on the cracked ground. A white-haired warrior stands ready as a monstrous lizard creature threatens him with a massive axe on the snowy battlefield. The crocodile-headed humanoid taunts his opponent, while raising his battle axe. A silver-haired man leans in aggressively and threatens to cut someone's mouth. A devastating blow crashes down from above, shattering the ground with explosive force. A determined warrior leaps from above, sword drawn, launching an attack on a towering crocodile-like monster. The character surveys the battlefield as the squadron leader prepares to confront the last opponent. A stern man towers over another, taunting him with a smug challenge under the dark sky. A battered fighter warns the enemy that the Grand Apostle cannot be stopped, even if they are losing. A hooded figure announces that the grand plan will soon be completed using an unexpected method. An older man silently devises a plan that no one will anticipate. A character prepares to draw his sword as dust and debris settle from recent action. Dallin silently devises a strategy that no one will anticipate. A monstrous, shadowy entity bursts forth in a surge of purple light, confronting the exhausted armed figure. A hooded figure submits to a devilization ritual, surrounded by writhing purple tentacles. A cloaked figure admits they needed sacrifices to summon the devil and implies that the situation has now changed. A hooded figure stands atop the stairs, declaring that the demonic contract made his body complete. A figure formally greets the young mercenary upon arrival. A hooded figure in a smiling mask delivers a foreboding proclamation, creating a tense atmosphere. A character is suddenly struck and injured, blood spraying from the impact. A menacing figure advances through the dim underground, exuding a sinister intent. A bloodied man smirks and taunts his attacker, unfazed by the weapon embedded in his head. A confident man mocks his opponent's resilience, unfazed by the previous attack. He recoils in shock, eyes wide and sweat forming as he realizes something unexpected. A sudden force shatters the illusion, revealing a fractured, glitched reflection on the cold blue surface. The protagonist discovers the corpses of the 6th silver-masked apostle and the captured great warrior, triggering an unexpected notification. After hundreds of rounds, the gamer suddenly encounters something unexpected on the screen. A digital notification prompts the user to decide whether to continue with their current career. The narrator reflects that survival was not the main motivation behind their actions. Under the pretense of harmless fun, a hooded figure covertly leads others through the shadowy hallway. A hooded figure recalls the moment they first betrayed their path by joining the retrograde apostles. A hooded figure surveys the aftermath of a brutal massacre as a furious survivor hurls an insult. A wounded man calls out his enemy for sacrificing a subordinate. A bloodied young man glares through the rain and vows to kill his adversary. A notification reveals the discovery of the 6th silver-masked apostle's corpse. A system notification announces the discovery of the captured great warrior's corpse. A sinister man grips his axe as red tendrils swirl around him, signaling the start of his dark plan. A pair of glowing eyes pierces through the shadows as a surge of ominous energy fills the air. A menacing figure unleashes glowing tentacles, leaving no openings as the other character braces for the attack. A man raises his sword to block a fierce attack. A spider-like demon appears, introduced as a low-ranked foe. A character observes the demon's impressive regeneration ability with unease. Dallin braces himself as a monstrous foe with tentacles attacks. A man stands unfazed and taunts his opponent as threatening tentacles rise before him. A restrained man smirks confidently, refusing to show any sign of defeat. Startled, he realizes someone has suddenly vanished. Caught off guard, Dallin recoils as blood splatters across his cheek from a sudden strike. A man braces behind his shield as a relentless barrage of swift, pink energy slashes leaves him no opening to counterattack. A shadowy, purple glowing figure strikes Dallin with a powerful blow. Recoiling in shock, he stares ahead in sudden panic. A male character is violently struck in the abdomen by an opponent wielding glowing energy. The young man realizes too late that he has fallen into a trap. He unleashes a powerful sword strike, sending a glowing arc across the rocky ground. Realizing he's been poisoned, Dallin clutches himself in panic as dark veins spread across his face. A powerful regeneration skill activates, surrounding the wounded warrior with a radiant aura as his strength rapidly returns. Dallin realizes the poison is slowing his recovery, making it harder to match his opponent's speed. He locks eyes ahead, sweat beating as he processes a sudden, critical realization. The character resolves to take a risk despite the potential danger. The character is violently blasted backward by a series of blinding energy strikes. A shadowy figure ambushes a startled young man, flooding the scene with tense, ominous energy. Dallin urgently points out the enemy and swings his weapon as the group reacts. A powerful attack is unleashed, sending energy streaking across the scene. A powerful blow crashes down as one fighter launches a decisive attack and the other struggles to defend. One fighter unleashes a forceful sword strike while the other struggles to block the attack. An armored boot slams down, pinning the writhing red tentacle to the ground. A male character urgently commands someone to use the shield. A masked figure with glowing eyes stands defiantly, confronting a red-gloved opponent in a tense standoff. A powerful force rushes past, leaving the male character stunned and illuminated in its wake. He drives forward with a relentless flurry of sword strikes, pressing the attack. He suddenly recoils in shock, realizing something unexpected. A sinister figure mocks his opponent for relying on petty tricks. A monstrous creature snarls and unleashes a threatening roar. A monstrous creature lunges forward, launching a fierce attack. A startled figure recoils in alarm, overtaken by an unexpected shock. A giant spider monster slams into a person, sending them sprawling backward in shock. Wounded and surrounded by bodies, the fighter activates a powerful regeneration skill as energy surges around him. He recalls a tense moment from the past, lost in thought. A defeated armored figure is restrained by two massive hands before the imposing Grand Apostle. A battered warrior sits in captivity, marked by defeat. A monstrous figure unleashes overwhelming power, looming menacingly over the captive warrior in the dark room. The main challenge was enduring the demon's relentless regeneration. A masked figure with tentacle-like appendages reflects on having narrowly escaped a dangerous moment. A corrupted figure marvels at the extraordinary power granted by demonic influence. A shadowy figure is hurled backward through the darkness, slammed by a surge of overwhelming force. A menacing figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, taunting the opposing warrior. A powerful figure unleashes dark energy and reveals the secret to stopping endless regeneration. He concentrates intensely as swirling blue mist gathers, preparing to unleash his power. The tension builds as everything leads up to a single decisive blow. With determination in his eyes, he braces himself to deliver a single, decisive strike. A tense figure freezes as an ominous heartbeat echoes nearby. A cloaked figure suddenly unleashes a powerful new energy, marked by a glowing red heart on his chest. A dominant figure unleashes overwhelming power, towering over a weakened opponent as blue energy crackles in the air. An unyielding figure is described as immovable and incredibly strong. A horned, masked figure unleashes dark, magical tendrils that pulse with ominous energy. Someone insists that drastic action must be taken immediately. A devastating blow crashes down as the two brace themselves against the impact. Dallin reacts sharply as something swift and dangerous rushes past him. A commanding figure steps forward through crackling purple energy, directly addressing the Grand Apostle. A skill called the Hammond's Armored Combat is activated. A determined man clenches his glowing fist, bracing for a decisive move. A menacing figure steps forward, threatening violence. A white-haired figure activates a leap skill and lands with enough force to crack the ground. A figure hurtles downward at high speed, engulfed in surging blue energy and ready to strike. A horned figure, trapped by red tendrils, calls on demonic power for protection. The character grits their teeth and endures a surge of intense pain. A massive, glowing weapon pierces through the character's torso, leaving them gasping in pain. The monstrous figure admits being cornered, revealing a mix of surprise and respect toward the unseen opponent. An ominous message declares that the journey has ended. A horned figure shields an ally as monstrous claws crash down in the icy cavern. Someone delivers a playful remark off-screen. With a fierce glare, the cornered character defiantly declares the tables have turned in this confrontation. A stunned creature reacts in disbelief to something unexpected. A figure with glowing hands forcefully pins down a horned opponent. A character chants a powerful incantation, filling the air with ominous energy. A massive explosion suddenly engulfs the area in blinding light and debris. A solitary figure kneels in silence, reflecting on his nameless existence. A man explains that something has vanished rather than simply being lost. A desperate figure kneels before the evil god, offering their name in exchange for vengeance. A surge of dark energy erupts as a single eye glows intensely. A shadowy figure drifts in the purple mist as all memory of their existence vanishes. A powerful figure on the throne points down, silently commanding the kneeling, hooded person before them. A hooded figure stands in the shadows, declaring their new status as a Grand Apostle of the Dwarf who weaves fate. The plan is set to destroy the Diamond Palace, the core of Pal Xion's power, but uncertainty lingers. A monstrous creature unleashes a fiery roar in the midst of the blazing inferno. A warrior stands firm as a colossal, flaming demonic skull erupts before him. A special skill called Dragon Blood Regeneration is activated. A man smirks confidently as flames and golden light swirl around him, signaling the release of his power. Amidst the raging flames, one combatant tries to break away as regeneration becomes increasingly difficult. Fiery tentacles tighten their grip, preventing escape. An armored figure drives a powerful punch into an opponent's body as flames rage around them. A menacing warning halts any chance of escape. A fist surges with energy as power gathers for a decisive move. A resolute fighter delivers a powerful, explosive blow to a monstrous enemy. Amid roaring flames, a desperate figure struggles to survive. A fierce warrior clenches his flaming fist and vows to keep fighting. Severed tentacles litter the blood-soaked floor after a vicious battle. One character stands coldly over a wounded opponent, delivering unsettling information as blood and severed limbs litter the rocky ground. 3 floating theatrical masks descend toward a castle as the lowest mask shines, signaling a dramatic reversal of fortune. A battered, horned man admits his plan to create a new order has failed. A powerful figure manipulates the helpless warrior like a puppet, forcing him toward a fateful confrontation. The long-haired character furiously rejects what was just said. A dark-haired man delivers a grim judgment, declaring that humans shape their own fate. A battered man is confronted and accused of being exiled from the Diamond Palace. The armored man gives a reluctant nod of agreement as the other person remains bowed before him. The shadowed figure stares intensely, questioning the true identity of the great warrior. A mission notification confirms the target has been eliminated. A resolute warrior stands over the defeated boss monster in the dark cavern, preparing for what comes next. The protagonist discovers the corpses of the captured great warrior and the 6th silver-masked apostle among the fallen. He declares his intention to secure the clear rewards. Dallin activates the corpse collection skill, gaining increased proficiency and mana. A glowing crystal hovers above an outstretched hand as a new skill, Rapid Freeze, is obtained. A man stands over his defeated opponent on shattered ice, bracing himself for the next elemental challenge. Dallin activates the corpse collection skill, instantly boosting his strength by 4. He stares ahead in shock as he realizes his strength has increased by 4 at once. A sudden, glowing force slams into the man, sending him reeling in shock. The wounded man drops to one knee, struggling to resist defeat as blood pools beneath him. Straining to endure, the protagonist steels himself to push through overwhelming hardship. Someone makes a determined vow to return to Earth, Dallin freezes in shock as something unexpected happens in the snowy forest. A mysterious snow-covered village appears as the new destination. A young man stands in the snow, confused as he questions whether he is dreaming, dead, or has regressed after absorbing a corpse. He stands still with his eyes closed, focusing intently as he senses an important presence in the falling snow. The narration reveals that the speaker's physical body is located far away from this place. The man stands alone in the snow, steeling himself as he prepares for the coming confrontation. Battered but resolute, the man pushes through the aftermath, enduring the pain from the earlier ordeal. Resolving to act, the figure prepares to confront the situation before the old building. The door creaks open, letting a swirl of cold particles enter the shadowy room. Dallin recoils in shock as something unexpected happens. A stunned figure realizes he has suddenly returned to his own room while someone else sits quietly at the computer desk. A lone figure sits at the computer, tense and deep in thought after making a crucial discovery. A figure stares at a glowing holographic screen, recalling the stats and skills of a game character from the past. A young man sits at his computer, pausing to consider his next quest as startled cries erupt around him. The man recoils in terror as the figure he thought defeated rises, completely unharmed. Gripped by distress, he realizes the situation is deadly serious as visions of others and a looming monster close in. A cracked blue screen displays "Game over," signaling a failed attempt to clear the round. A remorseful character recalls the NPCs he killed and the worlds he abandoned as he brings his weapon down with force. Overwhelmed by guilt, the man recoils in shock as he realizes the devastating scale of his actions. A terrified figure clings to another's leg, begging for help. A towering armored figure intimidates two terrified opponents as they desperately beg for mercy. With a fierce glare, he singles someone out. A solitary figure sits in the dark, reflecting on the weight of past mistakes. A man grits his teeth and braces himself, sweat beating as tension fills the air. He stands solemnly over the fallen, weighed down by guilt despite his actions to stop the destruction. A clenched fist tightens in the darkness as he resolves that atonement is his only path forward. A lone figure unleashes a surge of explosive energy, radiating power across the battlefield. With unwavering determination, Dallin makes a resolute vow to change the outcome in this round. A powerful surge of supernatural energy bursts from the isolated cabin in the snowy forest. A system notification announces the achievement of a small territory. Cloaked figures scramble to save wounded warriors as urgent cries for a potion fill the chaotic scene. A determined man activates a glowing magical artifact, causing light to flare around him. Three powerful hands join together in midair, unleashing a surge of energy. An injured figure endures the pain as glowing hands apply healing magic. A healer completes emergency magical treatment on the injured young man and instructs him to rest. The hooded man abruptly stops and reacts to an unexpected disturbance in the darkness. Someone steps forward with force, cracking the ground beneath their feet. Dallin returns and is greeted with surprise and relief. A robed man approaches and reassures the survivor on the blood-stained ground, expressing relief that they are unharmed. The stern man fixes his gaze and delivers a pointed remark. A serious young man is startled when someone immediately recognizes his newly acquired ability. A disoriented young man sits among rocky debris, suddenly aware that he has awakened a new sense. The protagonist examines the status screen and notices that all abilities except strength have increased by 1. The character reviews a glowing status screen and notes that their skill proficiency has increased. A powerful figure analyzes the situation, quickly realizing the cause behind the current events. A digital notification announces the achievement of a small territory. A message is being recalled from before waking up. An Elder Earth sorcerer is identified as someone who likely holds important information. Amidst the bloodied warehouse and fallen bodies, one character alerts the Elder Mage to a casualty while holding back urgent questions. A bearded man gives final instructions before leaving and mentions the magic tower as a place for follow-up questions. The main character agrees to the request with a calm smile. A stern man demands to know the whereabouts of the silent company commander. An exhausted armored man rests atop a slain monster, appearing relieved after enacting his revenge. An armored man faces a cloaked figure in a tense standoff. A character questions whether someone named Tommy is still on probation. After surviving the ordeal in the sewers, the young man collapses on the dark stone street, completely drained. A man confidently watches as another figure disappears into the night, remarking that the elder will handle things. The lone figure stands victorious over the bloody bodies, surveying the aftermath with a broken mask at his feet. A broken, blood-stained golden emblem lies on the ground, marking the destruction of a key enemy force. He steels himself, ready to move forward. A massive, shadowy figure unleashes a surge of dark energy as he reaches forward, filling the scene with menace. A mysterious figure steps forward from the flames, extending a hand as the explosion rages behind. A hooded figure draped in rosebuds and thorns emerges from the shadows of the forest. A dark, imposing figure emerges beneath the blood-red moon as bats swirl through the night. A fierce armored dragon charges forward as the protagonist prepares to face far stronger enemies. A young man urgently interrupts, halting the situation. A lone figure stands in the rocky landscape at sunrise, vowing to destroy his enemies one by one. A gloved figure grips a sealed envelope, bracing for what it contains. As he walks down the street at dusk, he reads a letter revealing that an overwhelming number of commissions have arrived for him. Powerful and secretive figures gather at the tavern, heightening the tension among everyone inside. He smirks as he reviews the list of troublesome targets he needs to eliminate. Galio's Emporium announces plans to expand into the clothing sector. A cloaked figure enters the tavern, causing the patron's conversation to halt in tense silence. He surveys the bustling tavern, surprised by how crowded it has become. A lone adventurer orders a drink at the bar while others watch him closely. A somber young man with a sword is suddenly recognized as the hero of the Bronze Territory while sitting at a table. A smug man confronts a newcomer, questioning his identity with a sly grin. One man confronts the other at the bar, accusing him of ignoring their requests since gaining fame. A frustrated man aggressively confronts the mercenary, demanding an explanation for his evasive behavior. One man forcefully shoves a drink toward the other, insisting he drink it. A man recoils in terror as a sudden, blinding attack strikes him unexpectedly. A young man drinks calmly as desperate screams echo in the background. An enraged nobleman, wounded and gripping his rapier, threatens brutal revenge against his unseen opponent in the tavern. A blonde-haired character charges forward, launching an aggressive attack with sword and shield. A gloved hand intercepts the sword strike, halting the attack with a burst of energy. Throwing spikes strike a figure's leg, causing a sudden cry of pain. An imposing figure confronts the armed intruder, demanding to know why a weapon is being brandished in the store. A furious woman aims her crossbow at the troublemakers and orders them to leave. A furious woman glares at her opponent and hurls an insult. A woman behind the counter urges the shield-bearing character to hurry as they prepare to leave together. He interrupts the conversation with a confident smirk, shifting attention as he stands with a sword on his back. Sienna's intense demeanor makes the others uneasy. Two characters efficiently divide their workload while discussing how to handle demanding customers. Sienna sits at the desk and calmly thanks someone for helping increase profits. Two people sit across a table covered with documents, preparing to review the latest commission requests. The man behind the desk asks for help narrowing down the options. A woman with long dark hair asks if there is any specific preference regarding the request. A man suggests obtaining a stamina potion or finding someone who can provide vision spells or rituals as he speaks to a woman reviewing documents. Collapsing from exhaustion, he realizes his focus on strength left him vulnerable and decides to improve his stamina. A woman cautiously mentions a potential solution, while the man presses her to explain her hesitation. An apprentice knight of the Holy Knights is introduced. The commission's true objective is revealed: defeat the devil in the labyrinth and retrieve the stolen holy sword. The character confidently selects his choice. A young woman looks up in astonishment as she reacts to unexpected news. The armored man secures permission to enter the labyrinth and instructs someone to contact the commissioner. Someone firmly announces they will come to meet the others soon. A furious character charges at an armored opponent with a sword, escalating the confrontation. A lone woman with a sword confronts a group of armed men in the tavern as bystanders watch tensely from above. A defiant figure steps forward and challenges the mercenary to a duel. An armored woman steps forward and aggressively warns her unseen opponent. A blonde woman urgently demands the presence of a notary. Dallin recoils in disbelief, stunned by an unexpected shock. Wagons and people enter the city as armored guards oversee the open gate. A mercenary confidently displays a gold plate tag, announcing his rank. A pouch of payment is handed across the table as the commission reward is delivered. An armored guard informs the gold plate mercenary that the tax is only 8 shillings due to his status. A gloved hand hands over several white tokens, marking a noticeable improvement in status. A cloaked figure strides through the castle gate as a guard watches. A character arrives at their long-awaited destination. Someone steps forward onto the tiled floor, signaling their arrival. Adventurers gather at the gates of a grand castle, ready to enter the land of adventurers. He steadies himself, ready for the next challenge. The entrance to the labyrinth, where a wish stone can be obtained, appears beneath a swirling sky. An elderly figure calls out to the young armored man near the city gate. An old man in a hooded cloak asks if the newcomer also plans to enter the labyrinth. The man with the shield and sword listens as the larger figure admits he was once like him. An elderly man approaches the cautious protagonist on a medieval street, mentioning his family and the area's security as he tries to start a conversation. Someone wishes another person good luck. A warrior is acknowledged for drawing the attention of the gods. The main character abruptly turns, startled by something unexpected happening behind him. He arrives at the deserted plaza and realizes he is too late. The protagonist notices an unfamiliar old man NPC who has never appeared in the game before. The narration foreshadows an upcoming encounter with a significant character in the Silver Territory. A calculating man in a decorated uniform suggests that the mysterious, endlessly changing face might have been involved. A confident man leaps forward with determination, convinced he will encounter the mysterious figure again. A new mission is announced to retake the Holy Sword. A powerful commissioner with unwavering resolve is introduced. She raises her sword, ready to strike as devils close in. A compassionate holy knight gently comforts another character, showing mercy. Dallin braces himself as a hostile opponent suddenly attacks with a sword. A furious woman in knight armor points her sword and threatens to destroy her opponent's skull if they do not retract their words. A furious man blames his teammate for losing the holy sword and causing the raid to fail as his companions watch. A blonde armored warrior furiously defends her ally's honor, denouncing the others in the wrecked hall. A blonde character glares furiously, directly confronting an opponent. An armored woman steps forward with her sword drawn, ready to confront the challenge ahead. A determined challenger, radiating magical energy, demands a duel and calls for a notary. A furious, bearded man seizes his chained weapon and threatens his opponent with violence. Two men lean over the railing as one eagerly suggests making a bet about the upcoming event. Patrons in the tavern loudly place bets on the upcoming fight, arguing over whether the mercenary or the holy knight will win. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Dallin clutches his head in frustration. As one character demands a notary, a masked figure approaches menacingly from behind, interrupting the tense exchange. A furious man swings his spiked mace down in a ruthless attack. A spiked weapon swings towards Sienna as she is caught off guard by a sudden attack. Someone firmly announces the conclusion of the battle. A blonde-haired character struggles to maintain composure, anxiety visible on their face. A man steps in front of his startled colleague and raises a spiked flail defensively. The confrontation ends as the leader firmly calls for everyone to stop. An enraged man threatens to attack when someone blocks his way. A man taunts his opponent by brandishing a large, spiked mace and pointing out the lack of a weapon. Two men suddenly recoil in shock, their faces drenched in sweat as they react to an unexpected threat. One figure steps forward and calmly announces he is the one assigned to take on the commission, while the other watches warily in the ruined room. Someone suggests leaving the area to go elsewhere. Two people sit together over a meal, exchanging words of gratitude and reassurance. A knight with long blonde hair formally introduces herself as an apprentice of the Holy Knights. While eating, the man demands more details about the incomplete commission request. The blonde woman explains that the Holy Knights are defending another path of the labyrinth called Fissure in the continent's southwest region. Monsters can appear at any moment because the landscape offers no barriers at the entrance. 3 armored figures approach the castle of Pal Xion to regroup and prepare before heading to defend Fissure. A young knight explains that a colleague became an official knight 2 months ago and left for Pal Xion. However, he failed to come back at the expected time. A female knight reports that the man was declared dead and news quickly reached the Holy Knights. A young woman is stunned as she learns that one of the 12 holy swords has been stolen. An imposing armored figure with a glowing sword makes a dramatic entrance against the red backdrop. A worried character silently questions why the holy sword was not officially reported if someone had truly been chosen. Someone expresses confusion about another person's actions. 2 people discuss the plan to reclaim the holy sword and which allied forces will join the mission. A female knight informs the group that no reinforcements are available. Dallin decides they must enter the labyrinth with only 2 people since the holy knights are occupied with the monsters. He examines the object closely, his eyes sharp with focus. A woman in knightly attire sits at the table, anxiously weighing whether to accept a challenging proposal that could shape the future. A meeting is scheduled for tomorrow at noon at the entrance of the labyrinth. A blonde woman recoils in shock as something unexpected happens below her. A man suddenly rises from his seat, startling the blonde woman in front of him. A character slams a mug on the table, firmly confirming their decision. A determined man announces the plan to reclaim the stolen holy sword. A cloaked figure surveys the moonlit rooftop garden in silence. A serious young man arrives and addresses the waiting character, breaking the silence. The older man returns outside after the lecture runs longer than planned. A hooded figure steps onto the moonlit balcony and initiates contact with the wary warrior. A confident young man formally introduces himself as the top student. A hooded observer notes the armored man's increased maturity after his previous battle. 3 figures gather under the lamplight at night, resuming an unfinished and important conversation. A powerful figure bathed in light confronts 2 cloaked individuals in a tense standoff. A confident young man demands information about domains from the elder. A glowing armored figure bursts into the moonlit courtyard, startling the 2 onlookers. A scarred man gazes intensely as he acknowledges the child's remarkable abilities. A cloaked figure acknowledges that the other has become worthy of greater power after achieving domain. He stands determined, radiating a powerful blue aura as he acknowledges that only those who have faced and overcome their past can move forward. Amid the remnants of shattered memories and the words, "Game over," the young man steels himself to confront his traumatic past. A caped figure aggressively challenges 2 others about their understanding of domain as glowing symbols illuminate the tense confrontation. An older man explains that a domain involves constructing a fantasy world. A man in a robe reflects on the many restrictions that exist in reality. A surge of radiant energy bursts across the cosmos as ultimate power is unleashed. A new territory is claimed within the snowy world, marked by the presence of the cabin. He questions how to make use of the territories he has taken. An older man instructs the anxious younger man to observe the situation firsthand and tells him to go down and rest. The young man reluctantly accepts the difficult command, tension clear on his face. One character bows deeply in submission while the other stands over him with authority. One figure warns that the child should not witness the unfolding domain, as the unfamiliar flow of mana could cause confusion. A decisive voice signals the start of an important event. A robed man raises his glowing hand to begin casting a spell. A mysterious name is revealed in the darkness. A robed man unleashes a powerful magical explosion, raising his hand triumphantly as golden energy erupts around him. A radiant energy descends from the sky as the domain from the fantasy world begins merging with reality. An older man reveals the true meaning of using domain as his aura glows intensely. Dallin channels golden energy, his determination intensifying as he feels new power surge through him. At the cathedral's center, an elder unleashes a surge of mana that violently distorts the surroundings. The flow of mana shifts as a powerful figure channels energy from the glowing core on his chest. He suddenly realizes an important truth. A stern man challenges someone to demonstrate their ability to use domain. One character admits struggling to control a new power as another laughs supportively. A stern man casts a powerful spell while explaining that strong magic comes with strict limitations. On a tense balcony at night, one character questions the elder about the abilities of his domain. A cloaked man calmly explains that the base can read and record the memories of everyone who has ever stood on this land. A character reveals the ability to see both past memories and glimpses of the near future. He silently observes the night sky, reflecting on how time has passed for everyone. Dallin leans in with a determined look and prepares to ask another important question. Dallin stands beneath the somber sky, questioning his own identity. A massive, intricate tower rises beneath the clear sky, marking the entrance to the labyrinth. Armored and cloaked figures gather in the grand hall on the first floor, preparing for the challenge ahead. One character checks if the other is nervous, and she admits she is a bit tense. A young armored woman stands victorious over her fallen opponent, foreshadowing her future as the legendary Devil Slayer. She clutches her side in alarm, realizing something is wrong. A young man demands confirmation about the accuracy of the information. A frustrated figure confronts the group in the courtyard, insisting that the person seen at the motel is real. A muscular man confidently asserts that he witnessed the event firsthand. A holy knight plunges a glowing sword into the devil's stomach, delivering a fatal wound. In the stone chamber, the group assesses an injured devil as tempting bait for adventurers while shadowed figures watch from the darkness. The Diamond Palace offers immense treasures to those who defeat devils in the labyrinth. The devil seizes the holy sword, signaling a sudden transformation into a powerful boss monster. The devil escapes with the stolen holy sword and prepares to hide while amassing power. Unable to act, the speaker hesitates because the adventurers are present. A character slams their foot down, scattering debris across the ground. As the portal doors begin to open, one figure urges preparation while another hesitates nervously. A group of armored figures is caught off guard as radiant energy erupts from the magical circle around them. The character explains that the labyrinth is accessed from below, revealing how the doors operate. A distressed woman confronts someone, demanding to know why she was the only one told this information. Two figures tumble helplessly through a swirling, star-filled void as one cries out in panic. A mysterious blue light rises into the night sky above the silent landscape. Two figures crash to the ground, with one of them crying out in pain. Two figures arrive at the entrance of the glowing labyrinth, bracing themselves for what lies ahead. One character anxiously questions the whereabouts of their missing companions as the group realizes the mana waves in the area are unstable. One character explains that precise teleportation is impossible, so entrants appear at random locations on the labyrinth's first floor. A character grows suspicious and questions how someone knows so much despite it being their first time here. One character confidently claims to be an experienced newbie while the other looks on in disbelief. By observing the constellation in the night sky, the group determines they are northwest of their returning location. The group studies the map and realizes they must take a longer route through the forest to reach the opposite end. A cave surrounded by skulls becomes more heavily protected by magic as time passes, turning into a magic cave where the devil hides. The group prepares to escape as urgency builds in the tense darkness. A shadowy figure sprints urgently through the darkness, moving with swift determination. Dallin whips his head around, startled by a sudden threat under the starry sky. A man smirks with sharp confidence, exuding a menacing aura. Two armored figures pause under the night sky as one notes their recent good fortune and the other asks for clarification. Sienna whirls around, startled by a sudden disturbance. Someone reacts sharply to the sudden cry. An armored werewolf with an eye patch leads its pack in a sudden, aggressive attack. A new threat is revealed as the Knoll's crustacean wolf scouts are announced. A wary knight raises her sword, suspecting that something more than luck is at play. A mysterious warning suggests that an important revelation is imminent. An armored figure is startled as a powerful leap skill is suddenly activated, sending energy surging from the ground. A fierce attacker drops from above and swings an axe at the startled wolf-like creature. A blinding explosion of light forces the shadowy figure to recoil in shock. A shadowy figure slams into the icy ground with tremendous force. Dallin urges his companion to climb onto the armored wolf so they can set off together. A fortified camp rests quietly under the stars at the base of rugged cliffs. A wolf-like creature stands alert in the watchtower, sensing a threat in the night. A wolf-like archer spots a distant figure screaming on the fractured battlefield. A furious girl yells for someone to stop. The riders speed toward a dangerous nest as one urgently warns the other to stop. A wolf-like figure howls from the watchtower, alerting others to danger. Two figures and a wolf hurtle toward each other in midair, seconds away from a collision. One character checks on an injured ally, who struggles to recover after a failed attempt to dodge. A character reacts with surprise to the unexpected use of a crustacean wolf's homing instinct. A large wolf-like creature races swiftly across the ground, covering great distance in moments. Wolf-like beasts growl menacingly as one character urges the group to escape into the night. Startled by the urgent command, the surprised woman hesitates, unsure of what to do next. A confident young man explains the plan to destroy the monster den by targeting their seeds. One figure charges ahead while another, caught off guard, kneels and tries to follow. Dallin crashes down from above, unleashing a powerful leap attack that shatters the ground. Dallin charges forward, daring his opponent to face him. She grips her sword, realizing she cannot stop her opponent. A resolute warrior raises her sword and prepares to confront the approaching beasts. A character's eyes blaze with determination as they unleash their resolve. Several blue wolf-like monsters are swiftly taken down by a sharp, lethal strike. A determined knight swings a glowing sword, cutting down an enemy as blood sprays through the air. He remembers having low expectations of her abilities when she was still an apprentice knight. She charges forward with impressive determination, clearly showing the potential to become a future hero. He stands with calm confidence, unfazed by the shadowy creatures gathering behind him. A sudden barrage erupts from the fortress wall as chaos engulfs the battlefield. Blades flash as the two warriors carve through the monstrous attackers in a desperate struggle. Someone rushes onto the blood-stained floor, moving quickly into the chaotic scene. Under a tense night sky, one figure stands ready to fight while another faces away, surrounded by shadowy wolves. Realizing the enemy numbers keep growing, she braces herself for the fight ahead. A tense young man demands to know if anyone has a way to force their opponents to retreat. An armored figure stands resolutely in a camp at night, surrounded by fallen wolf-like enemies, ready to put training into action. Two monstrous wolves armed with axes threaten the group as disaster looms. A sudden growl erupts from the large tent, making her freeze in alarm. A massive beast lands heavily beside the spear, shaking the rain-soaked ground. A towering wolf-like creature stands guard at the entrance, gripping a massive double-bladed axe as the plan to cut off the leader's collar is revealed. Two defenders stand back-to-back as wounded wolves close in, growling and snarling. A young man in armor observes that the commander dislikes losing subordinates. A monstrous wolf blocks the path as notifications announce the discovery of two corpses. One character steps forward to confront the threat, insisting the other rest despite their protests. Overwhelmed by pain, she clutches her head and struggles to stay conscious. An armored figure atop a wolf raises a glowing sword, regretting wasted energy as beast-like enemies close in. Someone hesitates, troubled by thoughts of a mysterious man. Dallin wonders why his opponent shows no signs of exhaustion. He taunts his opponent, demanding the commander face him immediately. A massive, glowing-eyed wolf charges at the sword-wielding figure as energy crackles around them. The protagonist recognizes the arrival of the Null commander and the evil god's subordinate, Barjev, marking the beginning of a critical confrontation. A glowing-eyed wolf predicts someone will soon be infamous as the evil god's subordinate and demands to know their identity. A massive wolf beast blocks the warrior's path, demanding to know the reason for the intrusion. The man with fangs accuses his foe of eating humans and making a contract with the evil god. A beast man confronts a cloaked human, questioning the source of their unnatural power. The armored character taunts his unseen opponent and prepares to attack. The beast growls a threat as tension escalates between the opponents. The furious creature brandishes its axe and threatens brutal violence. A figure slams the ground and defiantly challenges their opponent to try their best. A silver-haired warrior dives from above, sword poised to strike the massive beast below. A female knight desperately shields herself as a magical explosion erupts around her. A stunned woman reacts in disbelief to an unexpected event as the beast swirls around her. A towering werewolf grabs the protagonist by the neck and lifts him off the ground as the others watch in shock. A towering wolf creature begins to offer a reward to the human for bravery, but abruptly cuts off. A menacing figure grabs their opponent by the collar and taunts them for leaving an opening. A sudden burst of ice shards impales the giant wolf-like creature in midair. A man unleashes a surge of blue magic while a hooded figure turns away. A character drives a massive ice spear into a huge wolf-like beast, unleashing a powerful attack. A massive ice attack slams into the wolf-like creature as the warrior swings his large battle axe. A young man surges forward as a powerful armored combat skill activates, unleashing a burst of energy. A furious warrior swings his sword in a devastating attack against the monstrous wolves. The wounded wolf snarls furiously, cursing its attacker despite the pain. A determined swordsman lunges forward with his sword, while another prepares to defend. The swordsman leaps through the air with his sword poised to strike the towering armored beast. A protagonist recoils in shock, wide-eyed at an unexpected event. A swordsman launches a devastating mid-air strike, blasting the monstrous enemy backward with sheer force. A towering werewolf crouches as blue energy and mist swirl around its body, signaling the release of a hidden power. A sinister figure recounts making human sacrifices in exchange for supernatural abilities. A monstrous creature surges forward, radiating power as glowing runes intensify the threat. A mysterious figure reveals the ability to instantly regenerate severed arms. A monstrous wolf lunges forward, threatening to tear its opponent apart. A confident man smirks as he dares his opponent to give their best effort. A surge of blue energy erupts, overwhelming everything in its path. A massive wolf-like beast lunges at the fallen warrior, who raises his spear defensively. He unleashes a surge of mystical energy, empowered by his contract with the evil god. A powerful blue beast releases a surge of energy as it snarls aggressively. A female swordsman braces herself and stands firm as a massive explosion erupts before her. Clenching her teeth in frustration, the armored woman decides to step in. The white-haired fighter tightens her grip on her swords, bracing for the shadowy enemy's attack. She braces herself and raises her sword as the wolves close in. A fierce warrior charges forward, brandishing her glowing sword and daring her enemies to attack. A large, menacing wolf confronts a human, demanding an answer. The beast charges forward, boasting that all its wounds have healed and claiming it cannot be defeated. He acknowledges his opponent's impressive recovery ability. A hand erupts with a surge of fire, launching a powerful attack. A man with a fierce expression threatens his opponent by raising a blazing fist. A powerful wolfman recoils in shock as sudden flames erupt around him, gripping his massive double-headed axe. A monstrous wolf-like creature is knocked back by a devastating blow amid a burst of explosive energy. The warrior charges forward, sword raised as flames gleam against his armor. Dallin surges forward, unleashing a fiery, beast-like attack. Dallin clenches his jaw in frustration, glaring ahead after a setback. The beast blocks the failed sword strike and urgently tries to bargain for its life. A desperate offer is made to unlock a safe filled with human relics in exchange for mercy. The wolf-like creature threatens its adversary while gripping a weapon. A massive clawed beast strikes, but its attack is blocked by a swiftly raised sword. A fierce warrior delivers a powerful sword slash, cutting down an enemy as blood sprays through the air. The cloaked swordsman confronts the bleeding foe, criticizing their words despite their newfound power. The man quickly turns his head, sensing something unusual in the glowing blue surroundings. She surveys the defeated enemies on the battlefield, gripping her sword with determination. The injured knight acknowledges her ally's effort while touching the fresh wound on her cheek. A menacing figure towers over a terrified woman, prompting her to scream in fear as the threat intensifies. A knight raises a sword in alarm as a wounded figure suddenly appears before them. Someone apologizes for mistaking another person for a monster and suggests they leave together. A powerful figure learns that another subordinate of Anaxagus has died. A warrior scorns the defeat of his kind at the hands of humans, calling it pathetic. A shadowy figure with a crown of spikes emerges, extending a hand as violet energy swirls ominously. A determined figure vows to bring down the wing being seated on the throne. A group bursts into the dim hall, confronting someone amid the bodies of fallen armored guards. One character furiously threatens to decapitate an enemy while another stands calmly at his side. A horned demon notices another group of intruders entering its domain. A blackened, energy-charged hand thrusts from the ground, unleashing a surge of dark power. A powerful presence claims the corrupt knight as their loyal servant. A chained figure, controlled by sinister energy, faces the group as they realize the enemy is merely a puppet. A chained, armored man with a gaping chest wound endures an overwhelming curse as dark energy swirls around him. The group swiftly prepares to confront their enemy, urgency driving them forward. A young man urgently shouts a warning, his face lit by intense light. A silver-haired warrior unleashes a powerful attack, overwhelming the armored enemies. A monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, unleashing a sinister laugh. Standing above the others, the figure showcases overwhelming power, radiating confidence as a dramatic purple aura swirls around him. A cloaked figure stands over two newly discovered corpses in the labyrinth, preparing to conclude the task. A surge of blue energy flares as the protagonist activates the corpse collection ability. A glowing notification appears, signaling a proficiency increase. A glowing system notification appears, confirming a stamina increase. A notification appears, showing that proficiency has increased by 1. A young man steadies himself as energy gathers around him. An armored figure seizes a powerful, glowing sword as energy surges around them. Someone expresses unexpected satisfaction with the current situation. A lone figure keeps watch by the campfire in the quiet forest night. Sitting by the campfire, he activates his status window. A status screen appears, revealing his increased level, improved stats, and a newly acquired skill. The young man notes that his stamina has increased to 20, narrowing the gap with his strength to 10. Two opponents collide in a fierce explosion of energy, as rain pours down around them. A list of powerful abilities and items appears, highlighting the new acquisition of Lapentella's pulverizing sword. Harnessing a powerful skill gained from an experienced fighter's corpse, the armored figure prepares to strike. A man sits by the campfire, comparing the potential of his new skill to dragon blood regeneration and eagerly anticipating its effectiveness. Dallin pauses to consider the connection between skill and experience. One figure demands to know the other's identity as they face off, each radiating intense power. A solemn man raises his hand, revealing that someone has only 2 years and a month left to live. Dallin quickly looks up, alarmed by an unexpected threat. 2 years have passed. A young man sits alone by the campfire, reflecting on his arrival in this world. He realizes that his body was formed at the exact moment he was reincarnated into this world. A bewildered young man questions why he was reincarnated into a reality where game elements exist. Surrounded by ghostly figures, Dallin tenses up, overwhelmed by guilt from his past actions. He sits anxiously, unable to find answers, and forces himself to focus on their objective. A radiant surge of energy erupts as the mystical gem emerges at the center of the scene. A determined man kneels under the starry sky and clenches his fist in resolve. A shadowy figure steps forward and calls out a name, filling the room with tension. A young woman expresses concern after noticing something is wrong. A young man reassures his companion and questions why she is awake before their shift change. One character approaches the campfire and offers to take over the night watch. One character decides to stay by the campfire, wanting to watch the flames a little longer. A male character reflects on the recent events, understanding why someone is unable to sleep. She stands beneath the starry sky, deeply shaken by the death of her classmate. A man sits by the campfire at night and asks about Barrett's character. A young man considers that someone who earned the Holy Sword's recognition must be exceptional. He stands beneath the stars, quietly realizing that his abilities surpass the ordinary. Someone recalls their memories of Barrett. An armored woman stands alone in the empty hall, scanning her surroundings with caution. A knight stands at the base of grand stairs, receiving solemn recognition for unwavering loyalty from the radiant figure above. A young man in shining armor stands out, admired by many classmates and juniors for his exceptional dignity and personality. A white-haired woman stands confidently at the top of a grand staircase as another figure watches from below, tension filling the air. A young knight in ornate armor enters confidently, his faint smile revealing calm assurance. A blonde woman in armor smiles confidently as she looks upward in the bright hallway. A character sits nervously, struggling to make sense of the situation. Two figures sit by the campfire, silently pondering how the holy sword was stolen so easily by a devil. He studies the situation under the night sky, sensing that something is off. The holy sword's acknowledgement proves the knight possessed extraordinary strength. The adventurers brace themselves to confront a low-ranked devil, confident in their combined strength. A skeptical man questions why someone who could cut the devil's stomach with the holy sword failed to defeat their opponent. He sizes up his enemy with a look of confident disbelief. He silently considers whether the past actions, though wrong, can be justified. Sienna honors her fallen comrade, expressing pride in his sacrifice against the devil. A young man acknowledges the strength of having a loyal comrade. A woman in a cloak is caught off guard by a comment about the holy knight's gratitude. A young woman struggles to hold back tears beneath the starlit sky. A long-haired character begins to express gratitude but is abruptly cut off as a fast-moving object interrupts. A powerful punch lands, leaving the blonde character visibly shocked. Someone grabs a woman from behind and holds a weapon to her neck as she reacts in shock. A furious figure stomps the ground, preparing to confront an unseen opponent. A character unleashes a powerful energy attack while another watches intently. A powerful blast tears through the dark forest, striking a target out of view. A cloaked figure cautiously reaches out to grasp the ancient door in the darkness. The hooded figure hides behind the wall, startled that the arrow was returned to his exact position. A cloaked figure crashes to the ground as another stands over them, showing clear dominance. Armed figures argue about missing their chance to ambush while someone lies defenseless on the ground. Alert and tense, the young man crouches with his sword ready, realizing he failed to detect hidden enemies nearby. A furious armored man steps forward and accuses the shadowy figures of killing his comrade. A muscular man grins smugly as he mocks the absence of his rival. A furious woman shouts at her unseen adversary, preparing to confront them. A wary young man confronts a hidden pursuer, demanding to know when the tailing began. A muscular man forcefully grabs the hooded figure's arm and sharply dismisses them. A menacing man confronts his target with a vengeful threat. A furious commander orders his fighters to launch a fierce assault. A holy knight stands at attention as he is addressed with authority during a tense nighttime confrontation. A man slyly suggests that someone should question a witness to learn about their comrade's last moments. Stunned, she freezes under the starry sky as something unexpected catches her attention. A young man in ornate armor steps forward with a confident smile, making a charismatic entrance. A figure in blue swiftly draws a sword, heightening the tension. She stands beneath the stars and declares her readiness, gripping her glowing sword with determination. The two warriors charge forward into battle with determination. A hooded figure suddenly lunges toward two opponents under the cover of night. A hooded young man charges forward at high speed, shouting a death threat at his enemy. Two men clash in a fierce sword fight as blue energy bursts around them. Two fighters clash swords, unleashing bursts of energy as their duel intensifies. The young man taunts his opponent as he prepares to strike. A hooded figure moves with unexpected speed, leaving others shocked by his agility. A powerful sword strike crashes down, unleashing a blinding explosion of energy on the opponent. Dallin launches a powerful attack, swinging his weapon with intense focus. One character forcefully disarms the other, who stumbles back in fear. A scream pierces the night as chaos erupts in the dark forest. A blonde-haired character exhales in relief after the tense confrontation. The female warrior, radiating power, boldly challenges the two shadowed opponents with her sword drawn. A muscular man charges forward and attacks the woman with his sword. A powerful fighter slams a great sword into the ground, sending a shockwave through the area. A warrior descends from a burst of light with a glowing sword, catching two armored opponents by surprise. A fierce woman taunts her opponent for being too slow, raising her arm as she shouts. Two fighters collide in midair, swords clashing as a burst of light erupts from their attacks. A furious man blocks a violent attack with a forceful motion. A resolute woman unleashes a blazing magical strike with her enchanted sword. A determined blonde character lunges forward through blood splatters, aggressively confronting the opponent. A calm observer notes the impressive skill displayed as the swordswoman stands ready with her weapon glowing. A furious man glares upward, cursing his subordinates for their incompetence. A muscular man breaks away and sprints into the night as his two armed pursuers react with shock and frustration. A young man urgently shouts a warning as energy streaks flare around him. One character rushes off to pursue an enemy while ordering the other to handle the remaining opponents. A hooded attacker rushes forward, launching a furious assault on the swordsman. With unwavering focus, the protagonist locks eyes with his unseen opponent, ready for confrontation. A system notification announces the activation of the leap skill. A hooded figure recoils in shock as another person suddenly launches high into the air, surrounded by a burst of energy. An armored figure sprints frantically through the dark forest, gasping for breath as he flees in panic. A muscular man braces himself against a powerful impact and shouts furiously at his unseen enemies. A furious man shakes his fist and vows revenge as his enemy escapes into the sky. A massive explosion engulfs the area, sending a figure screaming in agony as they are caught in the blast. The victor pins the defeated opponent to the ground, taunting them for abandoning their comrades. A sharp-eyed young man turns abruptly, confronting someone with suspicion. A confident man steps forward and demands that the group stop attacking his allies. A rugged man, looking uneasy, suggests they stop moving forward. A young man confronts his opponent, accusing them of hypocrisy for attacking first. One character blocks another's path, explaining he couldn't ignore the suspiciously large bundle being carried. The character examines the locked chest, frustrated by the difficulty of opening it without causing damage. One character insists on negotiating terms rather than requesting release for free. A man offers a sound-blocking totem as part of a trade negotiation. Realizing something has blocked his senses, the young man prepares to check the object ahead. One man confidently beckons his wary opponent to come closer in the tense darkness. A man smirks confidently in the shadows, savoring his advantage. A man aggressively aims his gun forward, making a direct threat. He clenches his teeth in frustration, struggling to contain his annoyance. A man fires his gun, but his target dodges with remarkable speed. Startled by something unexpected, he stares ahead in shock as rain pours down his face. A brutal strike connects, sending one fighter reeling in pain. A man forcefully searches another, demanding to know his origin. A character examines the fallen mercenary and deduces his origin from his name and gold plate. A confident figure corners a terrified, bald man who cowers behind a tree in the night. Two men meet tensely by a tree at night as one demands an explanation. Dallin grabs the terrified man and demands to know who stabbed the holy knight. A stunned man freezes as he is confronted with knowledge he thought was hidden. An aggressive interrogator threatens to kill the wounded captive if he lies about losing the holy sword. A distressed man confesses that he stabbed someone. A wounded knight faces a battered devil on the battlefield, planning to claim both the holy sword and the raid rewards. A tense confrontation unfolds as one figure stands over two men, assessing the aftermath of a recent conflict. A stern woman confronts someone under the night sky, accusing them of causing a death and implicating two others as accomplices. A terrified man cowers in the shadows and desperately begs for mercy. The long-haired character cuts off further explanation with a harsh command. A white-haired warrior lunges forward and cuts down an opponent with a swift, decisive strike. A furious woman warns her opponent that she won't grant an easy death after already defeating two others. A wounded figure collapses to the ground, bleeding heavily in the darkness. A severely wounded man collapses and drags himself across the blood-stained ground at night. A bloodied character quietly expresses relief after surviving the ordeal. The swordsman stands over his bleeding opponent, ready to finish the fight himself. A furious swordswoman charges forward to deliver a fatal blow to her terrified, wounded opponent. A terrified, bloodied man drops to his knees and begs desperately for mercy. The blonde character raises her sword, preparing to launch a decisive attack. The blonde character slashes the bald man's head with a sword, sending blood flying. A powerful sword strike erupts with energy, slicing through the darkness and lighting up the area. A cloaked figure drives their sword into the ground, triggering a blinding explosion of light as another person looks on in shock. Dallin spots the unusual flames and reacts with surprise. Divine white flames surge along the woman's sword as she prepares to strike. A devastating force incinerates everything while rapidly restoring the opponent's brain nerves. A glowing armored hand shatters amid swirling debris, ensuring pain continues until the very end. A white-haired character stands silently over a burning, defeated figure with sword drawn. One figure checks on the other's condition, receiving a calm reassurance in return. Dallin calmly encourages the unseen figure to find closure for their regrets. A woman quietly expresses her gratitude. A solemn woman acknowledges someone's sacrifice made to protect Barrett's honor. Dallin calmly acknowledges that trust in a comrade's loyalty was the true reason for their protection. She bows her head in gratitude. The assertive figure proposes renegotiating the commission fee, emphasizing that higher-paying clients are always preferred. She bursts into laughter, wiping a tear from her eye. Unable to sleep, the group decides to leave immediately under the starry night sky. A figure absorbs mana from a newly collected corpse while moving through the swamp. All obtainable abilities have been acquired. He eats a unique herb, instantly gaining a boost in stamina as someone nearby looks on in confusion. A glowing essence transfers from the corpse as abilities are inherited and senses increase, while someone observes from a distance. A foot slams down with force, signaling that preparations are complete. Two figures arrive at the cave entrance, preparing to go inside. She looks up, sensing that something about the situation does not add up. A wary warrior scans the empty, ominous area, suspecting hidden enemies nearby. Two armed figures enter the dark cave, one taking the lead as the other follows closely behind. The group steps cautiously into the shadowy cavern, wary of the jagged stalactites overhead. Armored and alert, she quickly looks up, startled by something unexpected. Two armed figures confront a blocked wall, realizing this is their only way forward. A gloved figure examines the glowing wall, noting signs that it has been opened before. Startled by a sudden threat, Dallin whirls around in alarm. One warrior rushes forward to shield an ally as a sudden threat appears. A powerful explosion hurls two characters backward amid the chaos. A menacing lion-faced creature leans forward and taunts the unseen opponent with a mocking apology. A towering demon confronts the two armed heroes as fire and arcane symbols blaze around them. A determined woman confronts her enemy with her sword raised, ready for battle. The man responds with a smug expression, unfazed by the situation. The young man steps forward, ready to answer the challenge with equal intensity. A clawed figure gathers a sphere of dark energy and dares its opponent to fight back. A massive dragon-like creature launches a devastating purple energy attack at the two figures below. Dallin unleashes a powerful, energy-charged attack with his glowing weapon. The protagonist swiftly evades a deadly strike aimed at his head. A female knight descends from above and strikes the massive demon with the glowing weapon. A vengeful figure charges forward, fiercely declaring a vow to avenge Barrett. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes emerges, radiating intense menace. Dallin lunges forward in desperation, shouting for someone to come back. A towering, monstrous figure unleashes a devastating blow, sending the smaller opponent staggering backward. A character is struck with a powerful blow, blood spraying from their mouth as they reel in pain. A man grabs a young woman by the collar as she screams in pain. One character supports an injured companion while realizing their enemy is far stronger than expected. The young man suddenly realizes something shocking, his eyes widening in alarm. A man reaches toward the glowing sword as he begins to absorb its power. A gloved hand seizes the axe handle with resolve, preparing for action. He prepares to unleash his full strength, gripping his sword with determination. A powerful bolt of lightning crashes down, unleashing supernatural energy across the snowy landscape. A transformed, enraged figure confronts the enemy with a furious outburst as energy swirls around. Crackling with blue energy, the young man unleashes a powerful new ability while gripping his glowing sword. A massive, glowing force crashes down as the dragon braces itself, heightening the confrontation. Dallin charges up with electric blue energy and confidently prepares to attack. A surge of energy erupts as the determined warrior lunges downward, readying a devastating attack against the horned enemy. A horned figure emerges from the shadows and demands to know if territory has been achieved. A blue-haired character triumphantly announces his victory while crackling with blue energy. A demonic figure menacingly reveals that a hidden power has been discovered while gripping a glowing purple orb. A towering demonic figure unleashes a devastating energy blast in a display of overwhelming power. A warrior charges forward, surrounded by blue energy, clashing head-on with a surge of purple magic. Blue lightning crackles around him as he unleashes a surge of power. A fierce combatant unleashes a powerful attack amid swirling energy and lightning. A demonic figure reels as a glowing magical projectile strikes its body. A male warrior crashes downward, unleashing a surge of blue lightning energy. A demonic figure surges forward, unleashing a burst of dark energy. A caped fighter rushes toward the armored dragon-like enemy, who stands ready behind a glowing barrier. A young man, surrounded by crackling blue lightning, charges forward to launch an electrifying attack. A powerful energy beam smashes through the magical barrier, sending debris flying everywhere. Dallin charges forward and strikes the massive, horned monster with an electrified weapon. The young man surges forward, enveloped in blue lightning, and unleashes a powerful attack. Surging with blue lightning, the enraged character hurls a powerful punch at the unseen opponent. A lightning-charged swordsman smashes into a heavily armored foe, shattering the ground beneath them. Bloodied but still standing, the protagonist smirks confidently after surviving thanks to his increased stamina. He realizes his body is much stronger than before. A character screams in pain as their hand transforms into a monstrous, electrified claw. The wounded figure panics upon realizing that their injuries are no longer healing. A stunned warrior realizes the enemy is unleashing forbidden territory power amid crackling lightning. A mercenary charges through the portal and enters the labyrinth, ready for battle. A commanding voice orders the corrupted knight to block the approaching enemy. A figure charges forward in the shadowy cave as another steps decisively to confront them. Two opponents launch themselves at each other in midair, one brandishing a sword. A fierce attacker swings a glowing weapon down as the defender raises a hand to block the strike. A dark-haired warrior quickly draws his sword as another threat suddenly appears. He reacts with shock to something unexpected. A surge of sacred energy bursts forth as a divine tattoo is revealed. A monstrous figure with demonic wings charges down the corridor to intercept the mercenary. A powerful punch lands with explosive force, sending the opponent reeling. Alarmed by the enemy's unexpected power, the main character urgently questions how a low-ranked devil could control a holy knight. A figure steps from the shadows, revealing glowing purple chains around his neck. A powerful holy relic chain is introduced, capable of forcing captured opponents to obey. Two armored fighters clash fiercely as one tries to finish the battle before the devil can regenerate. A startled figure quickly turns as a menacing presence approaches from behind through the swirling mist. Someone offers a sincere apology to Dallin. A resolute knight reveals that someone has fallen victim to the devil. A young woman firmly orders her companion to confront the devil while she stays behind to handle the situation. The armored young man steps forward with determination, refusing to let the conversation end. A gloved hand seizes the glowing sword with determination, vowing action for a foolish comrade. Someone begins to realize the true identity of the Holy Knight. One character turns away with confidence, trusting their ally to guard their back as the other stands ready with a glowing spear. An apprentice knight of the Holy Knights is introduced as both a trainee and an investigator tasked with eliminating corruption within the order. An armored woman raises her glowing sword and declares her intent to eliminate the corrupt Holy Knight. A surge of golden energy erupts across the battlefield, detonating in a massive explosion. A destructive purple energy blast strikes the ground, sending debris flying. Two armored figures clash swords as magical energy surges around them. A demonic figure, enveloped in dark energy, regenerates and rises with a cursed sword in hand. A small demon-like figure confronts a larger opponent, and demands to know if forbidden power was used again. The horned, winged figure gathers power, ready to launch a decisive attack with the spiked sword. A cloaked figure swings a powerful sword strike at the monstrous, winged demon. He struggles to defend himself as his opponent suddenly unveils a new weapon. A powerful skill is activated, signaling a dramatic shift in the battle. A masked warrior draws a massive, red glowing sword as ominous energy surges around him. A beast-like figure glares with shock as it recognizes the use of an unknown skill and the achievement of a small territory. A monstrous, armored figure roars with rage, unleashing red energy as it confronts its defiant opponent. A character's eyes glow red as they unleash a surge of menacing energy. A lone figure charges forward, dodging massive red energy slashes as destruction erupts around him. A furious demonic creature erupts with shadowy energy, snarling as it unleashes its rage. A cloaked figure unleashes a powerful, energy-charged attack against a glowing, crackling orb. The confident fighter leans in with a taunting smirk, challenging his opponent. Two hooded corpses, one a mage and the other an assassin, are discovered with a glowing magical orb hovering between them. The atmosphere shifts as silence settles over the scene. Two swords collide with a burst of sparks and energy. Two armored fighters clash fiercely in a rapid sword duel. He struggles to maintain his composure as anxiety overwhelms him. A character doubles over, overcome by sudden pain. Two wooden swords fly through the air toward the training dummy as the sun sets dramatically in the background. A wooden sword hits the ground with force, sending impact lines outward. One exhausted character admits defeat while sitting on the ground as the other stands over them in the training arena. A woman sitting on the ground smiles as she acknowledges the impressive qualities of the future commander. The young man rests his wooden sword on his shoulder and responds calmly, showing no sign of pressure. A young man boasts about being recognized as a commander candidate, twirling his staff while a nearby girl looks on in irritation. After their duel, one participant acknowledges the other's significant improvement and dedication to practice. A determined competitor raises her wooden training sword and challenges her opponent to another round. The young man calmly accepts the challenge, ready to face his opponent. A long-haired warrior descends with a fierce sword strike as the defender braces to block amid flashing energy. A female knight charges forward, her face marked by regret and desperation. The armored warrior charges his sword with purple energy, preparing for a powerful attack. Someone expresses a strong desire to fight once more. Clenching his teeth in fury, the blonde character hurls an accusation of betrayal. A massive beam of light crashes down as two armored figures brace themselves with their swords against the magical assault. Two armored figures clash swords in a heated duel, sparks flying from their intense confrontation. A furious woman confronts someone, demanding to know why they have appeared like this. A scarred young man jerks in shock as glowing fragments illuminate his chained form. A fierce duel erupts as a female knight with a braided ponytail clashes with a blue-armored warrior. The chained young man steels himself, ready to face what comes next. An armored figure unleashes a powerful magical attack with a glowing sword, determined to finish the fight. Engulfed in spiked dark energy and glowing runes, he grimaces and struggles to withstand the intense magical assault. Two armored warriors collide in midair, exchanging powerful sword strikes. Two armored figures clash swords as a burst of magical energy erupts between them. A blonde character is violently struck in the face, blood spraying as they are caught off guard in the chaos. A bloodied young man struggles desperately against cursed chains as dark energy and glowing runes surround him. A wounded woman staggers forward, struggling to stay on her feet as her determined opponent closes in after their brutal fight. A bloodied, defiant character smirks and declares victory over her opponent. A wounded young man stands restrained by a heavy, cursed chain as dark energy swirls around him. A wounded warrior unleashes a surge of blazing energy, defying defeat. A wounded fighter confronts her opponent and demands a final showdown as flames flicker around them. Wounded but resolute, he braces himself and pushes through the pain. Bloodied and startled, she flinches as debris suddenly hurtles toward her. A battered young man, chained and wounded, manages to thank someone as flames burn around him. A wounded character glares fiercely at their opponent, preparing to confront them. A silver-haired warrior unleashes a surge of magical energy from a glowing rune circle, preparing to strike. A bloodied, armored figure delivers a decisive attack with a glowing sword as magical symbols swirl around them. An armored woman slashes her opponent with a bloody sword strike, sending him hurtling backward. A heavy purple chain smashes into the man's face, sending blood flying. A grieving figure kneels over an injured companion as a glowing chain burns away on the ground. Regret fills the air as someone reflects on what could have brought happiness. He reflects on how his friend was able to be with a companion during his final moments. A blood-soaked hand clamps down on a wounded arm as blood pours onto torn clothes. A bloodied figure screams in agony, overcome by pain and despair. Barrett's fate is confirmed as the castle stands illuminated by the sunset. A contemptuous figure mocks the failure of a fallen ally who lost the holy sword. A cloaked, clawed figure mocks an opponent for betraying the holy knights. An armored figure sternly warns someone to be careful with their words inside the barracks. A sinister figure grins and menacingly brandishes a golden claw weapon. A knight extends an invitation for a visit to the cave, assuring a welcome reception. A new plan is set into motion as the castle stands against the sunset. A grave stands alone as the loss of Barrett Strymon is mourned. Two armored figures stand before a grave, deciding to conceal the true fate of the fallen knight and preserve his reputation as a hero. Sienna shifts the conversation to negotiating payment now that the commission is complete. The wounded knight listens as the man insists he needs something only the Holy Knights can provide. A grand castle appears, marking the arrival at the headquarters of the Holy Knights Order Pal Xion branch. Two visitors step into a lavish room and are formally welcomed by a well-dressed man. A respectful man introduces himself as the administrative officer of the Holy Knights Order. Dallin reunites with the woman in the ornate hall and introduces himself. A high-ranking knight explains the captain's absence to the others, citing recent difficulties within the Holy Knight Order. A young man receives 30 gold coins and a recommendation for a sacred tattoo as his reward. A knight in blue armor activates a powerful holy skill, unleashing a radiant magical attack. A young man kneels as a surge of divine power descends from above, marking the moment he receives a blessing from the god of war. Two armored fighters unleash enhanced physical and magical abilities using their glowing, rune-covered weapons in synchronized combat. Someone decides to head toward the fissure. An armored figure pauses before the swirling flames, sensing the overwhelming presence of dormant divine power. A man in a ceremonial uniform explains that only the captain and vice-captain can grant sacred tattoos, requiring recipients to visit the main body. He confidently announces that he will visit soon. One character offers a wooden box to another, who reacts with surprise. An ominous purple chain, identified as the corrupted holy relic Halman's chains lost centuries ago, is revealed on the ground surrounded by strange runes. One man proposes that the other use the holy relic to circumvent the Holy Knights Order's restrictions. The armored man leans in and demands to know what the other person is plotting. The older man hesitates at the table, visibly uneasy as he struggles to respond. A blonde-haired woman closes her eyes and lets out a frustrated sigh. One character warns another that flattery will not work on the calm man sitting silently at the table. One character offers a wooden box containing a trophy to another in an ornate room. A young man reacts with concern upon learning that a holy relic is being given away as a gift. A remorseful man in ornate robes admits to acting rashly and apologizes for his serious mistake. A serious man confronts his distressed companion, demanding to know what is wrong. An older man stands in silence, his face tense and sweating as he reacts to the situation. Someone within the order is revealed to be targeting the holy sword as tension fills the room. A blonde woman in armor slams her hand on the table and demands to know who else is targeting the holy sword. A troubled man sits in an ornate room, struggling to process what has happened. A few days earlier, someone received a letter from the main Knight's Order. A sealed letter reveals instructions to return the holy sword to the main Knight's Order if it is recovered. Examining the document, the investigator realizes there is a secret code hidden among the acts of theft, ambush, and betrayal. A shocking revelation exposes the existence of a traitor within the order. A grateful man in religious attire places his hand over his chest and expresses heartfelt thanks inside the grand chamber. The man in regal attire offers a new recommendation and advance payment, but the dark-clad warrior refuses. The chain glows ominously as the offer of gold coins is firmly rejected. The man confidently announces that he has already received the advance payment, gripping a glowing purple chain as he smirks. A message is prepared to be delivered as the sun sets over the building marked with a raven emblem. One person reassures the other that there is news of someone escaping the labyrinth, and that he will likely arrive soon. A shadowy figure slips quietly into the dimly lit room, heightening the tension. A woman in the library reacts with shock to unexpected news. A man in fur-trimmed armor greets someone enthusiastically in the stone hallway. Three people sit tensely around the table as an unexpected entrance creates an awkward atmosphere. A cloaked man enters the dimly lit room and reunites with the seated man after a long absence. A cheerful man, clearly drunk, enthusiastically welcomes the stoic adventurer back from the labyrinth, clinging to him despite the adventurer's lack of amusement. A woman demands to know what the man is hiding behind him as he prepares to respond. A locked box is handed over with instructions to have an expert open it. A tense woman in the dim library instructs someone to cache the contents within 4 days, emphasizing the deadline. One character questions another's reason for visiting as the group prepares for a serious discussion in the dim tavern. A woman in the library discusses her research on elixirs, rituals, and spells that can enhance physical strength. Exhausted and frustrated, the woman struggles to make progress with her magical research, hindered by impossible requirements and dangerous side effects. In a quiet alley, a woman investigates herbal information by questioning two men, one of whom presents a collection of herbs. A hand forcefully slams a mug onto the table, abruptly interrupting and startling the two armored figures. A bearded man slams his fist on the tavern table as he boasts about his big achievement. A man with long dark hair questions someone about the small town of Lebebach in the southwest. Dozens of mandrake colonies are discovered near Lebebach. He reacts with shock as he questions the truth of what he just heard. Someone sets down a wooden mug while expressing doubt about the information being a rumor. The group debates the validity of a rumor, with one person confidently claiming expertise about money. The man stands silently with arms crossed, carefully surveying the shadowy surroundings. Someone suggests that the rumor is less serious than it seems if they insist it is true. A sprawling field reveals nearly 1,000 mandrakes growing beneath the trees. A legendary herb called mandrake is introduced, known for boosting both stamina and magic. A monstrous root-like creature unleashes a scream so powerful that a shadowy figure recoils in agony. The Ash Witch unleashes a surge of fire magic as her plan begins. A map reveals that Lebebach is situated in the continent's southwest, near the fissure where the Holy Knight Order is based. Two men discuss plans for a new business venture at the table, while a woman quietly observes from the background. Someone steps forward and volunteers to join. A bearded man eagerly agrees to join and raises his mug with a smile. A man reacts in shock to unexpected news. One character demands clarification as tension rises among the group in the dimly lit library. A character slams a mug onto the table, demanding an explanation about the promised money. A confident man announces that he will join the group. A weary traveler arrives at the bronze branch of Galio's emporium, leading a horse inside as others watch. A frustrated man laments his misfortune during what was meant to be a routine business trip. A nervous man greets someone outside a stone building. As they walk together, one character notices the other's pale appearance and asks what is wrong. A new ally from the Holy Knights Order introduces herself as the group gathers beside a covered wagon in the market yard. Dallin explains that they are traveling together because their paths align, introducing his companion to the group. A bearded man reacts with excitement and admiration upon learning that a Holy Knight is present. A boisterous man loudly praises the warrior's past heroics while the group prepares to depart. One man assures the other that he will return soon as he stands in the stone corridor holding a bundle. One character turns to leave while another, surprised, reveals having killed a devil. The main character confidently prepares to claim his reward, holding a large, glowing gem surrounded by purple energy. Adventurers embark on a quest to subdue underground devils and retrieve their essences. Amidst the battlefield remains, a wounded figure offers a large, blood-stained crystal to an exhausted companion, insisting they take it all. Dallin strides forward with a large weapon slung over his shoulder, heading toward his objective. A man arrives at the Silver Territory Labyrinth Management Office. Two figures walk side by side through the grand hallway, deep in conversation. The group has an undisclosed motive for visiting the management office. A uniformed officer formally welcomes two guests into a grand, sunlit chamber. A man in military attire stands in an ornate hall and formally introduces himself to the audience. A uniformed host invites the warrior to sit at an ornate table and offers a drink as their formal meeting begins. Two coffee cups sit silently across from each other, heightening the tension in the room. Dallin downplays his recent victory in the labyrinth while sitting at the ornate table. He smirks with confidence, certain that luck remains on his side. A uniformed man pauses to assess the situation while sipping his tea. A man quietly reflects on his unexpected repeated encounters with a powerful transcender from the Diamond Palace. One man realizes too late that the person standing before him is not who he appeared to be. A man reveals the identity of the endlessly changing face, Levrin Ahakim, while another reacts with frustration. A composed man quietly strategizes how to win the warrior's favor and secure a valuable alliance. A resentful man vents his frustration about religious figures and their obsession with pleasing gods. A young man stands confidently in the grand room, making a sarcastic comment about the god's behavior. The young man freezes, visibly shocked by the sudden turn of events. A strawberry plunges into a teacup, sending liquid splashing upwards. A stern figure confronts someone for speaking disrespectfully. Dallin forces a strained smile as he questions whether he pushed himself too far. A man challenges the other's lack of faith, his tone sharp and skeptical. A stern man challenges the person before him, questioning their true origins. The main character grows uneasy, internally questioning how the other person seems to know so much about him. The man hesitates, anxiously weighing how to respond. A young man in regal attire smirks and responds sarcastically to a remark. Someone reflects on never having crossed the Frost Highlands. A silver-haired man confronts someone about a prophecy from the 1,000-year-old hundred-eyed seer. A character smirks confidently, clearly satisfied with the situation. A character expresses surprise and admiration upon discovering that the other possesses secret knowledge about the prophet. The man suggests he senses a familiar connection between the listener and the transcenders. He breathes a sigh of relief after escaping danger and realizes he has attracted someone's attention. Dallin questions the other person about bringing the essence of the devil. A distinguished man in an ornate uniform calmly asks permission to examine something. A guarded convoy moves cautiously through a desolate, snow-covered forest. Two armed figures face off in a cramped train compartment, each ready for a fight. Dallin stands in surprise, holding a hefty bag of gold coins after receiving an unexpectedly generous payment. Sienna's successful acquisition of the goods is included in the tally. A man requests a favor from the woman before the Emporium party leaves tomorrow, offering extra payment for her help. The protagonist plans to obtain a few pieces of master craftsman's gear or relics. A young man pauses and turns toward the door as knocking echoes through the room. A nervous messenger asks if the other man is experiencing any discomfort on behalf of someone else. A stern man orders the nervous boy to relay his refusal at the building entrance. A newcomer strides into the area, catching the attention of an onlooker who recalls earlier times. One character stops the other at the window to ask for his name, receiving the answer, Perrin. One character explains that this is only their third mission and they are still an unregistered mercenary as the other questions their rank. A confident young man encourages someone to do their best and promises they will receive their plaque soon. With a broad smile, he expresses heartfelt thanks to the person before him. The female knight laughs at the protagonist's confusion after hearing something surprising. A woman in armor remarks with amusement about someone's unexpected kindness toward the child. One character teases the other about being obsessed with missions, prompting a defensive response. A character silently acknowledges a resemblance between another and their own troubled past. A blonde armored woman urgently warns her companion as they come under sudden attack. A group of orcs, led by a cloaked figure, charges through the forest toward the onlookers. An armored woman approaches the cart and orders the weapons to be unloaded while expressing frustration about the situation. The young man looks up, bewildered by something unexpected in the sky. A digital alert notifies that the body of a novice mercenary has been discovered. A powerful orc shaman channels green magical energy as shadowy figures observe, raising suspicion about the orc's authority. The leader charges forward with a sword, signaling the group to follow. A fierce warrior unleashes a devastating upward strike, scattering defeated enemies in a burst of energy. With a swift strike, Dallin decapitates his enemy, sending blood spraying through the air. Staggering backward in the snow, he suddenly realizes his body is weakened from exhaustion. A monstrous attacker swings a weapon as the young man barely dodges the powerful strike. Dallin stands over his defeated, bleeding opponent with his sword raised in victory. A young man urgently checks on his ally after a tense encounter, commenting on their opponent's surprising skill. An armored figure gently reassures a weary companion in the wintry landscape. He braces himself for the incoming threat. A weary figure grabs the axe at his waist, determined to end the fight swiftly. Dallin dives from above and swiftly slashes through the startled monsters. A furious man seizes his defeated opponent and demands their corpse. Survivors move through a blood-soaked clearing, inspecting the wreckage and bodies left after the battle. A young boy runs up to the holy knight and excitedly asks if he can become like her someday. One character encourages another to keep training and promises that with effort he can surpass her. Amid the orc corpses, the group concludes these orcs were likely exiles driven out by conflict in their homeland. He wonders if a new conflict for control is beginning. They examine the bloodied battlefield, realizing the monsters have become more aggressive because their habitat in the mountains is shrinking. A serious warrior explains that the first stage of invasion marks the time when monsters began appearing across the continent. He focuses intensely, reflecting on the threat of the invasion. A vast army assembles behind spiked barricades under a blood-red sky, preparing for battle. A character wonders aloud if the practice game is being skipped as they step forward next to a cloaked figure on the ground. 3 figures stand over a bloodied corpse, bracing themselves as the real challenge begins. Dallin unleashes a supernatural power, activating his corpse collection ability. A system notification announces the successful collection of the corpse and the inheritance of its abilities. Blue energy pulses around the character as he absorbs new enhancements to his senses, intelligence, and mana. A new skill, Showering Thunder, is acquired as blue lightning bursts from a radiant point. Blue lightning crackles in his hand as he prepares to use its power for the upcoming task. Someone urges another to hurry as the caravan prepares to depart at dawn. He steps forward with determination, answering the call. A lone warrior stands over fallen enemies and issues a challenge to the distant Ash Witch. A large crowd gathers in the street as rumors about the mandrakes spread. The group discusses their next move while deciding to stay in the area for a few days. A portly man departs for urgent business while 2 armored individuals watch him leave in front of the grand building. Sienna asks Dallin why he joined the business trip as they walk through the courtyard. An armored woman asks if the other person knows about witches, prompting a response that they have heard about them in lessons. Some individuals inherit power equal to that of an archmage solely through their bloodline. A hostile mob confronts and threatens a smaller group at night, driven by fear of their incredible power. Only a few of the mysterious figures remain, and they are now hostile toward humans. They hurry through the stone street, urgently discussing the discovery that one of their targets is in Lebebach. Rumors spread about a witch whose hatred for humans surpasses that of others. A furious young man vows to kill the witch. A blonde woman in armor questions whether the witch is connected to the mandrake colony. Mandrakes are revealed to be medicinal herbs. The monstrous plants emit deadly screams from their roots as soon as they are harvested. A surge of destructive energy bursts above the city, threatening everyone below. One character rushes forward with urgency, but another quickly intervenes to calm the situation. Dallin confidently announces that he has a plan. A rat cautiously slips out from a crack in the wall. 2 cloaked figures approach the ominous house, unsettled by its atmosphere. A hooded figure approaches a closed door marked with ritual symbols, intent on joining the Ash Witch's search for sacrificial helpers. A cloaked figure is confronted at a heavily bolted door as glowing eyes scrutinize them through a slot. A hooded young man confidently asserts his certainty in the dusklit town. Ominous mana fills the air as sinister eyes peer from behind the door, signaling the presence of a black mage. 2 cloaked figures discuss a fortune teller outside a dimly lit building, with one carrying a large sword. A menacing figure apologizes from behind a heavy door, his eyes glaring through the narrow slot. A cloaked figure enters the scene, concealed by shadows and ready to act. A tense figure bares their fangs and confirms that the intruder has arrived at the correct location. A sinister-looking man opens the door and gestures for someone to come inside. 2 cloaked figures quietly approach the building under cover of darkness. 2 hooded figures close in on a solitary silver-haired person, weapons drawn. He quickly counts 6 enemies on the 2nd floor, 7 if the leader is included. A robed man impatiently searches the hallway, demanding to know where the fortune teller is. A hooded figure informs the group that she is absent because she is preparing for something important. 2 defenders brace themselves as a group of hooded attackers ambushes them from above. A crazed man unleashes a swirling orb of dark magic from his hands. He charges forward and swings his sword in a powerful attack. A determined blonde warrior unleashes a powerful, glowing sword attack. Blinding beams of energy surge across the darkness as a powerful attack is unleashed. Dallin plunges toward the battlefield, sword ready, as glowing magical symbols ignite beneath him. A bloodied, hooded man recoils in shock as he realizes his opponent was once a holy knight. A blonde character glares with contempt at their enemy. The cultists panic as one urgently orders an attack, gripping a glowing orb in preparation. The smug man accepts the challenge with a menacing smirk, looming over his opponent. Two figures stand back to back and challenge their approaching enemies to fight. Two wounded figures collapse on the blood-soaked ground, barely clinging to life. A terrified man recoils on the floor as two armed figures intimidate him. A terrified man in dark robes recoils and demands to know if the intruders were sent by the Holy Knights. Startled by a sudden threat, the terrified character recoils in fear. A terrified man, lifted off the ground, frantically begs for mercy and offers to reveal the old lady's location. A young man steps forward with a fierce grin and volunteers to be led to the witch as a sacrifice. The group steps into the witch's barrier, surrounded by an eerie atmosphere. Three figures press onward through the misty forest, tense and wary as they follow urgent instructions. Sensing the intensifying demonic mana, he realizes the witch must be close. Startled, he jerks back in shock. One character notices the other's confusion and asks what is wrong as they stand together in the snowy forest. Sensing a subtle tremor from the holy sword, the figure pauses and grips the weapon tightly. Two figures argue in the dim woods after one insists she sensed divine power from a sword that should have none. A wary woman halts in the misty forest as she senses a sinister magical force nearby. A character spots a mysterious cage in the distance, sensing something unusual. Bloodied prisoners scream and groan in agony behind the dark prison bars. A bloodied figure stands frozen in horror, discovering the aftermath of a brutal massacre in the rain. A blonde-haired woman recoils in shock, reacting to something unexpected. A bloodied young man recoils in terror as he witnesses a brutal massacre around him. One character urgently stops another from acting, telling them to wait a moment before proceeding. One character urgently grabs another's arm and insists they move quickly to save someone trapped in a distant cage. He spots the witch ahead and prepares to confront her. A smirking antagonist taunts the two as tension rises between the opposing sides. A massive energy blast erupts, forcing two shocked figures to shield themselves from the explosion. A hooded figure snarls in irritation as energy swirls around him. A hooded figure confronts an intruder with a menacing warning about trespassing into forbidden territory. A determined woman in armor confronts her enemy in the foggy forest, pointing her sword and denouncing the Ash Witch's actions. A hooded figure realizes that a holy knight is present. Startled by an unexpected intrusion, he reels back in shock. A terrified man recoils in panic, overwhelmed by fear. A terrified man falls to his knees in the dark forest, desperately begging for mercy. A shadowy elder demands to know why the ordered sacrifices have not been brought. A frightened man confesses that he acted under threat, pleading desperately in the dark forest. Overwhelmed by pain, the character cries out desperately for mercy. A menacing figure hovers over the blood-soaked battlefield and threatens death to the disobedient children. The hooded figure points forward, preparing to choose the next target. A side slices through a character's neck, sending blood spraying as the attack lands. Dallin forcefully interrupts the conversation, his expression intense and confrontational. Standing over the empty suit of armor, the figure demands that their opponent reveal their true form. A bloodied figure grins and taunts while pressing a curved dagger to their head. A confident figure watches as a sword fighter swiftly deflects an incoming axe. A monstrous old woman charges forward, unleashing a vicious attack with her mutated claw and swirling purple energy. A menacing figure unleashes a surge of dark energy from a clawed hand. An armored figure stands firm as several monstrous wolves growl and circle menacingly. A sinister figure summons two snarling helmers surrounded by ominous energy. Dallin asks if she can face the challenge, and she responds that she'll try. Two armored figures charge forward together, launching an attack against a pack of monstrous wolf-like creatures. With energy crackling around him, Dallin launches forward as his leap skill activates. A cloaked attacker suddenly drops from above, catching the person below off guard. Two figures collide with explosive force as they rush toward each other in battle. Two opponents collide in a fast-paced sword duel, each pushing the other to their limits. A masked figure lunges at their opponent, relishing the imminent violence. Blue lightning surges as the young man unleashes a devastating attack with his territory-infused weapon. A fierce combatant unleashes a massive fiery blast, challenging his opponent to respond. The young man surges forward and unleashes a powerful, lightning-charged attack. Blue lightning crackles as the older man unleashes a surge of power with a menacing smirk. A mysterious figure recoils in shock as a bolt of lightning suddenly flashes overhead. A wild-eyed man grins menacingly from the shadows, taunting his opponent. A confident man steps forward and challenges his unseen opponent to reveal themselves. A shadowed figure is struck by a spinning, electrified weapon in a sudden, intense attack. A character witnesses a massive explosion of magical energy erupting in the sky. A woman coughs and laughs mockingly, showing defiance despite her injury. Two corpses are discovered, triggering ominous notifications. A wounded woman admits her mistake but taunts her opponent with a defiant smirk as purple energy swirls around her. Two notifications announce the discovery of the brave and just warrior's corpse and the soundless assassin's corpse. A woman radiates confidence as she challenges her opponent to take the fight seriously. With unwavering determination, the young man prepares to make his next decisive move. A figure floats in a swirling purple vortex, urgently demanding power while another watches from below. A gloved figure draws a sword, preparing for confrontation in the shadowy gloom. A powerful skill, Lapentela's pulverizing sword, is activated as a glowing notification appears. Surging with red energy, the character launches a fierce attack toward the enemy. A massive explosion tears through the mountains, hurling debris and shockwaves in every direction. A powerful foot crashes down, smashing the ground with overwhelming force. A fierce red aura bursts around the fighter as he unleashes a devastating attack with his cursed sword. A masked woman blasts fiery magic from her hands, laughing wildly as her attack erupts. A combatant aggressively taunts their opponent, questioning why they have stopped using the power of territory. He stands rigid, barely containing his fury as energy swirls around him. He realizes he can only use his territory ability once more due to his limited stamina. A fierce combatant unleashes a fire attack from above while her opponent waits for the perfect moment to strike. A fierce combatant unleashes a devastating dark red energy attack, striking downward with overwhelming force. A powerful magical attack is launched toward the explosion as the aggressor taunts the target to struggle. A furious woman threatens to incinerate her enemy and use their ashes for her revenge. A devastating explosion erupts over the town, drawing everyone's attention to the chaos. A group of men anxiously look up as the ground shakes and debris falls from above. A menacing threat is made to burn all the humans in Lebebach. A fierce, injured man confronts someone about the humiliation they suffered because of humans. Despite his injuries, the man refuses to give up. A wounded young man stands his ground and rejects the other person's approach amid the rain-soaked chaos. Amid swirling flames, a woman delivers a fierce ultimatum, vowing no forgiveness for the past. A vengeful figure unleashes a devastating red-black energy attack, forcing the other to recoil in shock. She hesitates, suddenly doubting her own conviction. 3 injured girls huddle together on the ground, haunted by a memory that remains vivid despite the passage of centuries. A girl recoils in fear as someone threatens her with a raised hand. Frightened humans violently attack a group they perceive as a threat. Sienna glares furiously and issues a threat to her opponent. Surrounded by a fierce purple aura, she unleashes her anger and yells furiously. A surge of demonic mana overwhelms him, leaving him struggling in pain. He is stunned as he realizes something critical. A furious character unleashes a wave of destructive magic at their enemy. A male character is blasted backward by a surge of red, electric energy. Dark energy crackles around him as he fights to keep control. A surge of lightning magic hurtles toward the stunned character as he braces for impact. A devastating explosion tears through the dark forest, scattering light and debris across the sky. A solitary figure enveloped in a menacing red aura appears at the end of the snowy, deserted path. He surveys the area, tense and battered, searching for any sign of the witch. A battered figure coughs and struggles to sit up while another stands watching in the desolate clearing. The bloodied woman collapses to her knees, defeated by a power she cannot yet control. A gloved figure readies their sword, preparing to deliver a final, decisive blow. A figure suddenly leaps down from above, catching the other character off guard. A wounded woman endures her pain and expresses irritation. 2 caped figures clash in midair above the rooftop, each striving for dominance under the moonlit sky. Wounded and furious, the woman prepares to unleash a hidden power as she glares at her opponent. A shocked young man recoils and demands to know what he is facing. A cloaked figure rushes down the slope as the mandrakes awaken and chaos erupts. A strange, glowing plant suddenly pushes up from the ground. A terrified character screams as a surge of energy erupts around them. The armored man releases a furious roar, shaking the ground with his unleashed power. A crushing blow is delivered as a fist slams down with overwhelming force. The injured man collapses to his knees, coughing and unable to move. A battered man acknowledges his defeat after a hard-fought battle. A figure raises a glowing hand, gathering energy as flames swirl around. A furious female character hurls a massive magical attack from above as flames engulf the area and her opponent braces himself below. A character takes a direct hit from a blazing fist but grins fiercely in defiance. A caped figure swoops down and launches a massive fireball in a sudden, devastating attack. An explosion erupts, scattering debris across the chaotic sky. A woman with a cloak thrusts her arms forward, unleashing a powerful attack through the swirling smoke. Sienna, bloodied and amazed, acknowledges the unexpected endurance of her opponent after a fierce battle. A lone figure surveys the ruined landscape before turning away from the chaos. A woman smirks as she decides to head to Lebebach, clearly plotting her next move. She blocks the path, fixing an intense gaze on her target. A massive sword crashes down, unleashing a powerful attack amid swirling smoke and debris. A woman reels back, stunned and bleeding heavily from a sudden, devastating wound. A young man kneels and channels power from the holy sword as someone reacts in shock. The standing man confirms his suspicion as the 2 injured figures crouch beneath him. A woman releases a massive burst of mana as a cloaked figure senses the surge from below. The holy sword begins to tremble in the character's grasp. A wounded woman clutches her bleeding chest, frozen in shock as she realizes the severity of her injury. A character reveals that only those chosen by the god of war can wield the sword. A kneeling figure is chosen by a glowing sword while another person watches from a distance. A battered character smirks and taunts his opponent, unfazed by his injuries. A battle-hardened man activates his electrified sword, taunting his opponent with newfound power. A figure activates a glowing sword and confronts an opponent in the dark forest. A determined man brandishes his sword and boldly challenges the Ash Witch to a decisive confrontation. The wounded woman scoffs at her attacker, radiating sinister energy as she refuses to yield. A female warrior surges forward with blazing energy, undeterred by her opponent's holy sword. A violent surge of green energy erupts as the protagonist braces himself against the threat. Battered and determined, Dallin braces himself as a searing green energy attack threatens to overwhelm him. A female character unleashes a powerful ash curse by raising a glowing magical orb as energy swirls around her. A bloodied woman defiantly confronts her opponent, undeterred by her wounds or their divine backing. A caped figure unleashes a massive magical attack at an opponent suspended in midair. The protagonist reveals that the holy sword possesses two main abilities. A wounded figure presents a crackling sword while listing its remarkable durability and beginning to reveal its next feature. A surge of lightning erupts as the protagonist activates a devastating sword skill. Blue lightning bursts from the character as he unleashes a powerful attack. A surge of energy erupts as one figure activates a powerful ability while the other braces to respond. The bloodied woman reels back in shock as her curse is instantly neutralized by her opponent. A massive impact crashes down, sending debris flying everywhere. A powerful sword attack surges downward toward the stunned opponent. Two warriors collide as one unexpectedly unleashes a powerful ability, catching his opponent off guard. A figure armed with a lightning-charged sword plunges down from above, launching a fierce attack at the startled opponent below. A battered figure lunges forward and unleashes a desperate curse attack. A bloodied character recoils in shock as a blinding flash interrupts the battle. A powerful explosion blasts through the area, hurling debris and a bicycle into the air. A foot slams down with electrifying force, sending cracks through the ground. Amid the wreckage and crackling energy, the battered figure endures the devastation, laughing defiantly. The bloodied warrior rises with a defiant smirk and taunts his opponent, undeterred by the recent battle. One figure reveals he has planted at least 2,000 mandrakes as the two confront each other in the ruined, foggy forest. A shadowy figure scans the eerie forest, wary of the hidden threats among the glowing plants. A dire warning is delivered as the threat of death looms over every human in Lebebak. A wounded figure threatens to unleash a magical curse if killed. A wounded woman, bloodied and wild-eyed, screams that her long-awaited revenge is finally complete as she falls. A young man explains that mandrakes can only grow in dense forests like the one surrounding them. A bloodied woman glares fiercely and raises her clawed hand, defiantly taunting her opponent. Suddenly, the anxious girl interrupts with a desperate revelation. A red-haired warrior charges forward, preparing to unleash a devastating attack that could obliterate the surrounding forest. The main character focuses intensely as he prepares to activate a skill perfectly suited for the situation. A powerful new skill manifests after the defeat of the labyrinth's devil. A devastating barrage of fiery meteors crashes down as the powerful fire rain skill is unleashed. A woman reels in shock, clutching her bleeding chest as she struggles to comprehend the devastating blow she has just received. A fierce man raises his blazing staff and unleashes the legendary spell of the previous generation's Ignella Magic Tower Master. A sudden impact in the dark forest interrupts the tense moment. A furious fighter leaps at the giant wolf beast, swinging her sword in a direct assault. She braces herself in the heat of battle, desperate to break away and help her ally. A giant wolf charges forward, ready to attack. A determined warrior launches a fierce aerial attack against a monstrous, spiked enemy. A sword-wielding figure launches a powerful attack, leaping down a shattered wall amid crackling energy. The woman charges forward, unleashing a surge of energy with her glowing, rune-covered sword. An armored fighter swings his sword in a powerful arc, sending debris and blood flying. A wolf viciously attacks another wolf in the shadowy forest. Someone off-panel announces that they can no longer delay. A shadowy wolf-like creature watches as glowing magical barriers activate overhead in the forest. A massive explosion engulfs the area, scattering debris and blinding light. Sienna hurls a blinding energy attack at the shadowy figure with overwhelming speed. The blonde woman steadies her grip on the glowing sword and gets ready to set out. A blonde woman suddenly reacts in shock. A woman in battle gear freezes in shock as something unexpected unfolds amidst swirling debris. Fiery meteors crash into the ground as a lone figure stands unfazed amidst the devastation. A survivor steps onto the scorched ground, relieved despite losing all his clothes in the destruction. Amid raging flames, a man remains unharmed as his dragon blood regeneration skill activates. A stunned observer struggles to comprehend how a mortal possesses forbidden magic and the blood of an immortal dragon, while a figure lies defeated among the burning embers. A battered figure on the ground tries to identify the person who just defeated them. A notification confirms the target has been eliminated. He mocks his defeated enemies, noting their last words are always the same. A hand moves decisively to seize the corpse, signaling a shift in control. A white-haired knight rushes through the smoky ruins to check on the injured figure. A blonde woman reacts in shock as she receives unexpected news. She stands frozen, visibly shocked and embarrassed. The man surveys his surroundings in confusion, uncertain about what just happened. Exhausted and shirtless, Dallin admits the fight was intense as he rubs the back of his head. A blonde woman reels back in outrage, trembling as she confronts someone in shock. A blonde character angrily confronts someone about their nudity while brandishing a sword. Someone urgently insists that another person cover up while searching for fabric. A peaceful medieval town stretches under a clear blue sky, setting the scene. A wounded figure clutches their shoulder and exhales in relief. Dallin celebrates his successful purchase, feeling proud of having collected enough gold coins to acquire something valuable in a hurry. A character with long black hair arrives in town and surveys the surroundings with a sword on their back. The mandrake fields burn to ashes as the merchants depart from Lebebak. Someone enters the warmly lit room and announces their return as another person looks up in surprise. One person checks on the other's recovery as he sits up in bed and reassures her that he feels better after resting. A severely injured young man briefly regains consciousness before collapsing again. The blood-stained figure stands among the wounded and dying, realizing it is already too late for the others. Furious at being thwarted, the protagonist clenches his teeth and curses his enemy. A menacing figure summons a surge of dark energy beneath a massive, ominous purple eye. Someone asks about the other's condition after encountering two Helmars. Sienna checks on the injured person while Dallin stands guard behind her. A companion laments that if they had arrived sooner, the injured person would not be suffering now. Overwhelmed by guilt, one figure stands in silence while another turns away. She stands in silence, lost in deep thought. A dire warning dominates the scene, emphasizing an experience to be avoided at all costs. A woman sits in silence as someone places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, urging her not to dwell on her regrets. Someone reflects that they were able to save the child. Dallin surveys the area with a calm, confident smile, ready for what comes next. A blonde woman in armor urgently calls out to someone with concern. She nods in agreement, accepting the request. One character instructs another to look after someone while announcing he has urgent business in the forest, prompting a surprised reaction. A flustered woman hurriedly covers herself with a cloak after being brought out too quickly and realizing she left something behind. A frustrated young man argues that the other person is responsible for getting their clothes burnt. The aftermath of the powerful skill leaves the landscape devastated and barren. He stands firm amid the destruction, accepting that eliminating all the mandrakes at once was the only option. With a smug look, he mocks the merchant's misfortune, suggesting the emporium owner must be crying. A figure discovers an unconscious person lying on the ground. The protagonist surveys 5 of his own corpses, acknowledging the repeated defeats suffered at the hands of the Ash Witch. A glowing hand channels necromantic energy as Dallin activates his corpse collection ability. A status screen appears, confirming a boost in senses. A glowing notification announces a strength increase. He reviews the bodies and finds nothing unusual from either the herbalist or the warrior. A lifeless, heavily armored figure is discovered on the ground, announced as the holy warrior who pursued the witch's corpse. He pauses, suddenly recalling the significance of the name. A young man sits before his computer, regretting how his obsession with the Ash Witch distracted him throughout the game. A lone figure stands in the mist, weighed down by regret over past mistakes. A powerful technique called corpse collection is announced. A system notification appears, indicating that stamina has increased by 1. A new curse prevention skill is acquired, offering an advantage against black mages. Dallin steps forward, ready to face the challenge ahead. Only one corpse remains to be collected as the lifeless figure lies motionless in the ominous glow. A determined young man enveloped in blue energy activates a supernatural ability. 2 figures confront a swirling dark portal radiating purple energy. Shrouded in dark energy, Dallin reaches out as a shadowy dagger materializes before him. Dallin unleashes a surge of energy as he brandishes the cursed sword. A hand raises the Dark Moon Spellkiller, its blade pulsing with ominous energy. A narration explains that touching a substandard spell will destroy it. A hooded figure lunges forward, unleashing a surge of purple magic from a jagged dagger. A defensive technique is explained that enables a counterattack against strong spells with a sword strike. The armored young man realizes he can obtain powerful items from corpses. A sinister anticipation of upcoming death sets the stage for more violence. Dallin is abruptly interrupted as he starts to head back through the deserted, sunset-lit landscape. A character spots the glowing red flower they had been searching for just as the sun sets. Night settles over the Tudor-style house, setting a calm and expectant atmosphere. A solitary warrior sits quietly at the tavern bar as the bartender watches him. He reflects on his recent victory, satisfied with having gained 4 corpses and an item. A solitary warrior grips his great sword and sits at the tavern bar, readying himself for what comes next. The narration highlights the crucial importance of being able to use the holy sword. An officer from the Holy Knight's Order reports that the holy sword has completely lost its divine power. He wonders if the holy sword's reaction means he has been chosen by the god of war. A figure with a ponytail turns sharply as someone confronts him in the dimly lit tavern. A cheerful shop owner greets the visitor with immediate recognition. At the tavern bar, a bearded man teases the swordsman about lingering, while the swordsman defensively explains that his emporium preparations are taking longer than expected. 2 people discuss the boy's severe injuries and recent awakening. A distressed man sits at a tavern table, overwhelmed with worry for a young girl's suffering. The character clenches their fist, determined to take action. A hand sets a provision pouch on the table for the recovering child. Dallin expresses concern about whether the other person can handle spending such a large amount of money. A determined merchant insists on helping out of a sense of obligation from their past encounter. A character smirks confidently, signaling a shift in the situation. 2 men sit across from each other at the tavern bar, engaging in a candid conversation over drinks. 2 people discuss unsettling rumors while a wooden mug rests on the table between them. A stern, bearded man delivers urgent news from the northern frontier of the Empire. Skeletons claw their way out of the ground as an ominous presence fills the scene. Dallin reels in shock after hearing unexpected news. A tense voice challenges someone in the dimly lit storage room. At a tavern table, the protagonist urgently asks if the rumors about the dead rising are true. The man with the large sword reassures the other patron that the unsettling news is only a rumor. A man explains that this is where the rumor began. Someone arrives in Langleton village in the northern part of the empire. A group of hooded cultists emerges beneath the blood-red sky. 3 hooded figures warn that the end is near. A hooded figure declares that an altar must be built in preparation for an imminent descent. Night falls over the quiet rooftops as the scene shifts. A weary man listens closely as he learns about nightly disturbances. Skeletal corpses claw their way out of the ground and invade the village, sending the townspeople into panic. He considers the possibility that the recent undead attacks are the work of a necromancer linked to an impending demonic threat. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist confirms his suspicion. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes emerges threateningly from the shadows. An impending awakening is foreshadowed as ominous text appears over a glowing background. A character considers the threat posed by an undying devil who remains sealed because he cannot be killed. Dallin anxiously contemplates how to deal with a seemingly insurmountable opponent. He pauses in silence, deep in thought as he considers his next move. He hints at a cunning strategy with a sly smirk. One man anxiously questions his companion at the tavern table, seeking clarity about the situation. He dismisses the rumor and thanks the emporium owner for the information. Someone exhales deeply as the peaceful scene settles over the quiet building. Frustrated by his mounting responsibilities, the man complains about having to deal with the Holy Sword, the Ash Witch, and now the Immortal Devil. A young man demands to be included in the plan, his determination turning to sudden confusion. One character urgently confronts another about the true danger of their journey while a third watches tensely in the background. A blonde woman urgently warns that a single mistake could be fatal. The wounded young man insists on joining despite his injuries. A young man with a sword insists that someone remains for treatment and demands an explanation for the situation. An injured character insists on joining the group, surprising another who explains his request. The injured young man makes a heartfelt promise not to be a burden. A cautious figure warns the group about the risks of bringing an injured person along. The group prepares to face a difficult journey to transport the Holy Sword. A shadowed armored figure with glowing eyes enters, resting a large sword on his shoulder. Suspicion rises as the possibility of a traitor among the knights is revealed. A young man narrows his eyes as a sudden realization shifts his resolve. A chilling sense of dread fills the air as ominous eyes come into focus. The battered young man stands alone in the sunlit hall, tense and preparing to face his next challenge. A firm decision has been made, leaving no room for debate. The injured young man confronts the taller figure, demanding whether he can pack his own share. The bandaged young man eagerly agrees, raising his fist in determination. Someone insists they can set up a campsite despite being slow. The young man confidently announces the decision, signaling the group's next course of action. A confident young man offers a job as a porter and mercenary. The injured young man expresses his heartfelt gratitude to his rescuer. An armored figure stands silently, hesitating as she observes the injured person resting nearby. A worried woman expresses concern about whether things will be alright with parents still unresolved. He reassures the group and confidently presents an axe, signaling readiness for the next challenge. The bandaged boy calmly explains that he picked up the item on the way as the surprised girl listens. The injured boy recoils in shock as he sees something alarming off-panel. Someone suddenly spots a mandrake, causing alarm. A gloved hand forcefully pulls a glowing, human-shaped root from the ground. The shocked man clutches the rare item to his chest as he questions how it was obtained. A figure steps forward and announces that one person managed to survive. The leader announces they will depart tonight, and urges the weakened companion to recover quickly to avoid slowing the group down. A dense, shadowy forest looms under dim light, setting an ominous atmosphere. 3 riders press onward through the dark forest as one struggles with pain. One character collapses in pain as another rushes to support him under the dark forest sky. One character supports the other, noticing his exhaustion and suggesting they find a place to rest. Dallin, injured and barely conscious, is supported by another person as he struggles with pain. The group pushes forward through the dark forest, searching for a place to rest after several exhausting days outdoors. A woman expresses gratitude for being allowed to travel with the group. The atmosphere shifts as a sarcastic remark echoes through the shadowy forest. A blonde woman reports impressive progress in her student's swordsmanship after several days of training. A leader assesses a young man's impressive combat skills on the battlefield and considers recruiting him into the Holy Knights. A young man smiles in the moonlit forest as he considers a new plan. The 2 opponents lock eyes, tension crackling as they prepare for a confrontation. 2 riders surge forward on horseback, both alert as they sense a powerful presence nearby. The 2 cloaked riders approach the rain-soaked fort under the cover of night. Someone senses the presence of blood nearby as rain falls around the dimly lit building. The group decides to investigate after a tense discussion by the post at night. A worried woman urges the injured young man beside her to stay safe as they prepare to part ways. A decisive command is given to enter immediately. Someone gives a brief affirmation to proceed. A door slowly creaks open, casting uneasy shadows across the floor. Sienna warns of a powerful presence as Dallin stands ready with his sword. 2 travelers enter the nearly empty tavern as a figure with a bow confronts them from above. A woman with long dark hair greets someone with a faint, knowing smile, acknowledging their difficult journey. A figure descends the wooden stairs with deliberate intent. He senses that something more than blood is present. A sinister presence is detected as the stench of blood fills the air. A woman bows gracefully, lifting her skirt in a formal greeting. Bathed in red light, A woman stands with a confident, menacing smile. Two travelers arrive at the inn as a woman greets them and asks how many are in their group. One character firmly requests 2 rooms and 3 meals for their group of 3. A young woman bows her head and acknowledges the request before stepping away. He realizes that she has deceived visitors like this many times before. A hidden threat becomes clear as all of the protagonist's senses warn that the woman is extremely dangerous. The protagonist resolves to secretly watch the unidentified woman to uncover her true identity. Someone offers Sienna assistance as she stands hesitantly in the dim room. A composed blonde woman issues a polite order to have her bath water prepared before her meal. Inside the tavern, one character instructs another to go ahead while preparing to follow with a third companion. He steels himself, focus sharpening as he prepares for what comes next. Someone suddenly realizes something crucial, their gaze sharpening with intense focus. A woman sets down a colorful bowl of food, inviting someone to enjoy the meal she has prepared. The group gathers around the table to share a meal, expressing their gratitude. He tears off a chunk of bread and remarks on the empty tavern, questioning if business is struggling. In a dim tavern, a worried hostess asks the travelers if they heard any news during their journey. A shadowy figure grins slyly as he cautiously bites into the food, testing its taste. A character tenses up upon hearing news of walking corpses appearing in a nearby village. A woman scoffs at the mention of walking corpses, clearly finding the idea ridiculous. Someone demands to know if the unseen person is from the Empire. One character reacts with surprise as the other questions something he just said at the tavern table. The young man reveals he is also from the Empire after recognizing the other's accent. A woman reflects on her childhood, noting that 10 years have passed since she lived there. A young man grins slyly and teases someone about still having an accent. A tense woman demands to know how the other person managed to keep a mysterious item for 10 years when hers vanished after just one. 3 uneasy figures sit in silence at a long tavern table, tension thick in the dimly lit room. A shadowed man smirks and draws a weapon from his belt, preparing to attack. Someone is forcefully slammed to the ground in the tavern, shocking the bystanders. 3 battered men struggle to get up from the floor, recoiling in terror after a devastating encounter. He crouches with a confident grin, gripping his axe as he checks if the top floor is clear. A massive, cloaked knight with a huge sword steps into the tense tavern, drawing a startled shout from someone on the stairs. Soaked and furious, she reports that enemies launched an ambush the moment she entered the bath. The male character accepts the challenge with a confident smirk. A character demands an explanation from the inn owner as others watch the tense confrontation. A sinister woman threatens to devour her victim, smirking in the shadows. A female magic user unleashes a surge of purple energy as she casts a powerful spell. A pack of red-eyed skeletal monsters emerges from the shadows, preparing to attack. A monstrous skull-faced spirit materializes behind the terrified man as another figure grabs him. Adventurers recoil in fear as dark magic surges and undead figures appear, revealing the presence of a necromancer. Dallin launches a furious sword attack at his dark opponent, energy crackling around them. He jerks back in alarm, caught off guard by something unexpected. A furious figure lunges forward, undeterred as attacks fail to stop its advance. A sinister figure grins and unleashes a surge of dark energy, undeterred by threats of death. A menacing figure threatens to consume his opponent as they clash with powerful magic. Dallin charges forward and swings his glowing sword in a decisive attack. He pauses with a determined look, preparing to make a critical declaration. A powerful weapon called the Spell Killer is revealed, radiating ominous purple energy. Dallin surges forward and unleashes a powerful strike with his glowing mystical dagger. A horde of skeletons with glowing red eyes charges at a lone figure, launching a sudden attack. He focuses his resolve, eyes glowing with determination as he prepares for what comes next. A massive explosion engulfs the area as a devastating attack is unleashed. Sienna recoils in fear as magical symbols suddenly flare to life around her. Dallin shatters the enemy's spell and stands ready among the defeated skeletons. Dallin confidently explains the importance of choosing the right weapon against spell users. A determined figure lunges forward and strikes with a glowing blade, unleashing a spell-breaking attack. A shocked woman is trapped and wounded as a magic-imbued sword slashes through arcane symbols. A desperate character unleashes a fatal curse against the sorcerer as ominous runes glow around them. A skeleton with glowing red eyes lunges at the protagonist with its sword as he struggles to defend himself. A blonde-haired woman is suddenly confronted by a group of advancing skeleton creatures in the hall. A determined woman shouts that she will come to the rescue. Dallin braces himself and insists he can take on the masked opponent alone. A skeletal creature with glowing red eyes lets out a guttural growl and advances. A menacing skeletal figure emerges, signaling the arrival of a new threat. Dallin is knocked to the ground as he desperately blocks a powerful sword strike. A shocked woman discovers a body lying motionless in the hall after the battle. Amidst the scattered skeletons, one fighter struggles and calls for help while another rushes in with a sword. Sienna collapses to her knees, shocked and weakened after her spell is disarmed. A frantic spellcaster quickly conjures glowing magic circles to attempt a desperate resurrection. A glowing sword crashes down with overwhelming force. A character recoils in shock, throwing up a hand to defend against a sudden surge of purple magical energy. A wary warrior confronts a suspected necromancer in a shadowy chamber, demanding to know if sacrifices are being prepared for the immortal devil. A battered woman is confronted and questioned under intense pressure. He hesitates, then agrees to listen. A bloodied arm is pinned to the ground by a large knife as someone reacts with disgust to the revelation of cannibalism. An alarmed figure rushes toward the crouching warrior to warn him of sudden danger. Two figures enter the basement and discover civilians bound and imprisoned. A distressed woman pleads for help while another figure hides her face in anguish behind her. He announces that the immortal devil has already been unsealed. A shadowed figure instructs the group to rest in preparation for an early departure. One character strides toward the exit with determination while another, surrounded by broken furniture, watches and questions his sudden departure. A woman is stunned as she learns their mission is to catch the immortal devil. Amidst shattered furniture, one character urgently reveals that the immortal devil cannot be killed. A young woman urgently begs to join the mission as the man with the great sword moves toward the door. He confidently assures his ally that he has a plan, gripping his sword at his side. A tense girl insists she never agreed to kill him. The young man confidently declares his intent to catch the target, while holding a glowing, chain pouch crackling with purple energy. 3 centuries ago, a devastating figure unleashed curses across the world, turning battlefields into scenes of terror and ruin. The immortal devil emerges as an unstoppable force, surviving the Holy Knight's full assault. The warrior kneels in defeat, realizing all their efforts were useless against the immortal enemy. A lone armored figure struggles to seal the monstrous hand with divine power. Dallin moves cautiously through the shadowy forest, approaching the cave where something has been sealed. A hooded group is forced toward the dark cave entrance under urgent orders. A hooded figure complains about the group's slow progress as they move through the dark, rocky terrain. A hooded figure steps out of the shadows and interrupts with a serious tone. The gatekeeper impatiently orders the 2 hesitant travelers to enter without delay. A hooded man desperately shields a young girl in the forest, pleading for her to be spared from danger. A hooded figure violently strikes another person, asserting dominance as the victim tries to plead. A hooded attacker menaces 2 terrified victims with a weapon in the darkness. The masked attacker raises his weapon and swings down with deadly force, intent on killing. A powerful blow lands, causing a violent crash. The group jolts in shock as someone demands to know who caused the sudden disruption. A hooded figure is interrupted mid-threat as a caped character lands forcefully in front of him. A cloaked figure ambushes a group of startled opponents with a powerful, glowing energy attack from above. A hooded figure is stabbed mid-sentence, their shock evident as blood pours from the wound. Dallin lunges forward and slashes his sword at the shadowy opponent, ignoring the blood streaming from his wounded arm. Cries of pain erupt above as the injured young man looks up, tense and alert. The cloaked figure sits and thanks the standing warrior, who holds his sword before him. Someone reacts in horror, their eye wide with shock at what they see. A masked figure unleashes dark power with a staff as ominous purple energy swirls around them. A hooded figure unleashes dark energy, furiously confronting an intruder as 2 shadowy allies snarl beside them. Chaos erupts as an unknown figure suddenly appears and attacks people, leaving one observer confused. Shadowy attackers rush forward as Dallin stands his ground. A combat skill activates as a determined fighter readies a powerful punch. Dallin forcefully knocks back several attackers, overwhelming them with his strength. A hooded character recoils in shock as glowing magic circles suddenly appear around them. The young man lunges forward and snatches the weapon with decisive force. A hooded figure is impaled through the chest by a glowing, blood-soaked sword, screaming in agony as purple energy crackles around them. A hooded figure flees into the cave, while another prepares to follow. Sensing something unusual, the protagonist quickly turns his head, alert and ready for action. A notification announces that Hammond's armored combat skill is just 1% away from maximum proficiency. The protagonist issues a command to activate the status window. A skill description reveals that the armored combat technique is at 99% proficiency, emphasizing its defensive and offensive versatility. The character charges downward with anticipation, eager to witness what will happen when the percentage reaches 100. A chained, purple-skinned hand seizes a pile of coins with force. A shadowy figure surveys the kneeling devotees and their offerings of treasure. 2 hooded figures kneel in the shadows, discussing the imminent sacrifice of humans. A chained monster announces its impending return to full power as hooded followers kneel and acknowledge the surge in its energy. A hooded figure rushes into the stone corridor, urgently announcing the need for immediate evacuation as another reacts in alarm. A hooded intruder barges into the ritual chamber, sword drawn, pleading as the robed group angrily confronts them. A frantic messenger bursts into the ritual, announcing that an intruder has defeated all the cultists outside. A menacing figure mocks the 2 masked subordinates as they cower in fear. A monstrous creature furiously berates the 2 cloaked figures for relying on unworthy allies. A sinister figure prepares to use the others as replacements for the lost sacrifices. Someone screams in pain as blood bursts violently across the chaotic scene. A chained, monstrous figure reveals sinister intentions as another cloaked figure watches warily. A man strides forward with his sword raised, directly confronting his opponent about eliminating his own subordinates. A restrained figure accuses someone of attacking the hideout. A man confidently draws a mysterious sword, raising suspicion about his true identity. A shadowy figure dismisses any concerns with a chilling remark in the darkness. A shadowy figure radiates menace as he threatens his opponent with swirling energy chains. A determined figure prepares to unleash his power as energy surges around him. The blue-haired warrior lunges forward, releasing a surge of lightning from his weapon. A silver-haired combatant unleashes a devastating lightning-charged attack that shatters the surroundings. A monstrous figure, looming in the shadows, acknowledges the human's surprising mastery of territory. A surge of crackling blue energy erupts in the darkness as a hidden power is dramatically revealed. A deadly curse takes form as a monstrous figure emerges from the swirling fog. A lone figure braces against a deadly energy attack that threatens to melt anything it touches. A shadowy figure expresses growing admiration as it observes someone. A young man activates a glowing magical seal to block a curse as he charges forward. The panel reveals that the technique has limited power and only works on weaker curses. Dallin is hit by a powerful burst of magical energy and struggles to defend himself. A character recoils as a powerful threat descends abruptly from above. A male character is violently knocked backward through the air, reacting in pain. A demon-like figure taunts someone while looming over the ruins and an open treasure chest. A battered pair sits amid ruins as the loss of the great holy sword is revealed. Wounded and frustrated, the character activates dragon blood regeneration to withstand the curse. A furious attacker unleashes a relentless wave of curses while the defender quickly raises a stronger barrier to protect himself. A young man unleashes a powerful armored combat skill, striking forward with forceful energy. A male character is struck by a sudden realization, his eyes wide with shock. A system notification announces that Dahamon's armored combat skill has reached full proficiency and is now ready for the power of territory. As shadowy tentacles close in, the lone figure halts his escape and prepares to counterattack using the power of territory. A young man considers using territory as armor to create a new combat technique. A monstrous figure dismisses the situation with clear disdain. A raging figure surrounded by flames threatens to annihilate the enemy without leaving a trace. A cloaked figure braces desperately as a massive burst of energy crashes down from above. Crackling with blue energy, the character confidently prepares to unleash a powerful attack. Amid a raging snowstorm, someone vows to forge their own armor. Energy erupts across the battlefield as the power of territory is activated. A shadowy figure unleashes a fierce surge of energy, crackling with lightning at the center of the scene. A massive explosion engulfs the area, unleashing devastating force. A monstrous figure, enraged and surrounded by flying debris, glares fiercely at an unseen opponent. A warrior unleashes a fiery transformation, radiating intense power amid the destruction. A character charges forward, unleashing a surge of fiery energy from their clenched fist. A young man charges his fists with blazing energy, preparing to attack his opponent. A confident fighter surrounded by flames clenches his fists and prepares to attack. A monstrous creature towers over a small armored figure surrounded by swirling flames. The monstrous figure turns away and retreats into the glowing subspace portal. A fiery sword crashes down as a surprise attack is unleashed. The monstrous entity writhes in pain as flames consume its body. An armored figure delivers a fiery punch to a monstrous foe, causing an explosive impact. A monstrous figure unleashes a surge of power, smashing the ground and sending a fiery shockwave outward. A muscular fighter unleashes a fierce, flaming attack, aiming to exploit even the smallest opening. A massive, armored figure erupts with fiery power, stunning everyone with his sudden transformation. A gun is fired at close range towards someone's face. A character crashes down with overwhelming force, unleashing a massive explosion. An explosion tears through the center of the room, sending shockwaves in every direction. A character is slammed into the wall by a blast of explosive energy. A character is caught off guard and overwhelmed by a sudden, fiery attack. A furious character charges through flames, launching a direct and fiery attack at their opponent. A character is violently struck in the arena, sending debris and smoke flying as they cry out in pain. A small purple creature collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by defeat and crying. A desperate man pleads for his life, offering to be killed if necessary, while someone considers his usefulness. A glowing, ominous chain is held aloft as its critical requirement is revealed. A monstrous creature, chained and powerless, clings to a glowing orb as it is held in restraint. A horned creature clutches a glowing chained orb and desperately begs for mercy. The larger figure silently asserts control as the smaller creature cowers in fear. An intimidating figure demands submission from a nervous character, asserting control over the situation. Dawn breaks over the mountains, signaling the start of a new day. Two cloaked figures approach a wooden building at sunset, carefully surveying their surroundings. Two figures react with concern when their expected meeting at dawn does not happen. A shadowy figure emerges from the forest edge, gripping a severed head. Using glowing magic, one character peers into the distance while another stands beside her, visibly impressed by the display. He strides through the dark forest, dragging the defeated creature behind him. A character drags a tied-up creature while two others approach cautiously in the tense standoff. A mysterious creature is revealed inside the basket as one character calmly confirms its identity. He lifts the severed head of the immortal devil, displaying it with a triumphant grin. One character bluntly claims another as their slave, prompting an excited reaction from the bystander. Footsteps approach through the sunlit, quiet forest. A cheerful figure stretches the face of a small, distressed creature while laughing. Four riders travel together through the forest as one questions another about their plan. A determined figure thrusts his arm into the impaled creature, exposing a glowing, chained orb hidden within its body. A knight confronts the immortal devil as its monstrous hand radiates green energy. The chains were lost 100 years earlier during the Vampire War. As the group rides through the forest at dusk, one explains that there was no holy relic to make their idea a reality. One character smiles and comments on the other's unusually extensive knowledge while he holds a mysterious creature. While riding together, one character teases another about acting differently, prompting confusion as the group observes. A mysterious creature suddenly clamps onto his face, leaving him shocked and defenseless. The group spots the fortified checkpoint leading to the Noria kingdom from their concealed position. Carts escorted by armored soldiers pass through the fortified city gate under strict guard. The group arrives at the crowded city gate, taking in the bustling scene. A guard informs a traveler at the city gate that inspections have become stricter and luggage is now being checked. A wary character hefts a large bag of gold coins over their shoulder and eyes the surroundings, uneasy about potential risks ahead. Dallin confronts his nervous companion, demanding attention. Dallin urgently demands the creature to explain how to open its subspace, pressing for the location of the fixed path. A hand clamps down on the creature's head, cutting off its protest. One person orders another to hide in the subspace, while a third covers a fourth's eyes. A group of adventurers approaches a line of guarded knights in a tense standoff on the sunlit street. A guard blocks the travelers at the checkpoint and announces a brief inspection. A startled guard stops mid-sentence as a gold identification tag is presented to him. The leader calmly informs the armored guard that his group of 3 is traveling from Lebebach to the headquarters of the Holy Knights. A young man is abruptly grabbed by the shoulder and looks up in shock. A character declares they are taking their half-brother because a Holy Knight recognized his potential. 3 adventurers gather closely as one offers reassurance to their smallest companion. A nervous armored guard bows and apologizes for the thorough inspection, while a composed blonde woman reassures him in the castle courtyard. An armored knight observes and acknowledges that someone must possess remarkable talent to have attracted the attention of a Holy Knight despite a difficult past. A solemn hope is expressed, wishing for Pal judgment. He recoils in shock as he realizes something unsettling. The protagonist surveys the medieval town with determination, ready for any threat. The injured young man pushes forward with unwavering determination. He stands outside beneath the blue sky with a sword on his back, surveying the scene with quiet confidence. A group pushes urgently through the city gate, forcing bystanders aside. An armored rider speeds through the gate on horseback while another person watches from behind. A frantic messenger on horseback is abruptly stopped by an armored guard at the Empire's border checkpoint. A silver-haired armored man arrives at the city gate on horseback as a blonde woman calls out to him, drawing the attention of a nearby guard. A blonde, armored woman quickly reacts to a sudden call on the cobblestone street. One character prepares to reveal crucial information to the others, creating a tense atmosphere. An armored man clutches his chest in shock as he learns a startling truth under the bright sky. A young man rushes in and urgently relays the commander's order for the group to retreat. The group reacts with confusion as one of them demands an explanation. A distressed knight announces that the Holy Knights have split into 2 factions. An armored man reveals that an internal war has broken out as a shattered pendant falls. An internal war erupts among the Holy Knights as a broken cross falls through darkness. An armored figure stands on a cliff, raising a sword toward the radiant sky as dragons gather below. The Holy Knights, once renowned across the continent, are now confined to a small frontier kingdom. A furious man in a blue uniform shouts that the chaos is caused by the knight commander's greed for power. A determined knight rallies his comrades, leading them in a fierce battle cry as they raise their swords together. A crowd erupts in cheers outside the stadium entrance. A notorious enemy asserts dominance over a defeated opponent. A grave announcement reveals the title of Holy Knight's vice commander. A formidable knight in heavy armor steps forward with a resolute glare. A young man realizes that someone has already stirred up conflict within the headquarters before he could investigate. A lone figure stands before the giant, glowing eye as the apocalyptic threat intensifies. A mysterious woman threatens an older knight, revealing that he disrupted the Holy Knights by joining forces with the Ash Witch. The Ash Witch collapses and dies, leaving her ally alone. An armored figure leans over the desk, convinced that his adversary is desperate and out of options. One character suggests ending the commission, while the other listens with concern. One character reluctantly accepts help but insists on keeping outsiders away from the dangerous area. A cloaked figure assures the woman that compensation for transporting the holy sword will be arranged once the situation is settled. The man confidently seizes the glowing sword as his additional payment for the commission. A character kneels and grasps the glowing holy sword, declaring himself chosen by the gods. A determined young man channels holy power as he prepares to activate the sacred tattoo and wield the radiant sword. The hidden location is revealed to be inside the fissure guarded by the Holy Knights. Surveying the forbidding pit, the character waits for the Holy Knights to secure the area before proceeding. A confident young man asserts his justification for joining the Holy Knights' internal conflict while gripping his sword. A blonde woman hugs herself and expresses sincere gratitude. Someone suggests getting some rest as the night grows late. He reflects on everything that has happened since arriving at Pal Xion, steeling himself for what comes next. The protagonist acknowledges increasing involvement with the evil god Anaxagoras. Several formidable enemies under the influence of Anaxagoras are revealed. A small creature dramatically introduces itself, startling the young man with a ponytail. A lone armored figure is jolted awake by an unexpected disturbance at the campfire, and defensively grabs a sword. He whips his head around, instantly sensing danger approaching from the dark forest. Someone urgently commands the action to stop. A group of masked, hooded figures crouches in the forest shadows as one raises a fist to signal the start of their ambush. A group of hooded armed figures moves cautiously through the dark forest under their leader's command. A masked figure surveys the enemy camp and notes the absence of shields. The sixth holy sword, Thortanes, is introduced as a lone man sits quietly with it under the dark sky. A powerful sword is revealed in the shadows, raising hopes of changing the outcome of the internal war. A sudden disturbance unsettles the campfire in the quiet nighttime forest. A hooded figure whirls around in alarm, reacting to an unexpected threat in the dark forest. Dallin cuts down the armored opponent before he can finish his accusation. A young man unleashes a powerful sword strike against his opponent in the heat of battle. A startled figure quickly turns toward a mysterious glowing light in the dark forest. A figure leaps forward and unleashes a fierce sword strike. A masked figure suddenly tightens a heavy chain to spring an ambush in the moonlit forest. A determined attacker swings a chained weapon down from above, targeting the hooded figure below. A glowing orb hurtles toward the focused character, who braces to dodge the attack. The white-haired character is struck hard by the dark-haired character, sending shockwaves through the scene. A sword slices through the air with overwhelming force. The white-haired warrior charges forward, unleashing a devastating sword strike at the masked opponent under the moonlit sky. With tense focus, he swiftly draws his dagger and prepares to strike. A fierce energy slash tears through the air as the character unleashes a powerful attack. A determined figure rushes forward to chase down the fleeing enemy before he can escape. The vice commander of the Holy Knights is appointed as the leader of the special task force for covert missions due to political circumstances. The young man sprints forward to stop any enemies from escaping and alerting their leader. A wounded armored figure collapses on the ground while another person watches from a distance among the trees. A wounded armored man collapses to the ground, clutching his bleeding neck as weapons lie scattered around him. Dallin stands over his defeated opponent, gripping his sword in the shadowy forest. A young man demands to know if the person before him was sent by the vice commander. A wounded man is pinned to the ground by the throat, desperately questioning how his secret was discovered. Someone suspects that a deceitful tactic has been used. A male character clenches his teeth, struggling to contain his fury at the words just spoken. A masked man furiously aims a massive cannon at his target, warning not to speak of a certain individual. An armored character is blasted backward by a fiery, explosive strike. A furious figure condemns their enemy as flames engulf them. A fierce warrior slams a flaming sword down on an opponent with overwhelming force. A molten, flaming fist slams down onto the pinned character's face, causing him to scream in agony. An armored man confronts his opponent, standing resolute as flames swirl around him. A tense atmosphere fills the night as danger lurks unseen. Kneeling on the ground with his weapon ready, the figure senses a threatening presence lurking in the shadows behind him. Dallin lands a fierce blow that sends his opponent crashing through the trees. A sword slams into the man's face, snapping part of the hilt on impact. A silver-haired knight in blue armor unleashes a powerful sword strike under the starry sky. A uniquely shaped dagger ricochets off a large, shining shield as the armored figure blocks the attack. A dagger clatters to the ground near armored feet. One character stands over a fallen figure and apologizes as another cloaked person cautiously approaches from the shadows. A gloved hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready for action. A man explains that he rushed to the scene after learning the vice commander was sending a special task force for the Holy Sword, but arrived too late. A long-haired man smirks and coolly brandishes a jagged dagger in the dark forest, declaring that the arrival was perfectly timed. A metal-clad figure greets the dark-haired man, declaring him chosen by the gods. The armored figure seizes the dark-haired man by the chest, but he remains composed and responds with a confident smile. Someone calls out to the commander, signaling the start of an important moment. The knight commander is formally introduced to the group. Clutching her side, the wounded woman anxiously surveys her injury. A blonde woman counters fiercely with her glowing sword after her opponent exploits an opening using a dagger. As the group rides through the sunlit forest, one rider cautions a companion about becoming careless when ahead. A cheerful boy eagerly asks the armored commander to confirm his identity. A knight commander with the power to see the future is introduced as the guide. Dallin acknowledges that his ability to see the future is limited. A divine gift from the god of war grants the ability to receive revelations. A powerful knight reveals the hidden strength that has allowed them to withstand the monsters threatening the Holy Knights. An ability is revealed that allows its user to predict attacks before they happen. A limitation of the power is revealed as the armored figure stands resolute amid swirling energy. A stern man in armor glares from the shadows as a younger man walks away, reflecting on how the vice commander's revolt could have been prevented. A blonde woman rides up and demands to know if the armored knight had anticipated their arrival. A man in noble armor reveals he knows about the border crossing into Noria Kingdom. A holy knight, a young swordsman, and a wandering exile step forward, each prepared for the challenges ahead. He looks up with excitement, clenching his fist in admiration. A one-armed, one-eyed swordsman stands confidently as his reputation is introduced. A massive crater is revealed in front of the fortress, raising suspicions about the cause. A blonde armored man leans over the desk and discusses the need to engrave the sacred tattoo and prepare the holy sword. An armored man insists that immediate participation is required for their internal war strategy. Dallin is told that he will not go alone on his mission, as the holy knight Lucia will accompany him. An armored man announces the arrival of a mage who will assist the group, startling a brown-haired man. A startled bearded man confronts the unexpected visitor, demanding an explanation. A bearded man bursts into laughter as he recognizes someone he knows in the grand room. A white-haired figure introduces himself at the table, startling the young man sitting across from him. After the battle with the Grand Apostle, the hooded figure acknowledges the boy's growth as a mage. One man confronts an elder at the table, demanding to know why he is there, while the others watch intently. A formidable mountain range encircles the fissure and the Holy Knight's headquarters, blocking any easy approach. A character explains that the barrier mountain ranges were created by an ancient Earth sorcerer, and reveals their intent to research the magic behind them. He listens to unexpected news and processes it with a serious expression. A stern man demands to know where the other character found a master. A young man stands confidently before the flames, expressing admiration for another's rapid progress. A large ornate door slowly opens in the empty hallway. Sienna steps forward and explains their delay, citing Perrin's induction into the Holy Knights. The group gathers around the table as one member begins outlining their current situation and the upcoming plan. The enemy has used the third sanctuary as a base to launch widespread attacks, causing severe damage despite only losing that single location. A captured enemy kneels on the ground as the guard prepares to report the results of the interrogation. Several masked figures suffer under a brainwashing curse after participating in the revolt. The knights are shocked as one questions how a holy knight could use a curse, which opposes divine power. A blonde knight informs a companion that a witch or dragon may be secretly aiding their enemies. He realizes a dragon is present and pauses to think deeply. A massive dragon stirs within the glowing fissure, suggesting it has regained enough power to affect the world. A young knight announces a plan to destroy the source of the curse as two armored knights stand behind him in support. A metal hand indicates the path as the group prepares to enter the underground ruins. Two men examine a confidential map of the ancient Sandstorm Dynasty's ruins, revealing its existence is known to very few. A gloved hand indicates the marked location of the curse deep within the third sanctuary's storage on the map. A gloved hand traces a hidden path on the map as a plan is made to infiltrate through the underground ruins and avoid the outside defenses. An armored knight steps forward and volunteers to gather the forces and create a distraction. An armored leader urgently orders the troops to gather as an enemy force approaches. An armored man urgently orders all forces to focus on defense. An armored knight steps forward, rallying the group behind him as he raises a flag under the bright sky. A plan is formed to destroy the curse from behind. A group of adventurers carefully descends a narrow, shadowy staircase, torches raised as they scan for threats. A group of adventurers carrying torches enters a dim stone corridor, recalling earlier times. A battered man resolves to retrieve his own corpse as he stands in the dim corridor. An armored figure realizes the underground ruins can amplify the power of the immortal devil trapped in the urn, making it too valuable to use as a simple storage vessel. One person quietly plots to slip away while the others remain preoccupied at the front. Two armored men debate which hallway leads to the correct path. Two figures pause nervously in the dim corridor, tense and alert as one holds a lit torch. A tense moment arises as suspicion about trust takes hold. The group moves deeper into the corridor as one member explains that fewer collapsed sections in the inner areas trapped his uncle below. He carefully inspects the structure, relieved there are no collapsed sections but still wary of potential dangers. Dallin studies the mysterious creature and questions why the ruins of the Sandstorm Dynasty appear to be in such good condition. A wary character surveys the area, tense as they notice the absence of any traps. A dominant figure intimidates and restrains a trembling captive, who pleads desperately to be spared. The protagonist watches as a startled creature emerges from a swirling dark portal. The ruins suddenly shake, startling everyone inside. Dallin charges forward with intense determination. As the mechanism activates, large gears grind into motion within the ancient stone structure. A man in a knight-like uniform steps on a stone floor and accidentally triggers a suspicious noise. A group of adventurers and guards confront each other in the dim hallway, tense and ready for conflict. Sparkling lights suddenly materialize in the shadowy stone corridor. A relentless barrage of arrows fills the sky, overwhelming the scene with chaos. Dallin quickly blocks the sudden spike trap, protecting Sienna in the dungeon corridor. He swings his weapon with force, deflecting a barrage of projectiles while his allies react behind him. A character raises a shield to block a sudden volley of arrows. A massive black blade lunges toward her, forcing her to recoil in terror. A muscular man grips a handful of spikes as a blonde woman recoils in shock beside him. Gawain clenches his fist in alarm, visibly shaken by the sudden turn of events. The main character sweats nervously and admits defeat as panic takes over. The group sprints down the dark corridor, desperately fleeing from an unseen threat. A bearded man unleashes a surge of magical energy as he casts a powerful spell. Two terrified figures sprint down the alley as a massive dust cloud chases after them. Two figures sprint down a shadowy stone corridor as ominous shapes close in behind them. Two figures sprint down the hallway as metal spikes suddenly shoot out from the walls. Dallin unleashes a powerful sword strike at Gawain, sending debris flying as the battle intensifies. A group of panicked adventurers sprints down a stone corridor, desperately fleeing as they realize the map offers no escape routes. One character urgently warns about possible traps, while another dismisses the concern and prepares to act. Someone questions if they are truly avoiding the traps. Realizing the team is following the trap's design, he rushes through the corridor lined with massive gears. Dallin forcefully grabs the weeping creature and demands information about the ruins of the ancient Sandstorm Dynasty. The group realizes that the traps are being controlled by the guardian of the ruins. The group learns that the magical trap uses soul altar magic to animate the ruins and will persist until all intruders are eliminated. The protagonist sprints down the corridor with his sword, desperately evading a relentless trap. He orders the others to keep running while he promises to follow them soon. A bearded man jolts in shock as he is suddenly confronted by an unexpected threat. A stunned warrior realizes the enemy's territory has become unexpectedly powerful in a short time. A decision is made to move forward. Dallin lunges forward with his glowing weapon as two figures scramble to escape down the corridor. Dallin swings his sword, releasing a surge of glowing energy that blasts through the air. A massive burst of blue energy slams into the wall, sending crackling power across the area. Someone rushes down the large stone staircase with urgent speed. A lone warrior braces himself with his sword drawn in the shadowy chamber, ready for battle. Dallin cautiously surveys the vast, ancient chamber with his sword at the ready. He urgently points off panel to alert his master to a potential threat. A character senses the guardian's energy emanating from a glowing door in the ancient stone chamber. A determined figure charges forward with a staff, leading the way toward the glowing door. He advances cautiously into the maze-like stone chamber, gripping his sword and preparing for danger. He lowers his head and braces himself as debris floats around in the tense atmosphere. Dallin unleashes a powerful sword attack, slicing through debris as the environment collapses around him. Dallin hurls a massive boulder overhead in a furious, powerful attack. A furious young man unleashes a powerful surge of energy as he screams. Dallin forcefully restrains the defeated creature as it vomits, a glowing purple ring clasped around its neck. A young man in armor assesses their narrow escape after a nearly fatal frontal attack. A small, cat-like creature emerges from a glowing purple portal, boasting about their timely arrival despite getting sand in its mouth. He arrives at the entrance of the king's tomb, facing the massive engraved doors. The warrior steps forward through the doorway, ready to confront the looming enemy. A protective seal activates, blocking the effects of a curse. Dallin senses a sinister magical force emanating from the engraved door. A massive, shadowy beast emerges from the green mist, confronting the wary adventurer. A skeletal guardian raises its skull-topped staff and threatens the intruders with a deadly curse. A skeletal figure unleashes a surge of necromantic energy, casting a deadly spell filled with ghostly skulls. A skull-faced figure suddenly whirls around in shock. Someone is shocked that their curse had no effect. Dallin activates defensive skills to resist the overwhelming curse. A tense figure grips the sword on their back, contemplating whether the curse will overpower them. A menacing figure threatens to shatter the curse prevention seal by unleashing a stronger curse on the skeleton. A figure launches into the air, scattering debris in their wake. A determined fighter charges at the horned creature, initiating a swift attack. A horned skull materializes above a glowing magic circle as a dark force is summoned. A determined figure activates a glowing magic circle, launching a magical attack toward a startled creature. Panicked and trapped by swirling green energy, the cornered man watches as a small creature emerges from a purple portal. A shadowy figure unleashes a surge of green energy at a terrified, sword-wielding opponent. A large creature and two skeletal figures confront a swirling dark portal as ominous energy fills the air. A large sword swings toward the startled floating creature. Dallin attacks the skeletal enemy while urging the floating creature to continue its assault. A warrior strides toward the mystical altar with his sword ready, preparing to awaken the figure lying there. Dallin braces himself as he prepares to face the final challenge before the large urn. A wounded armored man reels in shock as he discovers his own corpse in the dim corridor. He steps forward toward the soul pot as the fallen armored figure lies nearby. A sudden realization leads to a new purpose for the soul pot. A skeletal figure in dark robes unleashes a surge of dark power with a staff topped by a skull. As the knight kneels in relief, ominous purple smoke suddenly rises toward him, signaling unexpected danger. Dallin stares upward in shock, stunned by an unexpected event. A demonic figure absorbs the soul pot, and is engulfed in a surge of purple energy. Dallin nervously tells the small creature he is about to do something difficult for its sake. The small purple creature looks toward the urn and calls out for its master. A figure violently stomps on another character's chest as the victim screams in pain. Overwhelmed by the thick purple smoke, the disoriented character struggles to stay conscious. A startled creature, surrounded by purple mist on a mystic surface, nervously questions the identity of the unexpected presence. A monstrous creature erupts with violent purple energy, unleashing its power. A character unleashes a surge of necromantic power, causing a spectral armored figure to rise from a glowing magic circle. A blue system notification announces the successful collection of a warrior's body and the inheritance of new abilities. A gloved hand unleashes a surge of glowing blue energy. A glowing panel announces a strength increase. A notification announces increases in proficiency and senses stats. A powerful sword is obtained as a new skill notification appears. A mystical compass floats in the air as glowing orbs swirl around it, revealing a new direction. A figure emerges from the shadows, smirking with sharp teeth and exuding a menacing confidence. He secures the explorer's left eye fragment, visibly satisfied with his successful acquisition. A status screen appears, revealing increased stats and a new powerful skill. Dallin's eyes widen as he discovers shocking details on the glowing status screen. A new B-rank mystic sword is acquired, marking a fortunate breakthrough. He confidently secures the glowing compass-like artifact, ready to face the situation. A character examines a glowing fragment that can track anyone they focus on. A character clutches their head and cries out in distress as another figure watches from the background. Realizing the group's progress, the protagonist analyzes the glowing orb and understands they have reached the core of the curse. The protagonist activates the magical orb, causing it to glow with a triangular symbol at its center. Confident that the traps are gone, the explorer moves forward, unaware of a powerful presence watching from behind. A furious devil with glowing red eyes vows revenge for past humiliation. A man blocks a small flying creature with his arm while clutching a glowing orb and reacts in annoyance to the sudden attack. After finishing their meal near the altar, Dallin urges his companion to continue the journey. Dallin asks the small creature if it can eat more, but it insists it is too full. Two fighters clash swords as one urgently demands an update on disarming the threat. A determined woman blocks incoming attacks with her sword while her allies struggle to secure the glowing purple crystal. A resolute man attacks the curse's core with magic, but finds it stronger than anticipated. Sienna charges forward and swings her weapon with desperate force at her cloaked opponent. The hooded, masked character is blasted backward through the air, clutching a sword and crying out in pain. The armored woman points her sword at the masked group and accuses them of being engineers. Cornered by three adversaries on the stone floor, Dallin prepares to confront them after disabling the traps. A determined woman tries to devise a rescue plan but is abruptly interrupted by a forceful figure stepping forward. A masked assailant lunges at the armored woman with a raised axe. The woman swiftly dodges the incoming weapon. She leaps into the air and smashes the monster's jaw with a crushing kick. One figure urgently casts a glowing magic circle while another stands back to back with him, tense and alert for danger. A man whips his head around in shock as danger rushes toward him. A bearded man urgently pushes another person aside and begins casting a glowing magic spell. A cloaked figure blasts through the stone wall with a devastating magical attack. A blonde man smashes through the massive stone barrier with a surge of energy. A bearded man recoils as a surge of blue energy strikes him. A colossal energy beam rips through the scene, unleashing destructive force. Dallin cries out in terror as he witnesses his master fall amidst the swirling smoke. A figure in armor steps into the mist, brandishing a glowing blue sword. A determined figure steps forward, drawing a sword and confronting their opponent outside the castle walls. A commanding knight confronts a subordinate for disrespect while gripping a glowing sword amid swirling dust. A sudden, forceful movement signals the launch of an attack. Two opponents clash swords in a rapid, high-stakes duel. Two opponents engage in a fierce sword duel, their blades crashing together with a burst of sparks. A blonde character interrupts the fight, angrily demanding the truth. A furious blonde warrior charges forward, swinging her sword in a vengeful assault. An armored warrior brings his weapon down in a forceful attack during the heated clash. An older man in armor confronts someone about killing their own comrade and questions if Hellman's chains were used to imprison him. A desperate character demands to know how the other person discovered their secret. A schemer reveals he manipulated events by sending a young knight with the holy sword to strengthen the devil. A character is stunned upon learning that someone was killed by a half-qualified apprentice knight. A character slams their foot into the ground, causing it to shatter with explosive force. An armored figure unleashes a furious attack, vowing deadly revenge against Everlock. The white-haired knight taunts his opponent and urges him to do his best, gripping a glowing blue sword. A fierce warrior slams his glowing sword down, smashing the ground with tremendous force. A surge of lightning erupts as one combatant attacks, forcing his opponent to react instantly. Blue energy bursts from the sword as one character attacks and another looks on in shock. A character looks up with wide eyes, shouting in excitement as a blue light flashes behind her. Two armored men kneel beside a chained, glowing crystal, desperate to find a way to break the curse afflicting their comrades. Two armored men recoil as a magical creature bursts with bright purple energy above them. A small bat-like creature stares in amazement at the glowing, chained crystal. The creature hungrily devours the magical crystal, while the armored man watches in shock. Dallin stands over the defeated enemies, sword drawn, as purple energy swirls around the fallen. A shocked man demands to know how the curse was broken so easily and questions how a barbarian can wield the holy sword. A small, round creature struggles on the ground after being zapped by purple energy. A cocky warrior taunts his opponent, while brandishing a large sword over his shoulder. An enraged armored man threatens the shadowy figure looming behind him. The antagonist mocks the two armed figures for struggling despite their newfound power, heightening the confrontation. A monstrous attacker corners a terrified man, blaming a past deal for the current crisis. An older man stares at his gloved hand in shock, sweat dripping down his face as he reacts to an alarming discovery. A hooded figure surrounded by blue energy confronts two wary individuals in a ruined, dark room. An armored figure demands the intruder reveal their identity and threatens punishment for trespassing on the territory of the Holy Knights. One man steps forward with authority, ordering the other to move aside as tension rises. A menacing figure mocks and threatens an unseen challenger as a notification announces the discovery of a warrior's corpse. With newfound power, he charges forward, shattering the ground as he attacks his opponent. A monstrous figure radiates contempt as it dismisses its opponent with a glare. The character prepares to clarify the situation with firm determination. Dallin charges straight at the dragon, engulfed in blue energy. A young knight urgently informs the commander that the rebel forces are collapsing. Guards discover a crowd of people who have suddenly collapsed outside the palace gate. Dallin orders everyone to focus on treating the injured and urges them to move quickly. A blonde-haired armored man realizes the curse has been lifted and smiles with satisfaction. A vast army of monsters surges through the fissure, signaling a new and imminent threat. A blonde young man in blue armor recoils on the ground, startled by an unexpected event. Amidst the aftermath of battle, soldiers quickly regroup and check for survivors as they tend to the wounded. A devastating burst of energy smashes into the building, sending debris flying in all directions. A knight urgently proposes sending in the troops, but his suggestion is immediately rejected. A massive dragon descends, scattering soldiers as they scramble to form a defensive line. A massive dragon crashes down and demolishes a building in a burst of debris. Stunned by the revelation, he realizes he has been chosen by the gods. A determined figure smashes through the debris with a powerful swing of his sword. A warrior charges forward through the wreckage and strikes with an electrified sword. A massive dragon unleashes a devastating attack as lightning crashes down from the sky. A dragon unleashes a devastating breath attack as a white-haired figure narrowly dodges below. A man is violently knocked backward, yelling in pain. Dallin plunges downward through the crumbling debris, clutching his sword. Cornered and desperate, he frantically searches for an escape route but finds no way out. A massive dragon towers over the chamber, commanding the lone figure below to crawl in submission. A male character is violently knocked backward in the heat of battle. A character masters the leap skill, unlocking its full potential as they descend rapidly. Dallin hurtles downward, determinedly weighing the possibility of making a desperate jump. A gigantic, glowing reptilian eye emerges from the darkness, signaling the beast's presence. A colossal dragon unleashes a surge of blue energy into the stormy sky. The protagonist leaps forward, using the wind itself as a platform to continue his advance. A character lands a powerful blow in the heat of combat. A figure hurls upward at full speed toward the distant dragon in the sky. A clenched fist hurtles forward in a powerful punch, breaking through the air with force. A massive dragon-like creature unleashes a devastating blast at a small, airborne human figure. A sudden, deafening interruption cuts through the stunned silence. A massive serpentine monster is struck by a devastating force and writhes in pain. A person plummets through the sky as the blue dragon coils above the clouds. A violent impact rocks the fortified gate, sending debris flying under the stormy sky. A massive explosion rocks the entrance of the grand building, scattering debris in all directions. Smoke quickly engulfs the area, hiding the aftermath of the explosion from view. A fierce attacker charges forward, smashing the ground with overwhelming force. A massive blue dragon dives toward the glowing blue object. The creature's chest pulses as its heart begins to glow with a sinister red light. Dallin swings his sword in a fierce attack against the shadowy monster. With a forceful blow, the character defeats the opponent and claims victory. A massive dragon recoils in shock as a glowing sword strikes toward it. Dallin realizes with shock that the situation has already escalated to Phase 2. A lone figure unleashes a massive energy slash that devastates the battlefield. Dallin launches a powerful attack, swinging his arm with fierce determination. A powerful energy slash crashes down toward the ground with overwhelming force. A massive blue dragon unleashes glowing magic circles at a lone figure on the shattered battlefield. A dragon unleashes a powerful magical attack, surrounded by glowing magic circles. A blue dragon hurls a barrage of magical attacks at the shadowed figure below. The blue dragon snarls as it prepares to attack. With a sinister smile, the character readies a glowing blue energy sphere at the perfect moment. A glowing spectral hand erupts from the dark energy sphere, unleashing a powerful supernatural attack. The blue-skinned character reels in shock as his magic suddenly fails, prompting an offer of limited assistance to prevent an escape. A lone figure raises a sword, summoning a radiant shield of light amid the ruins. The Knight Commander proudly announces that the opportunity to become a dragon slayer is being granted. A golden magical barrier cracks open, releasing a surge of radiant energy. A monstrous creature bellows in rage as it endures a barrage of magical projectiles. A tense silence falls as a booth steps forward beside a drawn sword, signaling respect for the Knight Commander's skill. A sinister figure activates a powerful skill, causing a magical sword to glow as he prepares to join the feast. A lone figure unleashes a devastating surge of dark energy from their sword in the shattered arena. A character is knocked back as a powerful, glowing attack strikes them directly. A massive blue dragon roars with defiance, declaring its resilience as energy swirls around it. A dragon unleashes a massive beam of energy in a devastating attack. A massive beam of blue energy surges toward the shadowy, winged figure, tearing through the shattered landscape. A determined warrior plunges toward the swirling blue energy blast with his sword raised. A shadowy figure releases a massive surge of blue energy, shattering the ground. A determined warrior surges forward and unleashes a powerful, blue energy-charged sword strike. A determined fighter swings a sword with force in the heat of battle. A furious scream erupts as energy surges around the character. A massive wolf-like beast lunges forward, jaws gaping as it attacks. A determined fighter charges forward and releases a devastating, high-speed attack. A massive beam of blue energy crashes down from the sky, striking the fortress with overwhelming force. A surge of blue energy slashes forward, tearing through the darkness as a shadowy figure unleashes a decisive attack. Golden sunlight pierces the clouds, revealing the ruined arena amid the desolate landscape. A system notification announces that the title, Glorious Dragon Slayer, has been obtained. A massive blue dragon crashes to the ground, shaking the area with its fall. Amid the ruined plaza, people rush to help the wounded and restore order after the dragon's defeat. Two armored figures stand before a massive dragon, undaunted as one acknowledges the other's extraordinary abilities. The armored knight realizes with shock that dragon's blood is present. A system message announces the activation of a rare dragon blood regeneration skill as two armored figures stand together, one radiating fiery energy. A battered young man acknowledges their victory in quelling the internal conflict and capturing the dragon. A blonde-haired figure bows deeply and thanks the dark-haired warrior for his help. A commanding figure organizes the troops to evacuate casualties and leads the second platoon forward as soldiers gather around the slain dragon. Dallin catches his breath after narrowly escaping danger on the devastated battlefield. The armored figure lies defeated near the vehicle, frustrated by another failed attempt against the wyvern and missing the chance to use Corpse Collection. A dark-gloved figure activates Corpse Collection, absorbing the abilities of the fallen warrior devoured by the blue-scaled wyvern. A glowing status window appears, confirming the increase of strength, proficiency, and mana. Dallin focuses his strength as blue energy surges around his body. The protagonist discovers the corpse of the thief who tried to rob the Holy Knight's armory amidst the ruins. A figure kneels as a notification confirms the successful collection of a corpse and the inheritance of its abilities. A glowing notification announces a proficiency increase. A notification confirms the acquisition of small old lady Olga's invisibility cloak. Dallin holds up the blue cloak, proud to have obtained another valuable item. An armored figure stands before the wounded dragon as a tense crowd watches. A lone warrior draws his sword and prepares to face a towering enemy. A large sword pierces through a character's torso as blood bursts out. Dallin rummages through the debris in the ruined courtyard, searching for something important. A dark, clawed hand rips a bloody heart from a fresh victim. Clutching his bleeding hand, the injured man catches the glowing pouch as someone threatens him with death if he loses it. A wounded man angrily silences a devil creature that appears through a portal holding a fake lizard's heart. The protagonist faces a coordinated assault from an elite team, deadly traps, and a rampaging wyvern, realizing the threat is beyond human. Dallin silently considers his next destination after finishing the current commission. The lone figure decides to gather new forces to confront the looming threat and expand his power beyond his own reach. He decides to approach Sienna, who appears lost in thought above him. He reflects on the crow's nest and admits he misses its alcohol. Exhausted, he lies down under the bright sky to rest. A white-haired man screams in agony as pain overwhelms him. A wounded man in armor collapses to his knees in agony inside a dark cave. An exhausted armored man crouches, struggling to comprehend the glowing magical runes swirling around his arm. An armored figure kneels cautiously at the entrance of a dark cave, scanning his surroundings. A distressed armored man is confronted by a mysterious hooded figure as he questions why he was sent to this place. A startled armored man recoils as a surge of magical energy erupts around him. He questions whether he wasted divine power due to the old man's actions. A weary armored man slumps against the cave wall, realizing his divine power has sharply diminished. A character questions whether their troubles began after making a deal with the witch or when they started using Galachab, while a sinister woman stands behind a demonic creature with glowing red eyes. A battered, exhausted man forces himself onward, dismissing all doubts as he struggles through the pain. A battered man staggers as a wave of psychic torment overwhelms him, forcing him to his knees. The armored figure learns that the wyvern Oxychirus died rescuing him only because of the contract with Anaxagus. A terrified, sweating man stares ahead, frozen in shock as he begins to stammer. A mysterious woman stands in the cave and begins summoning the Changren dragon. A fierce figure with glowing eyes confronts someone, delivering a menacing warning. A white-haired man in armor and a cape lands with force, his furious expression showing as he confronts someone who dared to say his name. A tall woman harshly rejects the kneeling person's worth in the dark cave. The man, under intense pressure, insists that he has fulfilled the contract. A wounded man in armor admits he couldn't retrieve the holy swords in time, despite knowing they were needed to escape the fissure. A determined figure presents the glowing barrier wall's key, revealing they still have a chance. A mysterious woman with light blue hair smirks as she confidently assesses her opponent. A shadowy figure offers a kneeling man the chance to gain new power in the cave. Amidst the pouring rain, one character hands a mysterious key to another, setting the stage for an uncertain challenge. A knight freezes in shock upon learning that the vice commander stole a treasured item. An armored woman sternly scolds someone for eating instead of paying attention. 3 people sit around a table, exchanging quirky remarks about a local saying as they eat together. A woman firmly informs the man at the table that the theft of their treasure must remain secret outside those involved. A character examines the mysterious treasure, puzzled by its true nature. The armored man realizes the rebellion ended faster than in the game, altering the fate of the holy swords. The armored character deduces that the enemy has likely moved to the Wyvern King's cave deep within the fissure. A woman in knightly attire urgently reports that the fissure's barrier wall key has been taken. Dallin pauses his meal and looks up in concern, sensing potential trouble. The barrier mountains encircle the Holy Knight's headquarters and the fissure. Towering cliffs rise beneath a bright sky, setting the scene. A barrier of mana surrounds the area to prevent monsters from escaping through the air. A massive hexagonal barrier activates, enclosing the entire landscape. The fissure barrier wall is introduced, signaling a new obstacle. 2 figures discuss the limited risk posed by the stolen key, relieved that the barrier cannot be fully breached. Sienna anxiously explains that although activating the key takes time and requires the commander's authority, its presence in enemy hands is a serious threat. A cheerful man eagerly volunteers to help, raising a wine bottle with a grin. The blonde knight confronts someone in the grand hall, suspiciously questioning their motives for seeking help. One character hesitantly questions if there is a specific team for the task while expressing concern about accepting more help. 3 armored holy knights stand together, discussing the presence of inquisitors and high-ranked holy knights. 2 newcomers are introduced as a stern man stands behind a cheerful boy who smiles at the group. A knight with a mechanical hand announces the assembled team. He firmly states his willingness to work anywhere for the right price while the other person listens closely. A knight anxiously asks how much they should pay the dragon slayer. The group prepares to enter the fissure, planning to slip past the holy knight's defenses to pursue Everlock. A figure places a large object on the table and begins to make bold suggestions to the two surprised characters. He firmly announces that he has 3 requests. A hand activates the glowing crystal orb, unleashing a surge of energy. After examining the mysterious orb, the main character confirms that the vice commander is inside the fissure. A glowing device finishes inscribing a golden rune onto the main character's arm. One character thanks the knight commander and acknowledges his hardships as a hand reaches out amid medical supplies. A young man in knightly attire offers comfort to someone who has been struggling. One man expresses concern that the other has undergone 3 sacred tattoos in 10 days despite the recommended week of rest between each. A man in blue armor explains that the sacred tattoo will soon assimilate, instructing the other to rest as he examines his arm. A character pulls up his sleeve and displays 3 glowing tattoos, explaining that he received them as payment for past and current commissions. A character pulls up their sleeve to reveal a glowing magical sigil on their hand. A character observes their hand as magical tattoos pulse with conflicting energies and rapid healing. Dallin abruptly lowers the glowing blue document while sitting on the bed, deep in thought. A game-like info panel reveals that the dragon blood regeneration ability, now applied to humans, has reached 90% proficiency. He assesses his rapid progress, confident that this skill will soon reach full mastery if nothing goes wrong. The protagonist unleashes his fully mastered leap skill, preparing to combine it with armored combat in the heat of battle. The protagonist achieves full proficiency in armored combat, unlocking its evolution and new power. The young man speculates about how much stronger a C-rank skill might become at full mastery. The leader urges everyone to move forward. A group of armored riders moves quickly through the forest on horseback, heading toward their destination. A small group on horseback enters a narrow, forested mountain pass. The warrior reminds his companions that he requested this as his second payment, while riding through the forest. A character marvels at having obtained a valuable holy relic with unexpected ease. The group rides cautiously through the forest, aware of the dangers ahead as they embark on their risky mission. Dallin stands ready in the forest, confronting a figure in blue armor. A bearded knight in armor introduces himself as a high-ranked knight and expresses his honor to be on a mission with the dragon slayer while riding through the forest. 2 armored riders discuss the destruction of a thousand-nose lair in the snowy forest. He pauses among the pine trees, wondering how Lucia is doing. A woman in knightly attire firmly announces she will remain at the Holy Knight's headquarters. One person quietly packs a bag on the floor while another stands nearby, watching in silence as preparations to leave continue. One person withdraws with resignation while another hesitates anxiously, unable to respond clearly. A recently promoted Holy Knight proudly shares that he was assigned to guide Perrin. Sienna admits her weakness and declares her intention to focus on training at headquarters. One armored man explains that he was not alone because Lucia accompanied him, while the other expresses anticipation for Lucia's future growth. A bearded man praises another's cunning strategy and immense power, while a younger warrior listens uneasily in the background. An armored man calmly blocks an excited opponent's attack. The group notices the elder's unusual silence since the sanctuary battle. An armored man forcefully grabs the young man's shoulder, insisting the conversation isn't over as the young man recoils in shock. As the group rides between towering cliffs, one member reflects on their awe for past victories and wonders if the journey's hardships will continue. A remote fortress is revealed deep within the fissure. A hooded, armored man informs his group that after passing this last supply fortress, they will reach the Estra fortress in 2 days. As the group explores further into the fissure, the terrain becomes increasingly maze-like and treacherous. The Estra River marks a dangerous boundary between human and monster territories within the fissure. Estra Fortress, the second largest defensive base after headquarters, stands imposing as it is introduced. A map details the strategic route to Estra Fortress, highlighting 3 checkpoint fortresses that must be passed. The group pauses in the forest as their armored leader insists they review the strategy before reaching Estra Fortress. A hooded man explains their assumptions about Everlock's location as the sky glows orange. Beyond the Estra River lies Devil's Valley, a maze of twisting canyons where getting lost is almost certain. A man reveals that the elder mage of Elgaia's magic tower possesses the rare ability to read the memories of the land. He explains that by reading the land's memories where Everlock walked, they can track his movements. Someone asks if Dallin has a relic that can help track people as he rides through the forest. A character reveals a crucial object to the others. A character activates a glowing, cracked orb that pulses with energy. 2 men review their tracking method and begin planning their next steps for when they confront their target. He freezes in shock, suddenly realizing something critical. Dallin stands still, silently gathering his thoughts. The figure launches forward at full speed, initiating a swift assault. 2 figures brace themselves as a massive energy blast erupts in the forest ahead. A surge of mystical energy crashes into the fortress, shaking its foundations. A figure dashes forward at high speed, launching a rapid attack with slashing force. He freezes in shock as something unexpected happens. As the group discusses their plan in case Everlock is missing from Devil's Valley, one of the riders abruptly interrupts to apologize. The discussion is abruptly halted as the man grabs his weapon and prepares to move. A figure crashes down with explosive force, energy surging through the fiery scene. One rider flees desperately on horseback while another chases close behind, shouting in frustration. A hooded, bearded man suddenly spots something alarming and reacts in shock. A uniformed man urgently orders his group to hold their positions and call for reinforcements as cavalry advances through the forest. A knight urgently spots intruders approaching from behind the wall. A group of riders rushes toward the fortress as the gates open to receive them. A knight urgently commands the troops to arm themselves and prepare for action as reinforcements arrive in the castle courtyard. A knight hastily apologizes for the lackluster welcome, and the visitor calmly accepts the situation. An armored knight on horseback urgently demands a status report from a blond man outside a stone stronghold at sunset. A man in armor hesitates as he assesses the tense situation before the castle. The group braces themselves as an unseen threat approaches beneath the ominous red sky. Under a blood-red sky, wolf-like soldiers gather beneath war banners as they prepare for battle. A young man spots the enemy flag and prepares for battle. A gigantic gnoll leads thousands of gnolls in a furious charge across the battlefield. 3 figures watch tensely from above as an enemy force advances across the battlefield. A pack of fierce wolves charges aggressively across the battlefield as tattered flags wave under a blood-red sky. An armored man urgently orders the soldiers to aim the ballista from atop the castle walls. A large sword swings through the horde, cutting down beast-like creatures in a chaotic assault before the fortress. A pack of vicious beasts, led by a larger armed figure, launches an attack by leaping over the wall. A hooked chain suddenly flies over the wall, startling the armored guard. A massive wolf-like beast charges at the armored man, who stands ready to face the attack. Dallin ducks quickly as a massive, shadowy force crashes down where he stood. Someone rushes across the scene at incredible speed. Dallin charges forward as a fierce battle erupts between a knight and a wolf-headed attacker. A knight defends the fortress from a giant beast as the Changren army approaches. A brutal beast tears through a defender, signaling that the Astra fortress front line has already fallen. Enemy forces overwhelm the undersupplied fortress as the defenders brace for inevitable defeat. A determined warrior grips an ornate axe, preparing to confront the enemy commander and disrupt the Gnoll army. Armored knights brace themselves as they receive urgent orders to confront the advancing wolf-like monsters. The warrior entrusts control of the area to someone else before leaving. An armored man is abruptly ambushed by a large, menacing creature. A hooded knight urgently shouts from a high balcony, calling out in alarm. Dallin launches himself upward with a burst of energy as the leap skill activates near the castle wall. A warrior bursts from the vortex and launches a sudden attack on the startled multi-headed beast. Under a blood-red sky, the character prepares to unleash a powerful spell to decimate the enemy forces. A glowing magical sword is activated against the stormy sky. A creature growls, its intense eye glaring with menace. A barrage of flaming meteors crashes down from the sky as a powerful fire skill is unleashed. Fiery meteors hurtle toward the ground as the wolf-like creatures look on in shock. Meteors crash down onto the battlefield as the terrified beast screams. Blazing blue and orange projectiles surge downward in a sudden, powerful attack. A swordsman unleashes a powerful blue energy slash. Dallin tightens his grip on the glowing sword as blue energy surges around him, preparing to strike. A massive blue energy attack slams into the ground, erupting in a violent explosion around the lone figure. A young man watches the sky tensely as a monstrous figure begins to emerge. A massive armored beast lunges at a lone swordsman who stands ready to face the attack. A defiant warrior confronts a massive, snarling beast as tension fills the air. A decisive combatant unleashes a powerful attack, scattering the monstrous wolves in chaos. An armored man recoils in shock as a monstrous claw appears over the wall. A massive, glowing-eyed wolf lunges at the armored figure. A hooded man freezes in shock as spike traps suddenly close in around him. A white-clad fighter drives a crushing kick into a massive opponent, sending shockwaves through the scene. A cloaked survivor shouts his gratitude as a fierce magical clash unfolds between 2 combatants in the background. A masked man channels bright magical energy into his hand. A determined mage urgently casts a powerful spell to intercept approaching enemies at the 11th territory. A massive boulder crashes down near one character as another watches in shock by the castle wall. A massive object crashes down, forcing Dallin to hurl himself backward in panic. The bearded man hesitates as he realizes the path ahead is dangerously wide. The defenders realize they are vastly outnumbered and cannot cover the entire territory. A battle-worn man steels himself and refuses to surrender as darkness looms over the castle. A massive blue energy blast erupts across the rocky battlefield. Fueled by determination, the man resolves to push himself harder to avoid falling behind. A hooded figure unleashes a surge of golden energy in the heart of the vortex. A massive burst of golden energy erupts, shattering the ground and sending shockwaves through the area. A desperate warrior unleashes a violent sword strike, cutting through the chaos. The male fighter is hurled backward by a devastating blow, blood spraying as shockwaves ripple through the air. The bearded man bows his head in intense concentration as radiant light surrounds him. A fierce surge of energy erupts from the character's hands, blasting forward with unstoppable force. The minimum standard to qualify as an archmage is established. The battlefield is infused with the memories of the land, setting a mystical scene. A massive wolf-like beast lunges at the terrified man, its gaping jaws unleashing shockwaves as he recoils in fear. A mysterious force declares the ability to see the destined futures of all living beings. With the power of big territory, the speaker asserts control over the entire battlefield. A surge of energy tears through the street as two figures frantically dodge the attack. Dallin smashes the ground with a devastating strike, sending debris flying in every direction. A dark-clad fighter slams a sword into the armored figure, eliciting a pained scream. A determined young man with glowing blue eyes swings his blade and commands Felver to stop. A character collapses to their knees, completely exhausted. The wounded man drops to one knee, struggling against intense pain. A frightened young man rushes to his gravely injured mentor, desperately calling out for help. Reeling from the vice commander's attack, the man clutches his chest and realizes he cannot withstand using big territory. A worried young man rushes to support his exhausted mentor outside. A massive surge of blue energy explodes in the arena, causing the wolf-like creatures to recoil in shock. A man is suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful and shocking memory connected to the land. The white-haired young man freezes in shock, clearly reacting to something unexpected. A relieved young man embraces an exhausted, injured older man after finally reuniting with him. The warrior stands victorious atop a mound of slain wolves, raising a severed wolf's head in triumph. A male character collapses forward and violently vomits blood onto the floor. A panicked figure urgently calls for immediate medical attention. A wounded man glares forward, confronting his attacker in shock and anger. A powerful figure unleashes a sweeping magical attack, instantly felling several opponents. Dallin demands an explanation about experiencing countless lives while gripping the wing of the creature above him. A frustrated inquisitor questions whether they must keep working under such difficult conditions. The stern man explains that their main mission is to retrieve the barrier wall's key from Everlock. The group gathers around the war table as one member explains that the Knoll army emerged from the fissure, prompting a tense debriefing. News arrives that Estra Fortress has been captured by the enemy. A ruined stone structure lies in debris, showing the aftermath of destruction. A commanding figure announces a change of plans, directing the group to withdraw to headquarters and return with reinforcements. A hooded man in ceremonial robes notes that the Inquisitor's words resemble those of secular commanders. An older man in a hooded cloak reflects that surviving yesterday's brutal fight is a sign to continue their mission. A confident woman suggests that the group should start preparing for upcoming battles since their forces remain intact. The group acknowledges that facing the Knoll army alone is too dangerous and warns that greater threats may still come. A weary man in knightly attire calls for a vote among the council to decide whether to continue the task. A hand is raised in the foreground as two armored figures watch intently, heightening the tension. Dallin raises his hand and asserts that he will go even if no one else does. 6 individuals sit in tense silence around a conference table, each waiting for someone to speak. 2 days later, a group of armored riders advances along a forest path toward the distant fortress. 2 figures spot ominous smoke in the distance and tense up, sensing trouble ahead. A stampede of massive beasts races forward, shaking the ground with their charge. She unexpectedly joins the group as they ride together through the forest. An armored figure speeds through the forest, driven by urgent purpose. A woman urgently insists they should return and prepare thoroughly before proceeding. He insists they must first investigate the fissure to understand why the Holy Knights are fleeing from the monsters. Sienna stands in the quiet room, lost in thought. As they charge forward, the narrator acknowledges the impressive sense of duty displayed by the Holy Knight despite her unconventional mindset. 2 armored knights freeze in shock as they spot something alarming above them in the moonlit forest. An older man in a hood recoils in shock as he and his group witness something astonishing in the forest. A recently destroyed stone fortress lies in ruins as dust settles over the debris. An armored figure surveys the devastation while resting among shattered ruins and swirling debris. A silver-haired knight lowers his head and waits, clutching a massive black blade. A wild-eyed man leans forward and threatens to hunt down his opponent if he had not appeared. A furious young man confronts someone, accusing them of betraying their god. An armored figure defiantly raises his fist and fervently declares unwavering loyalty to a powerful deity, demanding the fulfillment of promised strength. 2 armored knights collide in midair, exchanging rapid sword strikes in a fierce duel. A hooded man furiously confronts his enemy at close range, accusing him of corruption. A lone figure brandishes a sword and declares punishment against a group of armored knights gathered before him. A wild-eyed man with white hair grins menacingly and offers a mocking apology. A knight dismisses the opposition and prepares to confront his real target in the ruined landscape. The vice commander undergoes a monstrous transformation and gains the power of the evil god Lapalem. After taking control of Estra Fortress as a corrupt knight, the protagonist considers 3 possible actions. A gigantic portal to hell is opened as the base for a dragon-led monster army. A devastating blow strikes the fortress as 2 opponents collide in fierce combat. A Cape Knight unleashes a supernatural aura while declaring the start of the Ghost Palace ceremony, daring his opponent to defy the evil god's power. The protagonist charges forward with a furious expression, reacting to the urgent situation. 2 armored figures collide midair as one unleashes a powerful magical attack and the other rushes to intercept. The man panics as he realizes his attempt to increase the distance has failed. A gravely wounded mage forcefully manipulates the land with magic as his alarmed companion cries out. A cursed sword is unleashed, cutting through the darkness with intense power. A white-haired man is struck in the forehead by a black-bladed dagger, sending shockwaves through the scene. A fighter launches a high-speed attack, forcing his opponent to defend against the sudden strike. A fighter slams his sword into the fractured, glowing ground as purple energy surges outward. Dallin smashes through the massive, glowing purple barrier with his sword. He pushes onward into the unknown, sword ready despite his frustration. A shadowy figure descends through a glowing portal into the ominous realm ruled by the 5 evil gods. Among them is the entrance to the ghostly palace of Lipalima. A lone figure descends from the sky into a dark forest filled with many-eyed trees. But the ceremony isn't over yet, so it's not a real ghost palace. It kind of hangs over reality, like a dome. That's why Dylan can beat it. He rushed forward. He swung his sword. Flashes from the battle appeared in the air. He broke all the roots and landed on his knee. He looked straight ahead, his face serious. Suddenly, the roots rushed at his back. But they were cut down by a device with a blue aura. The longer you resist in the Garden of Emptiness, the more it pulls you in. The roots rushed towards Dylan again. With a satisfied look on his face, Dylan thought that this was better, because the corpse was at the very bottom of the garden. The root went behind his back. It rushed at great speed, and almost caught up with the protagonist. Forming a fist, it headed straight for Dom. Suddenly, a slashing blow appeared. The main character struck a blow. Dust rose around him. Dylan stood gracefully. New roots crawled out. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, found what he was looking for. The flame that would put an end to this hell. A notification appears, revealing the discovery of the Holy Knight's corpse. A corpse of a Holy Knight is found before a blazing holy fire. A vigilant figure shields a fallen ally as dark tendrils creep closer. A gloved figure activates a terrifying power, targeting the armored body engulfed in eerie energy. A status screen appears, showing that new abilities have been gained. A glowing notification appears, announcing increases in intelligence and mana. A surge of divine power fills the body as a glowing notification appears. A barrage of flaming projectiles crashes down, escalating the assault. A lone warrior surveys the corrupted Garden of Hollowness, realizing only divine power can counter its evil. A new skill, Holy Fire's Embers C, is obtained. He unleashes a skill that transforms the surrounding flames into holy fire. He raises his hand and summons a barrage of burning meteors onto the dark forest. A monstrous creature is battered by a barrage of blasts and flames, writhing in agony. A fierce young man powers up with a glowing, spiked artifact, ready to confront the shadows of hell. A man reels in panic as the situation grows dire under the stormy sky. A knightly figure summons a barrage of meteors from the sky. After the Knoll army seized Estra Fortress and devastation followed, the survivor escaped to the underworld at great cost. A furious man snarls in frustration as his plans are interrupted yet again. A white-haired man is violently struck in the face, blood spraying from the impact. A battle-hardened knight whirls around, fists clenched, as flames rage behind him. Dallin braces himself as monstrous, eye-covered branches close in around him in the forest. Dallin crouches low and grins fiercely as he spots his target. A furious character shouts an insult. A white-haired man lunges forward in a furious attack. A white-haired armored man in a blue cape leaps through the air and slams a powerful blow into his muscular opponent. Noticing the unexpected, the young man realizes someone has advanced to the next phase alone. Two powerful energy attacks crash into each other, filling the scene with sparks. A white-haired man launches a furious attack, clashing weapons with explosive force. A powerful skill called Holy Fire's Embers activates, filling the scene with intensity. Dallin charges forward, unleashing a powerful attack as glowing runes erupt with energy around him. An older man recoils in horror, crying out in shock. A character unleashes a devastating strike with a massive weapon, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. A muscular man unleashes a devastating sword strike. A massive explosion erupts, hurling fire and debris across the area. Shattered purple crystals loom over the ruins of a desolate fortress as a storm rages above. He realizes the skill's force is stronger than he anticipated. A sudden impact from above startles the protagonist, forcing him to recoil in shock. Dallin staggers and clutches his head as his body is overwhelmed by the surge of uncontrollable power. Under intense pressure, Dallin urgently searches for a way to control the overwhelming power before it's too late. A massive explosion erupts, filling the area with blinding light and debris. A grotesquely mutated armored man with a gaping mouth and his torso looms menacingly amid the ruins and smoke. The corrupted man howls a final threat as he unleashes his rage. A furious young man crouches with his glowing sword, defiantly confronting his accuser. A lone figure stands firm as a monstrous, Fang Ma descends from above. A lone fighter unleashes a powerful strike against a massive, spiked monster. A massive spiked creature is hit by a devastating, glowing attack. A skilled fighter swings his glowing sword, instantly destroying the monstrous creature in a burst of blood. Fueled by irritation, the character lunges forward and unleashes a powerful attack. Weapons clash as the two opponents engage in a fierce and forceful battle. An older man reels as he is struck by a sudden, powerful blow amid a burst of sparks. A monstrous beast opens its jaws wide, taunting its opponent. A furious armored man confronts his opponent as the younger swordsman leaps at him, unleashing a surge of divine power. Shadowy hands rise toward the glowing summoning circles as dark magic is invoked. Dallin charges forward as purple energy spikes crash down from magical glyphs, unleashing a monstrous multi-armed shadow. A character concentrates power into a clenched fist, unleashing a surge of radiant golden energy. Dallin rushes forward, unleashing a powerful attack with his glowing sword as energy crackles around him. He confidently reveals his glowing sword, making it clear he was never hiding it. A horned warrior charges forward, screaming and swinging a massive black sword overhead. A glowing sword unleashes a devastating attack, cutting through the air with explosive force. A surge of blue energy erupts as the character seizes the powerful weapon. A male character reels in terror as he is struck by a devastating attack. The warrior braces himself for the impending confrontation beneath the stormy sky. The exhausted warrior catches his breath amid the ruins, gripping his sword tightly. A young man turns back toward the fortress as someone calls out in relief upon seeing him safe. A young man rushes to support an injured elder who begins coughing after regaining consciousness. An injured character coughs and worries about the safety of the group standing among the ruins. A bloodied armored figure lies motionless on the stone street after the confrontation. A serious figure explains that punishment was delivered to the corrupt Holy Knight. The group discovers that both the Holy Sword Nimislark and the barrier wall's key are missing from the scene. A bearded man confidently announces his plan to the group gathered before the castle. A group investigates a bloodied corpse as one person explains the power to read the land's memories. A cloaked figure demonstrates a power that reveals the past by conjuring magical glyphs before ancient ruins. A bearded man struggles to withstand the overwhelming surge of magical energy. One figure notes that the other appears to have less stamina than during their previous display of power. The vice commander hands over the barrier wall's key and holy sword for Changren's new plan. A ruthless warrior stands over fallen knights, revealing a plan to defeat them and kill the commander. A commanding voice urgently orders someone to go to Changren's nest. Workers haul cargo onto the docked ship as the day begins. Dallin checks on the elder's condition aboard the ship after learning the location of the dragon. The older mage reassures his worried companion that he can handle the aftermath of the battle. Dallin offers to help with the luggage, looking relieved as he prepares to leave. A stern, bearded man stands silently on the ship's deck, watching the horizon in deep thought. A cloaked figure unleashes a relentless attack on an armored opponent, while questioning the true purpose behind their repeated struggles. A determined man stands resolutely with a sword on his back, ready to face whatever comes next. A ship sails boldly into a sunlit canyon, venturing deeper into dramatic waters. Dallin stands on the ship's deck and pledges to follow.